Hello, everybody, and welcome back to Smite Prime. We're live on Smite Prime and Smite Game for week 2 of the October circuit. This is Morty on the mic, joined here by Test Die, Rosie, Billy, and Jithens. And right next to me here in the booth is none other than Spirited Book. How we feeling, my man?
Pretty good. Excited for some week 2 action. Really excited to see, especially because we just got a new patch. Lots of changes that have been made to certain characters, especially characters we haven't seen in a hot second. So I'm really excited to see what we have in store today for the picks and bans of this week's Smite Prime.
And that's a very exciting part. I like to see, what gods get picked around. Sometimes we see our traditional this and that. Sometimes we see some fun picks that really shake things up. But yeah, definitely, I'm excited to get there. But a couple things before we get to that point. Let's talk about what we're about to get into, which is the October circuit for Smite Prime right here, right now, where we spend this whole month, every single Saturday, right here at noon Eastern time. We start playing some games down the bracket to get the chance to win $7,000 in cash prizing, along with 125,000 diamonds. That is a whole lot of skins.
Yeah, for sure. And a lot of cool skins have come through as of late. So really excited to see, really what the teams are competing for. And yeah, there's just a lot on the line here for these teams. And week 2 is kind of where we start to see, these roster changes as of late and which teams are really rising through the different changes.
And it's not just going to be the players that are winning something. You too can win something, as we're doing a giveaway right here on the Smite Prime Twitch, the Twitch exclusively. We're giving away a new skin that some of y'all might have seen around the block. It is the Misdiagnosis Neath.
Yeah. Listen, personally, not a big fan of Needles, but listen, she can poke me anytime. She's having a great time here on Smite Prime. And yeah, just tune into twitch.tv/Smite Prime. And then hashtag giveaway in the chat, and you have a chance to win this awesome skin.
All right, and while we're waiting for our giveaway to go through, we've also got some brackets we can take a look at and see who's playing for this week of the October circuit. Some names that I'm sure you know, some names that are a little new, some of the old heads, some of the seasoned veterans, and some new faces looking to try their weight and maybe get a chance to win that big grand prizes. So there are a couple name changes. Clocked In are back. That was the Empire last week, but now formerly known as Clocked In. They're back to Clocked In. Retirement Home between round 5, 4, and 13. That will be Fonzo Fam. A couple different name changes, but I'm sure as we get down the bracket, you'll see some of them.
Yeah, a lot of different changes to the names, as well as some new faces that'll be gracing the battleground this week. A lot of new teams that'll be coming in. Donzi United, one of them. Aimbird and Friends. There's just a lot of new team names that are coming into this week's Smite Prime, and excited to see how it grows throughout the different weeks and the different circuits that we continue to run here at Smite Prime.
Yeah, it's exciting. It's very exciting to see like some of these new faces. I mean, sometimes even Book, you're definitely an experienced player in the comp scene. You know a lot of these players. I'm not just talking about the names that we see from former SPL or Founders Series. I'm talking about like, AGL, OSL, those kind of leagues that, I mean, these are some cool names. And I would love to see, these or that, or maybe Snooze or Dadoin, whoever really take it to some of these former pros. You know what I mean? That would be exciting to see.
Yeah, I mean, look, Smite has always loved an underdog, and it's always easy to cheer for an underdog. So would love to see some of the players that we in the community kind of know a lot more of, if they can really take it to these upper echelon teams that we see at Smite Prime. So yeah, it's exciting, especially some of these newer rosters. I'm just kind of scrolling through them right now. Almost Senile, I believe, is a rename as of late. Dixon's Deity. I mean, you got Dest, Mini Delvin. A lot of new faces here this week.
All right, let's hop into picks and bans for our first game of the day, which will be between Retirement Home and the Titans. And this is some of those new names that we talked about, ACD and Midcaster, a lot of names that we know. And obviously this team that we're so freaking out about from last week, formerly known as Fonzo Fam, they're going with Retirement Home now, which is Sot and Solo, Daniel, Yarkor, Fine OK. I mean, Daniel was Pagon, I believe.
Yeah, Pagon. Daniel is Pagon, and running around is Sam for Soccer. So a lot of like names that we've seen are in the community in Smite for a hot minute now, kind of forming this roster of 3 soul laners, a mid, and a jungle. Just here to have a good time, I guess, at Smite Prime before they go to the Retirement Home. But Already off the board is the Agni and the Scylla. Scylla going to be taken away from Yarkor. No real surprise there. Yarkor, a support player, kind of newer to this role, has dabbled in it from time to time, but is similar to Aurora, wants to be in your face. So taking that pick away already are the Titans. And again, just no surprise from that.
And for those of you who are new around here, just letting y'all know that this is a best of one. Whoever wins this one game will move down the bracket. We'll move to a best of three when we get to the finals. But for now, best of one, winner takes all for this round. So this is an important game, right? There's no chance to let these slip-ups through, which is why we want to cover all bases, like the Scylla for Yarkor and Aladdin, that we don't want to go towards mid-caster, mainly because I'm sure Sam for Soccer probably hasn't gotten a whole lot of reps in, and Aladdin's a god you need to be comfortable with to really be prominent, right? A lot of these stronger junglers like Scream and everybody else that really love this Aladdin pick, it's because they run the crap out of Aladdin and they know this god's ins and outs. And Sam for Soccer, kind of coming back, kind of returning as of recently, he might not know this god all too well. Better just take him off the books.
I mean, I would like to see Titans take complete advantage of the fact that Sam early hasn't been playing the game as well. Banning away the Mercury that we saw him run last week might be an angle for them because, in my opinion, I think Merc is probably one of the best junglers in the game right now. Can really go towards that late game crit option that not a lot of junglers can really lean on. Even a lot of AD carries can't really lean on the crit as a late. So, Sam looked just so comfortable on it last week. I would love to see that pick banned away here, as we'll see the Tsukuyomi, another sort of jungle flex option, taken away here by Retirement Home, as Wukong was banned away by Titans. Kind of surprised by that a little bit. Wukong did receive a bit of a nerf this last patch. It's not huge and significant. I think he'll still be able to kind of abuse the lifesteal build that we often see solo laners lean on right now, as Ares is the final ban here from the Titans.
I'm in agreement that the Wukong nerf definitely hurt a little bit. I guess the thing that Titans are thinking about leading into that ban is the fact that last week, on week 1 of the circuit, Sot got a Quadra on Wukong. Solo Patrol got a Quadra in, I believe it was the second or third round. So that is definitely something you got to keep in mind, is that Solo Troll is extremely comfortable on this Wukong pick, even if it's not as strong as it once was. It's something that he knows very well, and it's also just a safe laning option. You know what I mean? There's multiple ways just to get out of dodge. You've got the bird, you've got the ult, you've got the bull if you need to just rampage through things. Whatever you need to play safe. I like that Wukong pick, just being taken off for that reason exclusively. But Umoja is going to be the first lock-in going towards Yarkor for Retirement Home.
And you kind of mentioned about the Wukong and the safety behind it. I was kind of running in my head, like, why do we see so much Yorm? As we'll probably see Yorm today at some point, one would imagine. Just safe solo lane options are always really good right now. I think having a lane that's just super safe, and we often see a lot of Jingwei bans, though Jingwei is available here, could see it locked in by either team for ADC or jungle. Having a safe lane option and then sending your jungler to the other side of the map will just, it's a lane to lean on, and you can kind of hang out on that side of the map without having to worry about the other side. So with that takeaway, you would like to see Titans maybe be a little more aggressive on the solo side against Solar Troll, really put them behind in the early game. If you're going to do that, would like to see an early game aggressive option in the solo lane here, maybe prioritize that strong solo laner early on. If you're the Titans, maybe like a Chalk who's decent, wants to scale a little bit though. So I'm not exactly certain. Solo lane is just a weird option right now in a weird space, though Bellona kind of fits the bill there in that sort of decent early game option. Really wants to box here. So excited to see that locked in alongside the Merlin.
So we're investing a lot in this deep dive so far. Merlin's going to kind of set the table for us, display the setting, put some poke damage out, just cycling abilities and trying to keep the backline low. And then Bellona is going to Eagles rally in and finish off the scraps. That sounds like a good plan so far, but it needs a couple compliments, but I see the vision so far. Princess Bari and Mercury locked in for Retirement Home. And that's looking pretty nice too, because you've already got your engage from the Rivers of Buke. So all the rest of the team needs to do is kind of follow up. Mercury's your backup engage. Sonic Boom can do a whole lot. And then you've got Princess Bari, who's able to output so much damage. Should things go awry, you've got Princess Bari ult that's kind of a revive, like an Aegis, if you will. There's a lot to love about Retirement Home.
Definitely. Oh yeah, I love this top 3 from Retirement Home. It is uber scary. I talked about how Sam wants to be playing this Mercury, loves that option. Princess Bari receiving a bit of a buff, I think was kind of in a really rough state as a character last patch. Now this time around, receiving some, just increased damage changes as well as some cooldown changes on the one, specifically the Sacred Bell. And I think that will help her damage just a little bit to make her more viable. Where she's going to go is definitely a question to me. Can kind of fit in mid or ADC. Has dabbled a little bit in jungle, but I wouldn't be surprised to see Fine OK kind of rocking it this week. I think Fine OK has really been on that ADC grind in the ranked queues as of late and has played a bit of Bari from what I've seen. So wouldn't be surprised if that's what he's leaning towards. And then Daniel's maybe going to lean a little more towards the maids, the classic mage route.
I like you bringing that up because so Princess Bari, really the worst thing you get from that pick is just a lack of DPS. You don't burn Gold Fury, you don't burn fire as fast as some of the other carries. Mercury does. You have something to make up for it. So even though you might not be able to, there is still a high amount of DPS on the team for objective burn through running around. He's going to be, I mean, you know Merc. We all know Merc. This guy's been in the game for such a long time. That's kind of the best part about Stanford Soccer picking this up. Even though he's returning to the game, Mercury's been around for forever. Everybody knows Mercury at this point. But on the other side, Titans are going to lock in Odin and Hu Yi. Odin creates walls. Hu Yi has the one, which bounces off of walls. I don't know. Looking pretty nice over there.
I love this Odin response here to what Retirement Home have drafted so far. Bari really struggles against Odin in particular, and so far no one gets out of that cage. Paired alongside Bologna, who's going to keep members locked in with the Eagles Rally, and then just AoE damage on top of AoE damage from the Hui Yi ultimate into every single cooldown from the Merlin. This Odin cage is fantastic against what the Retirement Home have. The question I have is, where is this Odin going to be going? Is it going to be, because I imagine it's going to be Bologna solo. So Odin's either going to go into the support role or the jungle. And my question becomes, if it is going to be Odin jungle, you have to see it get active early. Titans are kind of already showing their hand a little bit. If it is an Odin jungle, they're saying, look, we got to win early, because if it gets to late, the Mercury will just 1v1 anyone on our team, and we will not have an answer for it. I would actually like to see Odin go maybe to the support role, and maybe Titans lean on something a little more late game scaling in the jungle. Jingwei is available here. Could put it into the jungle and try and match crit with crit going into the mid to late game.
I think you've got a good point there, because my first thought process was maybe Bologna jungle and then Odin solo, but I think Odin jungle has a lot more viability. You've got a lot more chances to use that Odin cage around the map. Because if you're in Odin solo and you want to bring that Odin cage over to the Gold Fury to try and lock that in, then you're going to have to teleport. You're going to lose some farm. Just kind of unfortunate. Not what you really want as a solo laner. You want to be able to stay there and get farmed up and then rotate when you're good, well, and ready. But if you're Odin jungle, then you can just get moving from the get-go. That's kind of what you do as a jungler. He's already got high mobility because he can jump over walls. He's got hard CC from the get-go through the Gungir's Might. There's just so much to love about Odin being moving around the map rather than locked in one area. So I like the Odin jungle. I really hope that we see that. Odin support could be pretty good too, because supports like to move around as well. But I think jungle might be their best move. Hopefully Titans lock in a dope support to try and really certify that comp is what's going to be maybe the thing that takes down Retirement Home in the first round. That would be a crazy upset.
Yeah, it would be an upset. I actually almost want to lean maybe towards the Bologna jungle, and then maybe the Odin into the support role, and then match it with a maybe like a Yorm in the solo lane, though Anhur and Thor on the other side. Two characters that get out of the Odin cage. The Anhur gonna struggle a little bit into all this AoE damage, but this Thor solo is just gonna have a great time diving the backline of Titans, especially if that is an Odin support. You know, no appeal for these backliners right now. It's gonna be a field day for running around and Solar Troll to just get to the backline and take those two down. I really like this Retirement Home composition so far.
I do too. I really do. They've got high DPS. They've got a great engage. They've got great burst damage as well. I mean, Anhur, impale somebody on the wall, hit him with the Desert Fury. That health bar is gone. It is evaporated. It is deceased. There is so much to love about this team comp and how they set things up. But the really only thing that worries me about Retirement Home's chances going into this is because they're forced on a lot of relics. And especially now with Afro here, that forces some relics as well. Because look at what on that side is. Hu Yi creates geography. Odin creates geography. You're forced to use a Phantom Shell. right? Okay, where does your objective security come from? It's not great on the side of Retirement Home. There's no Vulcan ult, there's no big Spirit of the Nine Winds or anything to lock down objectives. Somebody needs a Sunder. Who's it going to be? Relic choices are going to be extremely important for Retirement Home.
Yeah, I agree. And, we kind of touched on it a little bit earlier, but I think now the Retirement Home team isn't in as bad of a state as they could have been a moment ago, because we thought the Bari maybe was going to go ADC and it was going to be another mage locked in here for Daniel. But instead, I think Daniel's going to be the one rocking the Princess Bari and FinoK is going to be rocking the On Her. Now your objective DPS is just a little bit better because of the On Her shred. And, Princess Bari in the mid lane is just going to have big burst. And that's your burst angle for your team. So, yeah, I agree. They don't have the best secure, but they do have better objective burn now all of a sudden versus Titans. They don't have the best sort of steal potential. Merlin's also good objective burn. Houyi's also decent objective burn. There's no major burst damage here. And honestly, the Princess Bari still might be able to outburst the Merlin around these team fights. Merlin's more of a shred character, with all the dot damage that he brings. Versus Bari really can just combo you into oblivion in just a couple moments.
And part of me wonders how this mid lane matchup, I know you're the mid lane master here. How does this really work between Merlin and Bari? Who comes out on top there?
I'm not really sure. I think mid as a role right now is kind of one of those roles where you're dictated by the rotations of the support and the jungles in particular. Now that we know this is an Odin jungle, I feel like Titans should have the early game advantage. You want to see this 2v2 try and make plays as soon as they hit level 5, trap down the Princess Bari, trap down the Mercury, because I do believe firmly that Merlin is a great answer into Bari in particular, because Merlin just has a little bit more CC than the Bari does, and Bari really struggles into CC. Lockdown CC, just AoE CC that kind of stops her from doing what she wants to do, which is just throw out cooldowns as much as possible, dash away to safety. So I like this answer from the Titans in their 2v2. They have decent CC, the Odin stun, the slows, the pull back in from Merlin Arcane 2. I really like this 2v2 that the Titans have. Problem is, if the game goes late, Retirement Home, they just wipe everything that the Titans have because of running around on this Mercury in particular. The crit will just be too much. And, part of the meta I think that Smite is right now is who has the better late game composition and who gets to that late game faster. And I think Retirement Home just have the experience and have the better late game comp, as well as some good ways to get themselves there quickly. The On Her, that's a lane that you can lean on if you're Mercury because you have an aggressive ADC and support in Yemoja. We haven't even really touched on the Yemoja too much, but just free pressure already for that duo lane, despite there being an Afro Houyi on the other side. So this dual lane for the Titans is really going to struggle, I think, in the early mid game versus Retirement Home. They can look to, push out in duo, rotate on over to objectives early. As soon as running around has the first or two items, whenever they get that early rage online, that's when Retirement Home can really look to be active on the map.
I think you hit the hard points well. It's about the Titans and their race against the clock. Or will Retirement Home make it to the late game and dominate from there? Let's dive into the game. This will be game 1 of today between Retirement Home and the Titans. For those of you just now joining us, this is Morty on the mic. We've got Spirited Book here in the booth with me, Tess Dye, Jithens, Rosie, and Billy behind the scenes, and I am ready to finally get this day started. I've been waiting all week to see some hot Smite action, and here we are.
So we kind of touched on it a little bit in the draft, and we're going to take a look at Retirement Home and their relics as we do see a brief pause. But that gives us a chance to talk about what we see so far. 2 Sunders, a Shell, and 2 Beads, and it's Daniel in mid on Bari that's going to be rocking that Shell in particular. I like this idea that they've kind of gone for. Daniel is the one that's really going to struggle more than anyone in this comp against the Odin walls and walls in general that Titans have. So I like this idea that Daniel's the one with the Shell, especially because what is he kind of beadsing in the mid game, I guess. We did touch on how Daniel on the Bari is going to struggle against CC, but the Shell I think is just a necessity here. And that's what good compositions do. They make you feel bad for going objectively the correct relic. And I really like that the Titans have forced Daniel into this position where, yeah, you feel like you need beats here, but you also feel like you need Shell.
I do like Shell going towards Pagon or Daniel here, because Daniel is always going to be in the middle of the fight next to the backliners that could benefit from the Shell once Odin jumps in and is forced to use that away. I like that Shell placement on specifically Daniel. Is looks like Retirement Home's duo lane are invading here towards Titans purple and trying to take this away. Fino and Yarkor putting out good pressure, but Fino's taking a little bit of damage. I don't know how successful this invade's going to be. Yarkor does have Sunder though if he wants to walk back up, but the damage they're putting out is okay so far. It looks like Fino wants to commit to the wave rather than this purple, but Yarkor staying around and doing good damage with the Moonstrike. I don't know if there's first blood potential here, but the poke damage is pretty gnarly.
Yeah, and Final K rotating back to the wave first means they'll have early prio here. They could look to invade if they want to. We talked about it. Yarkor has the Sunder available to him. You can already see they're kind of pathing that direction. Final K actually hits level 2 first, and that's going to give him free and easy prio on this purple buff invade here for the duo lane. And that's just the weakness of this Aphrodite a little bit. You know, Yarkor on this Yemoja has a little bit of healing off of that pass, you know, the passive of the auto attacks, you know, just a little bit of dot healing. Versus Aphrodite, you can't heal your ally until you hit level 2 and get that kiss online. So only just a bit of self healing for God of Rito, excuse me. And so Yarkor and Final K, they just have the pressure. They have the healing early and the two abilities that Yarkor brings. So Titans, I think at some point they just needed to give the wave there.
Yeah, and sometimes that sacrifice is necessary. That's just how it is. I mean, the pressure coming out from dual lane so far. But speaking of the gank here in middle lane, look at Odin getting online and doing big damage to Daniel already. Looking for first blood, but the damage not found just yet. 2 low health bars, 1 on each side. Daniel and Midcaster having to run away both of the 100 health to their name. But look at ACD, a little vulnerable here as Running Around shows up, and he's running around in middle lane, forces the flicker away. Odin just came back, though. Beads forced away from ACD. Will we see first blood here? Waiting on the final bit of damage to hit Merlin, but it's not there just yet. Phantom Shell's forced out as well. Midcaster getting some more damage online, put towards Daniel, but a lot of low health bars, none dead so far, though.
Great cancel there from Running Around on the Mercury. You know, a lot of people don't expect the early cancel of Mercury, but I feel like that's kind of how he gets played. His left-hand side, the Aphrodite in a world of hurt. Great beats from Fino K, and he's going to look for this first blood.
Impale followed by the Moonstrike, and now chasing down Afro. Are we going to be able to find him, though? Yarkor on the chase. Fino turning things around, waiting for another Impale. 200 health to God's name. And we find God, though. The pillar will lock him down, and Yarkor finds first blood. Down goes God of Rito. That is nasty from Retirement Home.
I mean, you know you're dead there. I'm kind of surprised the Afro God of Rito didn't just keep running down south there on the left-hand side. Keep Yarkor and Fino K off the wave just a little bit longer, force them to answer to that rotation, and just have Ragnar on the Hui just continue to farm this left-hand side. But I mean, great first blood from Retirement Home already, and this is what this dual lane wants to do. They want to be jumping in. They want to be aggressive here on this left-hand side, and they're doing exactly that.
And what really speaks to me here, how you talked about early, that the Titans want to take this early game by storm, and they want to try and beat Retirement Home to the finish line, but Retirement Home just want to scale, right? And if Retirement Home's already getting first blood, they're going to be scaling pretty darn well, as we see an invade from Retirement Home. Looks like Daniel and Pagon and Running Around are walking towards this red buff and look to steal it away. They are going to steal it away from Midcaster. Running Around suffering a lot of damage. ACD is going to find a kill here. Princess Bari ult just a tad bit too late, but Eagles rally in, followed by the Thor ult as well. 2 kills down for Titans, but Solo Troll finds revenge on ACD, but will Sot get out free? I'm not so sure, as he's getting chased down by Bologna. No Eagles rally online, though, and the Hammer and the Sun could provide Sot some safety. Just waiting on the cooldown. Don't jump over the wall. Good juke shoes, but will Sot live through it? No, he will not. 3 kills found for Titans, and they only gave up 1. That's pretty huge.
Yeah, great play here. I mean, again, kind of surprised. Running Around really wanted to... I mean, look, Midcaster was level 3 in that engagement. Running Around was level 5, and just wants to be aggressive on this red buff. They got the red buff, I believe, if I'm not mistaken, or Titans, one of the two got it. But Titans just answer first. They rotate the Bologna first to the fight. Sot can kind of rotate a little late because of that Thor ultimate, but still just great plays from the Titan, from the side of Titans, just defending their own side of the jungle and punishing the aggressiveness from Retirement Home.
Yeah, I think that they need to realize Retirement Home needs to know that this isn't your game just yet. You might be the big dogs going into this matchup, but you've got a lot of ground to cover before you have that snowball lead that you think you're working with. I mean, keep in mind the Titans still have a very good chance. If anything, they're ahead on gold right now at the 5-minute mark. It's not a massive gold lead, nothing crazy, but it's there. It exists.
Yeah, for sure. I think the kill on Sot really put Retirement Home in a kind of rough spot. You would have liked to have seen the Thor get away and just continue to farm out right-hand side. This has allowed the Bologna to really kind of push an early lead, now up a level. Gonna likely back here soon for the Devourer's Gauntlet. And yeah, just put themselves in a pretty good spot to just start farming out for these Devo stacks, get to a good spot where they have lifesteal, can really tank up objectives, be aggressive on the back line. Sot also has Devos online, so it's not going to be a major, stacking disparity here or anything crazy, but still just a small minor lead on the right-hand side. And we'll see if the likes of Midcaster can continue to put pressure over here, as Yarkor could be in a bit of trouble, actually.
Sunbreaker's out and forces the Rivers of Buke away. Yarkor is in trouble. Will Fino find some safety, though? Odin Cage does good damage, but Yarkor turns the tides of the battle. Massive Moonstrike takes down Midcaster, and way to turn things around for Yarkor. That surely looked like his demise, but thanks to the help of Fino, looks like they find one kill, but will they find more, though? Let's find out.
Fino being aggressive here, but yeah, Ragna just doesn't commit there. I'm kind of shocked by it. Just jumps out of the Yemo ult, and ADCs, look, I get it. I've been there. Your instant instinct when Yemo ults is to jump away to safety. But in moments like that, you just got to commit with your jungler and look for the kill onto Yarkor. He was dead to rights in that moment, and Retirement Home, they get the rotation off early to bail out their support as Gold Fury being taken down here. God of Rito, is he trying to defend here? He is.
Pillars out. Great throw by Merc. We're still chasing down Afro. 1,000 health on the Gold Fury, and it does get sundered towards Retirement Home. A good first gold to get the snowball started in their favor, as they're now up 2,000. And a bit of change on top of that. That's pretty nice.
Yeah, and honestly, moments like that, Titans just not there in time. They're down Midcaster, who ran to the right-hand side immediately after dying. So that Gold Fury is just going to go the way of the Retirement Home. Would have liked to have seen God of Rito just continue to farm up. They're now in a pretty rough spot, down 2 levels, as Daniel's getting looked at here.
Will we find the stun? Yes, we will. Massive stun coming out from Odin, and damage following through for ACD. Daniel uses the shell to try and live through this, but so much poke going towards Pagon. Will he live through? A 10 health to his name, and running around saves the day. 10 health to Daniel's name, but he does not die today. Running around showed up just in the nick of time to save his good friend. That's a massive play from the Retirement Home.
Right-hand side, Solar Troll got themselves a solo kill against the Bologna, and so far, just the early aggressiveness from Titans is just not working out. Daniel putting on the juke shoes there under the tier 1 tower. The usage of the ultimate and the shell to just stay alive. The ultimate, immunity frame, just keeping him alive from walking out of Odin Cage. A lot of people forget, you take a bit of damage, you get slowed by the Odin Cage when you walk out of it with that shell, but that death immunity is what kept him alive in that moment. A great sequence of cooldowns from Daniel there.
No way. Sonic Boom up middle forces the Afro ult away, but will God get out? Rivers of Buke follows through as well. And can we find the necessary damage? Merlin pokes through the Rivers of Buke and takes down. Running around, Yarkor might be next on the chopping block. We're going after Daniel instead. Moonstrike's out, followed by the Bari ult. Odin Cage comes through as well to try and save Midcaster's life. That's a triple kill for Daniel. A triple kill for Daniel, but Sunbreaker might find revenge. Rhino shows up and gets the shutdown in, but Fino here to find revenge. Impale doesn't land, but Desert Fury will. Yarkor finds the final bit needed, and so many kills around the middle lane. What in the world is going on?
P4B answering back on the right-hand side with a solo kill of their own now here against Sot. And yeah, just craziness in the mid lane. Daniel stays alive for too long in that instance and just kites around everything with all the dashes, the immunity frame, just buying so much time on this Bari. Ragna shows up with the late rotation, gets that shutdown, which needed to happen, sure, but fine, okay, with the rotation, keeping pace with this Hui who's rotating early. And look, remember, Fine OK is new to this role. He doesn't play a lot of ADC in Smite 1, now just making the transition here in Smite 2. and he's doing pretty good so far. Missing a couple of auto attacks here and there, but in terms of where he needs to be, he's always there.
Odin Cage forced out. Phantom Shell follows through, looking for the Sonic Boom to try and get out of harm's way, but we're turning the tides around. Maybe we jump back in, but I don't think Retirement Home are feeling that fight. They're going to back off and go after Queen Naga instead. Maybe we don't win that fight, but we do get another objective, and that's pretty massive as Gold Fury's coming up online. Fino's getting some vision on it, and Titans just don't know what to do. They've been kind of dizzy for the past 2 minutes here at the 10:30 mark, where Retirement Home are up 4 kills, up 1,500 gold, and a Gold Fury. They're looking pretty nice to get this game started.
Yeah, for sure. And honestly, I mean, look, it's rough for Titans. They're in a bad spot, but they're still kind of finding small victories here as Yarkor going to take a ton of poke here in the mid lane. Should be able to heal it back up as you look who's around here. Sot hanging around on the right-hand side, looking for that Thor wall or ultimate here to start another team fight. Retirement Home, they're in a good spot. They just want to keep fighting and look around the backhand side. Here comes Sot.
Sot's on the right and Odin's on the left. How does this fight go down? Looks like both teams want to play this relatively safe. There is no Odin Cage to utilize here. It's still on cooldown, but it will be up here in just a moment. Maybe we wait for that Odin Cage and then we try and start a fight from there for the Titans. It looks like they're changing their attitude from going towards mid to making their way towards the Gold Fury and maybe try and rip that in front of the faces of Retirement Home as Fino gets chased down by PB. Can we find the damage here? Fino dispersed, followed by the Eagles Rally Beats, forced away from Fino, fighting for his life through the impale. Desert Fury finds massive damage and reinforcements arrive and they take down P3, but in the meantime, Gold Fury getting ripped away. Yarkor forces out the River's Rebuke and ACD is going to secure it away. Gold Fury goes towards the Titans. What happens in the fight from here? Yarkor gets taken down by Ragna. That's a massive shutdown, but look who's in the back line. That's running around. Look at the massive damage coming through for this Mercury. He is online. He's got the damage ready, but the lockdown from ACD will put him down in quick time. Daniel getting chased away, looking for the Wind Sprite to try and find safety, but Titans not giving up on this push from here, but the Pillar will make sure that Fino and Daniel get out alive. But man, they lost a lot there. They lost a couple kills. They lost the Gold Fury. Titans are still very much so alive.
Yeah, Titans just looking like the better unit as a 5-man, cohesive unit. It just on the same page with each other versus Retirement Home. Fino K getting ran at by the Bologna, getting the true ADC treatment there. Welcome to the duo lane, man. But yeah, I mean, just kind of split up there. Fino K gets looked at, the Gold Fury's being pulled. Yarkor tries to step forward to steal as Fino K gonna jump in aggressively here, forces Ragna to play back, and I'm kind of surprised Ragna's just not using these Hui Yi jumps just a little more aggressively in team fights. I love that he's, kind of playing defensive in this lane. This is what he needs to do. He needs to just keep pace, keep farming. He's not in the worst spot. He's even in levels. But in team fights, as soon as someone's marked, just go in and add that little bit of extra CC on the knockup. Just let the rest of the team do the job. Your job as ADC is to try and survive late game, sure. But in this moment, in moments like this where the Gold Fury's down, you're not doing an immediate objective after, just go in, add that extra bit of CC, and make the play.
And I think part of that comes into the mental game, right? Because think about Ragna's mentality right now. I'm up against Fino K. You know what I mean? Like, I'm kind of like, oh crap, I'm up against like the pros. You know what I mean? I'm kind of like panicking a little bit. It's hard to really maintain that confidence when you're up against guys that have been doing this for, I mean, God knows how long. It's a bit of a mid lane skirmish, goes down, jumping in, running around to find ACD, and Odin Cage is out to try and follow through. Princess Mario does not save, running around, one body down on each side of the middle lane. Midcaster continues the damage, but Daniel's putting out way more than Midcaster can handle. He's forced to go back towards his side of the jungle. What rotating over is P4B. Eagles rallies online. Maybe we find an engage there on Daniel. As Yarkor presses forward, trying to steal away this purple buff, and P4B continues to chase down middle lane. So much action happening across the map here. Bludgeon's out and almost finds a good bit of damage on Daniel, but just a tad off the mark. No kill found just yet.
But I feel like this skirmishing is kind of favoring the Titans a little bit more. We see running around not really able to sit down and just power farm, consistently going in and dying. Running around has 4 deaths to their name on a Mercury. You kind of want to be the playmaker, sure, but you also want to be getting out with your life intact so you can go and farm those back harpies, go and farm the neutral farm, maybe go take a pyromancer here because you just have crit online so you can do the objectives. But running around is, a level ahead of this Odin, sure. And I think Midcaster just hasn't been on top of all their farm like running around has been. So I feel like Titans, they should be in a little bit of a better spot. but they're not just, I think that comes down to experience, like you mentioned, as they are going to take this Naga on the left-hand side, but the 4-man grouping for it, Pyromancer available. Again, just moments like this where Retirement Home, the experience is showing that they're just on top of the objectives. When they rotate 2 members and they're stacked on 4 on this left-hand side, well, we'll just rotate 2 members and go, or sorry, 3 members and take this Pyromancer.
It's a good rotation. And you know what makes this interesting too? I mean, you were there, Book. I'll break fourth wall a little bit. We were all sitting behind the scenes before we got today started. You know, me, Tess, Jithens, everybody. We're talking about, oh, our first game is going to be kind of a demolition, right? Retirement Home should just run through these guys. That is not what's going down right now. That is completely maybe not the complete opposite, but they're putting up much more of a fight than we anticipated. Well, let's see how much fight they have of them as a rotation. All 5 go towards left side and try and take down Ragna. Sunbreaker's out as well. Desert Fury forced away, and Daniel shows up looking for maybe a bit more damage on poke through backside. What is going on here? Here comes Odin Cage to try and put down the back line, but Midcaster did not have any reinforcements there. But the rest of the Titans under that tower, they were not feeling that deep dive. Bit of a miscommunication from Midcaster. And now the Titans are down 1 body as Retirement Home have all 5. They could just walk towards Gold Fury and try and bait it away, or take it right in front of their faces.
Midcaster was there first on the left-hand side. You can see Titans were trying to get a pick there to look towards this gold as Sot frontlining here. But there's some decent damage onto the Thor, who's, you know, just kind of chilling out here, and he can afford to do this for a bit as Gold Fury getting lower and lower here.
Avalodon forced away. Will Sot make it into the air? Yes, he will. Running around. Meanwhile, it takes down Gold Fury. And now we start the fight from here. Great pull. Gonna let Fino find the first kill of this so far. Rivers of Yuke is out and chasing down God of Redo. Can we take him down, though? The damage coming in from Retirement Home is massive, but ACD finds a bit of revenge. Daniel takes down ACD, though. 3 bodies dead on the side of the Titans. Odin jumping into the back line, but could not find the jump damage there. Daniel uses the Phantom Shell to try and live through what Midcaster is putting out. He's going to be A-OK. Solo Patrol finds the kill on him. 4 bodies dead for the Titans, and Retirement Home cash in on a Gold Fury as well. That is a massive pull for them.
Tough for the Titans there. They lose 1 member early and still try and contest in a 4v5 and just didn't commit to the 4v4 while Sam was on the objective, you know, just soloing it in all honesty. The rest of the team was just kind of poking and prodding up forward, and Titans just don't commit to a full 4-on-4 and just kind of wait till it's a 5-on-4 situation. And this is a bit of the issue here, is who starts a fight for this Titan comp when Midcaster's dead. You know, when the Odin is dead, there's no Odin Cage. It really is just P4B on the Bologna, just going to be rallying in. And that's not exactly how you want to be starting a fight, in all honesty. You don't want the Bologna to be going in first. You kind of want some layering, just a little bit of CC first, and then Bologna goes in secondary. Just because you want the Bologna to be looked at just second in the team fight, not first, second. So it is tough for this Titans composition to kind of go first, especially because who's going first? It's just Odin. If it's not Odin, what? Afra's going to look first with the stun? Probably not. She's kind of focused on backline peeling. It is tough for the Titans. And now that they're behind in gold, they're behind in the kills a fair bit and experience. It's looking like Retirement Home, they're going to get to the late game first. And we talked about it. If Retirement Home get there first, they should just run away with this.
As we're sitting at the 18.5-minute mark, 5K gold lead for Retirement Home. They're up 7 kills and a Gold Fury. That is massive for them, as now they set their eyes on the Pyromancer and look to rip another objectives. The Titans might show up a tad bit too late. Here comes Midcasters. They've got their eyes on that Pyro. Retirement Home realize that they're being watched. They're being preyed upon quite possibly, so they back off of the Pyro and just kind of continue this little song and dance by the Pyro, waiting for some type of engage, as Yarkor does have Rivers of Buke online. That's the Mad Guys forced away from Yarkor. Solo Patrol continuing to chase down P4B. Eagles rally force out in response, and maybe we see a bit of a fight unfolding from here. Pyro gets burned away by running around. They pulled Pyro in the meantime. That's a distraction scenario, and Sot walks away with a kill during the distraction. Odin Cage is out. Princess Bari ult follows. Avalodon in the air, maybe chasing after Odin on the right side. or maybe he goes to safety. Anvilodon still in the air. He presses down on right side and finds Midcaster. Massive push from Sot. Will he pay for it with his life? With a couple hundred else to his name, he finds a triple. Sot's going ham in the back line, but ACD finds the shutdown. Daniel looking for revenge on the fallen Sot. Can we take down the rest of the Titans? Not so sure. Looks like Retirement Home going after Fire Giant instead. Ripped away again. Another distraction scenario from Retirement Home. Daniel might pay for it with his life, but a Fire Giant pull is massive for Retirement Home.
Man, P4B just buys so much time around that right-hand side, and I'm not quite sure what the rest of the team of the Titans were doing. It just, that is just tough there. A miscommunication or something. Titans are kind of falling apart in the comms, I think, because they were kind of focused on trying to defend the Pyromancer when you could have committed to those two members, those two frontliners. If you rotate out the members of, say, the Merlin, the Aphrodite, they were just kind of watching a Pyromancer die and then watch their Soul Laner die and then watch the rest of the team die. Daniel ends up falling, sure, so that's not all 5 members, as well as Sot actually ended up falling as well. So 3 out of 5 members have Fire Giant, but this is now the 3rd Gold Fury pip that's going to try and go the way of the Retirement Home, as they are here first in this objective. And we've seen it now time and time again. FineOK and Running Around are the only members that need to be on objectives to take the objectives. It is just so much objective damage out of this Mercury that they could just 2-man anything on the map. They can do the Gold Fury, they can do the Fire Giant, just the 2 of them.
2 things are setting in for the Titans right now: miscommunication and fear. They are genuinely afraid of what this Retirement Home team is capable of. These guys know what they're doing. They're rotating the map with ease. They're burning objectives. Everything they do is with an agenda. They know what they're doing. They're so smart with these rotations, how they control everything. Team fights, the map itself. These guys know what they're doing, and the Titans realize, hey, this isn't an even game anymore. We now have to fight from a disadvantage against some of the biggest dogs in the circuit. So that's maybe affecting their mentals to a little bit, to a point where their confidence isn't there. They're not pressing forward to this team, as all 4 members of Retirement Home, minus Running Around, are pressing up on the left side and take down this tier 2 tower with ease. And maybe they go for a bird as well, just waiting on Running Around to show up on left. All 5 of the Titans are trying to defend this left bird. Let's see how this goes down, as Odin Cage in, followed by the Eagles rally. That's a massive engage. I know, used to disperse out. Tunbreaker, Rivers of Butte, Desert Fury, Anvilodon, ultimates across the board, and Yarkord's gonna be the first one to lose his life. Running Around takes down Midcaster. Daniel takes down P4B, and we're diving under the bird. Sot finds a double. Radin is dead. God of Redo is dead. 4 bodies down for the Titans, and Retirement Home might be putting it away here.
Titans just tried to force the issue there, but Retirement Home just have the answers for everything. Is FineOK going to be aggressive here, trying to get the solo kill against the Merlin, but the objective will now be the Titan here. And yeah, just Titans, they have to force that moment. It was their only way really into that fight, because if you allow Running Around to get there in time, the fight just becomes a lot more difficult for you. So Titans, they throw it, they roll the dice. It just does not go their way in that late game team fight. And I mean, look, this is kind of how we expected to go, but I'm still, Titans managed to fight back in the early game. I think you're coming away from this match saying, look, guys, it wasn't all bad. We had early wins.
That was a fun game to watch. I've got some things to say, but I'm going to have him wait for a couple minutes, as we're going to take a quick break, and we'll be back in a few to talk about what we just witnessed. Hello, everybody, and welcome back to Smite Prime, live here on Smite Prime and Smite Game. And we're here with the week 2 of the October circuit. My name's Morty. I'm here with Jithens. I'm here with Rosie, Billy, and Testai, and we're going to look at some replays from what we saw last game. Might have been a bit ago, but I haven't forgotten just yet. It was an intense battle between Retirement Home and Titans. How are we feeling, Book?
Yeah, I quite enjoyed that. I was kind of surprised how much I enjoyed watching that game. And, you know, look, we went into it saying, look, Retirement Home, they're the dominant team. They should just outright win. But Titans, despite that, still managed to fight back off of some pretty significant plays. And, like, a lot of credit to, I think, Midcaster, who really did try and make plays around the map early with this Odin, you know, something we asked them to do. But it just, the Retirement Home really showed their experience as a unit and as like experienced players, just being aggressive, making plays where and when they can, making the right plays almost always, being just mechanically better in key moments. So it was tough. It was stacked against Titans from the get go, but still they managed to make it competitive for a hot minute.
Yeah, it felt like a very, very competitive game. There was even a couple points where the Titans had a goal lead above Retirement
Yep.
Home, which was really awesome to see. I mean, to really think that they put a whole lot of fight towards Retirement Home. I mean, the Titans really had some big plays going into this, especially ACD. I think that was probably my top player for the team. Is somebody who is just maintaining a lot of distance and throwing out good damage. A really solid mid laner, and I kind of remember you telling me about how mid lane is right now. You know, you're kind of relying on your supports and your junglers, etc. But still, as a mid laner, you have a job to fulfill, and I feel like ACD did a good job of fulfilling that job. It takes a little more communication between midcaster, who had some interesting engages to say the least, and P4B a little bit too deep in the back line at some points, just a little bit of miscommunication on some points. But that team has a lot of potential. I'm excited to see them get somewhere.
Yeah, for sure. I'm excited to see if they continue to come back here in week 3 of Smite Prime, and if they can, now that they kind of have a little bit better seeding options as the weeks go on, if they can kind of really carry on throughout the bracket and maybe try and get to close bracket here. As do you want to highlight Retirement Home as a unit as well? Solar Troll 10, 3, and 5 on the Thor, continuing to dominate here in the soul lane. Top damage for their team, and just look, continues to perform here. And Sot has been the highlight player for Retirement Home so far.
Yeah, he's definitely been putting up some big numbers. And let's take a look at how the bracket's gone down. It's been a minute since we've looked at a game, so let's see who has been moving through this bracket and who will be moving on. Excited to see that go down. As we Strength of Wood just came out on top. That's a game that we were waiting on for a minute. Smite 2 Bad Boys making their way up as well. That's going to be a fun game or fun team to watch should we get there. Glurp, big name as well. Clocked In, Aimbert and Friends.
Still a match going on right now. So Clocked In, I mean, I imagine they're probably the better unit. I'm trying to remember who Aimbert and Friends is off the top of my head. I believe it's a pretty decent team, if I'm not mistaken. I think that was the one with the Deduin in it. We kind of talked about that before the show.
Yeah.
I imagine Clocked In should be able to take that one, but never know. Deduin's pretty sick. And, one thing we haven't talked about for Clocked In, Paul's not there just yet.
Well, we've got picks and bans ready for our next game, so let's dive into it and see who we're going to be watching next. It's going to be Strength of Wood versus Sesiete, and that'll be fun to watch. Sunprod, NMR, Kaidon, Snatty, Dishonored. These are some big names.
Yeah, this is going to be a heated matchup. I'm actually really excited for this. NMR versus Sunprod, Kieka versus Golden, Kaidon versus Bayonary, Snatty versus Dishonored. Just true matchups that have been around the scene for a hot minute now. Really excited to see what these two teams really bring to the table here, as Ares is going to be taken away by Strength of Wood right off the table. Not surprised with that at all. Siete are going to take away Merlin as well.
Yamoja knocked off the table. A lot of supports trying to lock down Rangu, who's a very, very prominent player, one of the most prominent on the side of Sesiete. And I've talked about this before. I love bragging on how good that duo lane is. Specifically, Rangu and Golden have been playing together for quite some time. From here all throughout Smite Prime, even before now, through different tournaments around the competitive scene, and even the Founders Series, where Baronary joined them as well. A lot of teams that have come together and gotten to this point to try and take down Rangu and Golden, and very far and few have actually done the job well and really put them in their place. Golden and Rangu are my probably top 3 in duos of the duo lane of all time. As Jingwei gets locked in for Strength of Wood, that's a big pick.
Yeah, I mean, we kind of it was overlooked last game entirely. We kind of didn't get to see it at all. This time, first picked overall for Strength of Wood. I imagine that maybe goes to Kieka, though I do believe NMR can piloted it, excuse me, as Uller Yanis. We haven't really seen a lot of Yanis as of late. We saw him picked up a little bit more last week. Now that he's back in the rotation of gods, excited to see really what he brings to the table here in the mid lane for Bayaneri. We kind of see him lean a little more towards the Polynomicon, but remember that item got nerfed this past patch, so is he going to lean a little more towards the cooldown build? Not entirely certain just yet.
Scylla going towards maybe Kaidon. Thor could be in the jungle, could be solo. I don't really know exactly where these gods are going just yet, but really I'm thinking about just team comps overall. What's less important to me is how these teams operate in the early game, and more important about how their team fight goes. Who is where? What is our job as a team, and how do we come together? Do we have the right amount of DPS? Do we have burst? Do we have engage? Do we have all the things we need to move well in team fights? And I think Strength of Wood, while their lane locks aren't certain, their positioning in fights are, and I see the vision there. On the other side, Ymir and Odin go towards Sesiete.
Yeah, I really like this idea. Ymir kind of struggling a little bit because of his lack of mobility. So what do? You pair it up with one of the highest mobility gods in the game, Yanis. Gonna, really keep this Ymir alive with those portals, the movement speed off the 3 as well. The Odin just gonna provide more walls on top of the Ymir walls as well. So I really like what Sesiete have locked in here so far. And I kind of got to imagine that Uller gonna go towards Sunprod in the jungle. So already jungle pressure here for this team is gonna let Bayonary continue to free farm on the Yanis, because Yanis is, again, one of those characters that takes a bit to get online. And so this mid 2v2 is gonna struggle just a little bit from the lack of damage out of the mid laner. Would like to see Strength of Wood maybe lean towards that. Kaidan and NMR are two really great mechanical players. So play the gods that will let you just be aggressive in the faces of Sesiete's 2v2.
Yeah, I really agree with that. Is that there's a lot of just run straight down, pedal to the metal aggression from Sesiete, and they've been known to do very well with that, especially with Sunprod, who's just such an invasive player. And we don't have a jungler locked in. Maybe Odin goes towards Sunprod. It could go towards Dishonored as well. But I don't know. We've seen Sunprod go nutty on this Odin before. I would like to see it go back to him again, and then maybe we go solo lane, something a little more safe, a little more tanky, and then let Sunprod pick up this high damage build that he's known for trying to throw out with Odin. He goes a little tanky, but mainly damage dealing. That's really the vibe that we're going for. Is Nuwa goes to Kaidan, Hunbats as well.
Okay,
that comp looks pretty sick, dude.
Yeah, I mean, we just talked about how we would have liked to have seen an aggressive 2v2 out of Strength of Wood. Instead, they're going to kind of try and match what Sesiete have in the mid-late game. Yanis takes a bit to get online. Well, let's instead just pick another god that takes a bit to get online, Nuwa, and is going to arguably outscale the Yanis. They do different things. Yanis is going to provide a lot of mobility, engage potential here, and it is going to be the Odin in the jungle. You asked for it. Mulan going to likely go over to Dishonored in the soul lane. And this is a lot of aggression, and more importantly, early game aggression here on the composition of Sesiete. Like everyone except the Yanis is early game, I would imagine here. So this is, again, an interesting dynamic. Sesiete, they have to get off to an early lead. They have to really snowball the game to the point where it's unwinnable for Strength of Wood because of their lead. Strength of Wood on the other side, look, they have a lot of safety. Thor has a hammer to get out over the wall. Nuwa has ultimate to get around the wall and stay alive for a minute. Hunbots has a jump. Jingwei, ultimate and dash. Scylla can get under the wall and just stay alive. There is so much safety on this Strength of Wood team, but they can still play rather aggressive. If this Thor decides to rotate out and make plays in mid and be aggressive with the help of the Hunbots Nuwa damage, it's not going to be the best in the early game, but there's just so much CC on this team that you can still look to make plays early in the early game, excuse me.
Yeah, no, I agree for sure. I think I'm having, I don't know, I'm having trouble seeing the vision for the way that Sesiete starts a fight, though, because Mulan isn't necessarily the biggest engage. Odin Cage is just kind of get phantom shelled away. I don't know how they really start fights on that side. I know how they win fights, and that's just by running down, but how do we get there? What's the starting point?
I think it's going to come down to soft engages off the walls. So look, Sesiete, they have a ton of mobility with the help of the Yanis 3, the threshold. So you can kind of play forward, throw out the wall, then back up. You force the shell and then back up because you still have more follow-up after. You can throw up another Ymir wall. And look, this team is sick in jungle fights because the Yanis portals, the low distance range, Uller poke, Ymir walls, Odin walls are great. Mulan can use those walls to be a little more mobile and just kind of funnel members into small, areas in the jungle where their ultimate will reach maximum impact. I really like this comp from Sesiete. The problem is, will it do well in the mid to late game if Strength of Wood are even? I'm not so certain, because Strength of Wood also have decent jungle fight, the Nuwa clones, the Thor walls, the bots ultimates, the Scylla camping around a wall and then throwing out a Scylla root. Both these two comps are really good. Just one, I think, leans a little more to the meta than the other. Strength of Wood obviously lean to the meta, but I still really like Societe's comp here.
Yeah, I don't think it's bad by any means. And now that you've kind of put it into perspective, I think I understand a little bit more how they can make this W happen. But it's just hard to really see how this goes down, because Strengths of Woods comp is wild. I mean, they've got CC, they've got engage, they've got DPS, they've got burst. Like, everything that a team needs to succeed, they have in spades. Strength of Woods comp looks incredible, but my question to you is, what is their weakness? What do they not succeed at? Because I'm having a hard time finding a con against all the pros.
For Societe or for Strength of Wood?
For Strength of Wood.
Yeah, I'm kind of trying to think about it too. I think the problem might be, their lack of early game presence. I mean, if this Odin gets off to an early lead, they can really cycle that lead into other lanes, into side lanes in particular, because look, the Scylla Jingwei, they're really safe, sure, but what can they kind of do in that lane? They can't really invade purples. In fact, they're going to have to be focused on defending their own purples against this Ullr Ymir lane in particular. You can't really defend the blues if the Mulan and the Odin show up there. Can you defend your red buffs if you're not level 5? If you're Nuwa Humbots? Probably not. I think Societe, if they're always there first, Strength of Wood, there's not a lot they can do. They have to be first to every buff if they think it's going to be invaded. Otherwise, they're really going to struggle in defending their own jungle and defending around objectives. Societe, they can really set the pace here. And Strength of Wood, they can't really do that the same way. That being said, they do have decent ways of, sitting back for a bit and then letting the game come to them. The Thor, like we mentioned, is going to be the one that rotates out and looks to make plays eventually. But in the meantime, we can kind of take our time. If Societe play aggressive and overextend a little bit, they can be punished by Strength of Wood.
Yeah, because there's a couple of early game gods on the side of Societe that can really just start that snowball pretty early on. I'm looking at Janus. He's got the Conduit gem probably, and that will just smack. That Conduit gem, Janus does massive damage. I'm sure he'll probably go Sands of Time just based off of meta, but I mean, if he picks up Conduit, that could really get an early snowball started. Just kind of putting things into perspective here. Ymir Frostbite, gnarly damage, nasty damage. One of the hardest hitting supports in the game, fresh off the get-go. Pre-5, he hits hard. And Ullr can follow up on some good damage as well if Golden can hit the abilities just one after the other after the other. If he can find those chains, I mean, the health bars will drop on the side of Strength of Wood. So it's about maintaining distance and putting on a good amount of poke if you're Strength of Wood, and waiting for your time, biding your time, and holding on to all of that, aggression that you want to throw out to a later part of the game when you've got items online, when you've got buffs, maybe you've stolen a gold fury or some sort. You've got something to hold on to, a little bit of weight to behind your gas pedal. So I think Strength of Wood have a good ideology going into the late game, but Societe, just like we saw last game and with the Titans versus Retirement Home, the Titans were on a timer, so are Societe. They're on a timer. They're a race against the clock to get to the enemy Titan room before, let's call it 25. Even 20 minutes would be really nice. It's a little optimal, but 25 realistically. That's when they want to be pressing up against birds and making Strength of Wood say, oh crap, we could lose this game if we play this wrong.
Yeah, for sure. And I actually do think this game might come down, you kind of touched on it a little bit, to the builds. Is Bayaneri on the Janus going to lean a little more towards the full cooldown route with a Gemma Focus, Chronos Pendant, Deso, and so on and so forth? Is Kieka going to lean towards the crit, or are they going to lean towards more of the pen option against a triple front line that's going to be diving them? So I think there's a lot of dynamics here that we could see just in the build departments. What is Kaidon going to build here on the Nuwa that allows them to, late game really do a lot of damage to everyone on the side of Societe when they have three frontline, a 3 tank frontline here that is really gonna try and run down this Nuwa as much as possible, who has decent self peel. So again, I think it's gonna come down a little bit to build dynamics as well. Sure, as well as just how Strength of Wood decide to play fights. There's a couple of different options they can run. They can kind of start with a new ult, use new ult to finish off kills. Where's the follow up off of NMR's Humbot's ultimate? That's going to be a big question mark for me because Nuwa isn't a character that really follows up off of CC well. She's kind of creating her own sort of CC, throwing out burst off of that. It's really going to be Kieka on the Jingwei in particular that's following up off of this Fear No Evil. Decent, sure, but it's not a big mage cooldown that you would like to see. But it's something. But is it going to be enough to chew through the likes of a Ymir, Odin, Mulan? I'm not so sure if it's going to be enough. So as the game goes on, Strength of Wood, yeah, they have the presence in the late game. Sesiete, though, if they snowball, if they get first blood, if they get the first Gold Fury, it's going to be about the second Gold Fury and the second buff invade that is going to determine their win.
Well, let's see how the game goes. We're ready to dive in between Strength of Wood and Sesiete starting here right now. This is Morty on the mic, joined by Book in the booth. We've got Test Die, Rosie, Jithens, and Billy behind the scenes making things happen today, and this game is getting started. I cannot wait to see this go down.
So it is going to be the Sands of Time for Bayoneri, but it's going to be a conduit gem for Kaidon here on the Nuwa. This means that Kaidon's going to be more focused towards proc items, I would imagine here. So expect items like Soul Reaver, maybe Soul Gem, maybe even an Ancient Signet that we see from time to time on the Nuwa, just leaning more into that one-shot potential. Really excited to see as that unfolds, as I'm not entirely certain what Kieka is going for. NMR, though, going for the aspect on Hunbots tells me leaning a little more towards the CC route of things, as well as going for a blink here.
Yeah, that's the first thing that my eyes went towards as well, is that blink rune. And that's, you know, there's still a little bit of Sunder potential with NMR because you've got the somersault to jump in and you're able to displace everyone in a blink of a moment, right? With Fear No Evil, you're able to just really cause havoc and give yourself time to hit a Sunder if you want to try and steal things away. Or maybe as a Hunbats that's relatively squishy, you want to utilize beads so you don't, you know, get locked down and just killed in the blink of an eye. A random Frost Breath from Rongyu or a stun from Gungir's Might from Sunprod could just really mean the death of you in such a short amount of time. So seeing him invest in the blink is definitely a little bit interesting. What's also interesting is the stun bats aspect.
Yeah, I think that's just leaning more towards of Sesiete. They have this early game composition in this frontline 3v3, you know, the Odin, the Ymir, and the Mulan. And so NMR leaning towards this CC tells me that he can also create space for his carries to operate a little bit longer, as Rongyu looking for an all-in on Kieka.
No way, the level 1 first blood. Will this happen here? Yes, it will. Rongyu runs forward and finds a kill in quick time. Tempo might be next on the Butcher's block as they chase him down, looking for some CC, but looks like we can't find anything yet. Golden presses forward, followed by the Glacial Strike, and Golden will find another 2 kills found in the blink of an eye, and that demonic, dynamic duo lane that I talked about earlier is here. It's now, and they're getting this game started right.
That's what you want to see if you're Sesiete. Your duo lane, the Ymir Uller getting off to an early lead. This can net them, you know, a purple buff invade. It nets them the neutral speed here on this left-hand side. And that's just a little bit of overaggression there from Kieka and Tempo. They are not a strong clearing duo necessarily. It's Jingwei Scylla. Play back, play defensive here. Contesting around, you know, midway through the lane is tough here, as NMR is going to try and get shutdowns here as they're on their way to this left-hand side.
A big shutdown over here would definitely turn the tides for Strength of Wood, but I don't know. I think he's a little worried that maybe that game doesn't go too well because look who's around the corner as well as Sunprod, and a 3v3 might not be the move for Strength of Wood right now. We need to try and find Sunprod on the opposite side of the map. Wait for him to show up in solo, and then we go to duo, or vice versa.
Yeah, and I think, look, maybe NMR goes in there, and maybe it goes well, sure, but I think the risk is just a lot bigger than the reward would be in that moment. And so letting this Strength of Wood team kind of sit back, maybe cook a bit. It's not all doom and gloom right now. Look, 2 kills, it looks scary. You know, Golden is an Uller and Rongyu is Ymir. They want to get off to an early lead because it snowballs into these next round of buff spawns. And can they invade? Can they look to be aggressive? Can they look to kill here? Tempo dashing away defensively, so he's fine. He's fine. He's good. But is the next purple buff going to be the invade is where my attention is going to be. Does NMR rotate here to defend here, or does he look to maybe make a play on the right-hand side instead? That's where I think this game's snowball potential can lead to getting out of control.
That worries me a little bit. What we've been seeing from Tempo so far, he hasn't been hitting everything. And we're still a couple minutes in. You got a lot of time to try and hit stuff later on. So I'm not too worried as here comes Sunprod and Solo. Going to force Snatty to hammer back under the tower. I'm a little worried about how these fights go for Tempo because he's going to need to hit a couple more of those abilities to really make an impact. The thing is about Scylla support, you have to be hitting abilities. If you're not, then, I mean, that's pretty much the premise for most gods, right? But especially with Scylla, you have to be hitting those.
Wrongu was looking to invade here, but I do believe, yeah, Strength of Wood secure their second purple buff. And do want to note, Bayonary committing the through space and time on the right-hand side, why not just rotate that over to the left-hand side and use that to invade this purple buff here? Instead, the Sisiete team is just kind of focused on sitting back. And also to note, Strength of Wood, they're getting the important objectives that they need to. They're focused on the rocks on the right-hand side as Tempo in trouble here.
Frost Breath got him stunned, and Ice Ball kept him from walking straight forward, but couldn't find a kill there. He took a good amount of poke, and man, things are looking scary for Strength of Wood's duo. Sisiete are really just bringing the fight to him.
Yeah, but like outside of that initial 2 kills, they really haven't gotten a lot. Strength of Wood were still able to secure their back lefts. They're now secured this purple buff on the left-hand side as well. And NMR's on this left-hand side, they might even look to contest this blue neutral here. So I feel like despite it being so good for Sisiete, they get first blood, they get the second kill, they force important relics. It just hasn't really netted them the stuff after the stuff on the second round, as now oracles are secured by Strength of Wood as well. Look, Sunprod is sick. I love what Sunprod can do on the high mechanical characters. I love when he plays Aladdin, those skill expression characters. Odin just isn't a skill expression character. He kind of jumps in, pops the cage, and someone else makes a play. And Sunprod has just kind of sat back and farmed. Hasn't looked to a left-hand side gank, has tried to look to a right-hand side gank, but Thor is awfully safe. But on this Odin, where can you make a play? We talked about Strength of Wood and how safe their side lanes are, how safe their entire composition is. Sunprod has just not been allowed to make a play anywhere on the map because of what Strength of Wood have drafted here.
So you mean to tell me that Odin Cage isn't skill expression? When you put down the walls.
I mean,
no, I think you're right. I think you're right. I'm just messing with you. It's definitely. I think he excels more on the gods where he can just do so much with the outplay and jumps and everything else. That's really where Sunprod really benefits. Odin isn't too part of his play style, even though we've seen him do really well on it in the past. It's not like what Sunprod is known for. You know what I mean? Like when I think of like Sunprod's like biggest moments, like I don't really think of Odin that much.
Thanatos. I think of Thanatos. I think of like the Susano moments where he's just going in and 1v4ing. Like I love those moments. On this team though, Sunprod is kind of, taking a step back a little bit, I find. He's kind of being more of the facilitator towards Bayonary and Golden and really relying on his carries. And that's not a bad play style to have. Captain Twig, infamous setup jungler, has been very successful on that play style. It is showing that Sunprod is gaining more experience when playing with players he hasn't really played with before. He's leaning more towards the setup style.
Yeah, I agree with that. I think that Sunprod tries to do both. I like him more as the carry jungler rather than like the setup jungler, but I think there's success in either way. As maybe it looks like NMR might get choked out here all by himself in the enemy jungle. Dual lane rotates over. He's forced to somersault away, but there's no wind sprite around to provide him safety. Still chasing him down. Gungears might lock him down. And there's a Fear No Evil out, forced away. Sunbats might save his life. Good damage following through for Sisiete. Somersault brings him past the tier 1, going to the tier 2. And he's not going to get taken down there, but that was a close call.
That was a heavy commitment, though, from Sisiete, and I don't think it's going to net them anything here outside of Sunprod invading here on the back left-hand side. NMR has no Fear No Evil, though, so Strength of Wood, they kind of have to be a little wary of where Sisiete are on the map if they're looking to pull an objective here in the next couple of minutes. But again, outside of that aggression that Sisiete is trying to do just doesn't work out. Why? Because NMR is incredibly safe. He's got a stun to self-heal. He's got that jump away. He's even got the blink that he used as well. It is just so hard for Sisiete to really start a fight and commit to one person.
Great wall, though, and that's going to net them the Oracles.
Dude, Rongyu, look, I know you're a longtime comp fan just like me. Rongyu's known for this Ymir. This is not his first rodeo. I mean, he's had a multitude of heydays on this Ymir pick, and the fact that, I mean, it got through to him, I don't even think Ymir's ban-worthy by any means, but Rongyu definitely is comfortable with that pick. There's a bit of trading going on over here. That seems to be the premise of the game so far at the 8-minute mark. There's just a lot of trading, a lot of poke here and there, 2 heavy commitments. One ended with 2 kills, and the other was just a long chase looking for NMR, but didn't find anything. Other than that, just a lot of farming.
And Sunprod is hovering on this left-hand side, as is Rongyu. Tempo is here first, though, and should be able to spot out these 2 members. And yeah, Sunprod is going to be spotted out. Golden continuing to try and be aggressive here on this left-hand side on the Uller, and it's worked out so far, as here comes Sunprod, but again, just too safe in this duo lane.
Yeah, there's just no way. Even with Tempo having some abilities down there, Sunprod was right in not feeling comfortable in taking that fight because there's just nobody tanky enough. Think about it. Rongyu's only got Eye of Providence right now, and the only thing that Sunprod has is a Triton's Conch and a bamboo. I mean, a Bumba's bamboo, a Bumba's hammer. Like, there's just no way that you win a dive like that. There's no way.
Yeah, the bamboo spear is just going to allow him to clear up the... No, anyways. I mean, look, this carry, I might be a little more worried, but Odin can kind of transition into this mid game in a pretty decent spot where he can be a little tankier. He can give his team a little bit more power with this Triton's Conch, as they are trying to look for this Queen Nog on this left-hand side and get it. That's a small victory that just kind of leans towards them maybe looking to pull an objective sooner rather than later. Small victories like that can help them gain bigger leads. We just need to see those plays happen outside of just looking for a kill here or there.
You know what I like about Sesiete right now is that they're utilizing the tad bit of pressure they put out in early duo, and they're maintaining very prominent farm patterns through that. Even though it might just look like 2 kills on the board, look at the gold lead. It's over 1,000 in favor of Sesiete just off of farming, just off of walking around the map and taking down camps. No objectives even ripped so far, but that might change here as Gold Fury burn begins by Sesiete. And up walks Tempo, 3k health on that Gold Fury, and MR walks through. The Resist Thunder online. Who will take it though? Tempo steals it away. Tempo steals it with I'm a Monster. That's a massive steal. Both teams back off. No fight happens afterwards, but a massive steal from Tempo is what changed the mood right there. That is huge.
Man, I was just ready to say this is fantastic from Sesiete. They use the Naga that they just gained on this left-hand side and transfer that small objective, hopefully to a bigger objective, and Tempo just says, nah, this is mine here. I'm a Monster steals that one away. And you just cannot outconfirm Scylla in moments like this without Sunder. And look what's down. Rongyu, 3 seconds on that Sunder, still not available in that moment. And it cost them. Yes, it was around, 1,000, 2,500, or 2,000-ish for the lead. It's still just hovering at the same here for the gold lead. So Strength of Wood, we talked about it. If they keep this gold lead around 1,000 or 2,000 even going into the mid game, they're in a good spot. They want to scale. They want to be in, 5 items here at 20, 30 minutes in, with Sesiete also at 4 or 5 items here in the 20-minute mark. This is tough here for Strength of Wood, or sorry, for Sesiete, because what do you do next? You go towards Pyromancer, maybe, but Yanis doesn't have the best burn in the game. Are you really going to commit Yanis to there? Are you going to commit the rotation from Golden? Are you going to commit the rotation from Dishonored? Dishonored wants to continue to keep farming because they're not leaning towards that Devos build. They're going more towards a full defensive, in-your-face build.
This has been so cool to watch. I still can't get over the I'm a Monster steal. And Tempo didn't even need Sunder. Sunder stayed up, but he might be paying for it with his 5 step forward just a tad and tries to leap to his safety. But Baronary meets him there. Massive damage comes through. And Golden solos Kieko on the left side as well. 2 kills down for Strength of Wood. Sesiete utilize that pressure, make their way towards Pyro. But look at Thor, who might jump in. Doesn't have a Sunder though, so I don't think it's worth using Avalodon to jump in on that. That's probably the smarter play. I thought he was for a moment, but yeah, Pyro goes towards Sesiete for free. That's a very nice rip.
Love that ultimate from Bayonary. Just Tempo doesn't buffer the dash, just has to really stay alive because step too far forward again. We've kind of talked about it, you know, Tempo just playing a little too far forward here on the Scylla, not entirely tanky just yet. Gets CC'd for all high heavens, gets over half their health bar taken away, and then pops the dash. And Bayonary says, yeah, I know exactly where you're going to be. Through space and time, clips him. That's one easy kill. And the rest of the team plays far forward. Societe netting themselves a Pyromancer. Golden netting himself a solo kill on this left-hand side. This Uller now 2-0-1 here, continuing to snowball their lead. Has around 2 levels. Would like to see that transfer more towards a bit more aggression on this left-hand side. Maybe a Gold Fury that's due to spawn in a few minutes here.
Speaking of builds, one thing you talked about very early on during picks and bans was how Bayonary is going to take his build going into this. Looks like we're seeing Book and the Soul Gem into the Dagger, the Spear of Desolation. How do you feel about this?
Yeah, I'm more of a fan of the full CDR build out of the Yanis. You know, the Chronos Pendant, the Deso, even Soul Gem as well is kind of finicky for me because this tells me that Bayonary does want to play more towards a one-shot build, especially with the Book of Thoth, just a high int power item. It doesn't really provide any passives. It doesn't really provide any, you know, percent extra damage. Soul Gem, you're really only using getting it off of the one ability, the Unstable Vortex, or maybe the ultimate as well. It's just you're really only getting one Soul Gem proc per fight because of the way Yanis plays. The Threshold isn't going to proc Soul Gem. The Portal, if you're using it for mobility, isn't going to really stack it up quickly. It really is just the Unstable Vortex. So it is a true one-shot build that he's likely leaning towards, as Kaidan going to pop the ultimate just for vision to see if Societe is on that Gold Fury. But with that ultimate being down, does Societe look for a play on a side lane here now that that free vision is off the table? In fact, actually, they're going to look to pull Gold Fury here.
That's a smart move because not a lot of opposition from Societe around, but a block Sun Prod moves through. Odin Cage is out, 1,000 health. I'm a Monster secures it away. Very nice indeed from Tempo as they get another Gold Fury under their belt. Will Societe make them pay for it though, as the chase still continues from Sun Prod and Bayonary, but no stun found, no CC lockdown, so Strength of Wood get out of there scotch-free. And with the Gold Fury under their belts, they might not have any kills. At the 15.5-minute mark, they might have a goose egg on the scoreboard as far as kills go, but 2 Gold Furies is going to keep them in this game as far as gold goes. They're only down about 1,000, a bit more on top of that, which is nothing too wild.
No, we talked about they want to be in around this spot. This is perfect for them. 2,200. That's fine. If it gets to around 4,000, it's a little spooky. But being at this, you know, at this gold deficit at this stage of the game, 15 minutes in, you're content with that. If you're Strength of Wood, you're still scaling. Kaidan's still getting stronger here on this Nuwa. You know, has 3 items now: the Soul Gem, the Ancient Signet, the Chronos Pendant. Is going for a true one-shot build that procs a little bit easier on that Soul Gem. It's just tough. Societe, they just had no vision around the objective. A couple of members back at unlucky timings, and Strength of Wood take full advantage of it, pull the objective, rip it, and commit to it. That is trust in Tempo to use the ultimate, the I'm a Monster, as well as the Sunder on top to just get that burst damage to fully commit to that objective and secure it, as NMR could get caught here on this right-hand side.
Big pull by Mulan, and Shards of Ice might take down NMR. Dishonored finds the final touch of death. NMR just stepped up a tad bit too far. He's going to pay for it with his life as Sunprod goes over Kaidan in the middle lane. Big damage from Barrow right there. Good lord, will Kaidan fall here? The jump from Odin might say so. Sunprod's able to find the kill. I'm a Monster won't be saving anybody today. As we continue to dive deep and maybe look for Tempo. Great stun from the Frostbeth, followed by the Glacial Strike, will definitely hurt Tempo just a tad. It looks like they care less about Tempo and care more about that tier 1 tower. Sunprod continues to dive though. Gungear's Might does not find the stun. That's okay. We're just pressuring so we can get this tier 1 for free.
Man, for all the praise we gave Strength of Wood, that is bad here. Losing your mid and jungle here, you know, around 17 minutes. It's okay to give a bit of a gold lead, sure. But then continuing to give some kills away, that is when it gets tough here, especially on the important scalers like the Nuwa, because it's fine. It's gold going the way of Societe, but more importantly, it's now suddenly that's not going the way of your mid laner. That's farm not going the way of your jungler to the point where they can scale. They need to continue to scale, and if they're dead, you don't do that. So it is tough to give away kills like that if you're Strength of Wood. Again, it's not all doom and gloom yet. They're still kind of in this. There's no big objective that was taken immediately after those kills, but it's this next Gold Fury that I'm looking towards Societe. Are they going to be the ones grouping there first? Are they going to be the ones looking to make a play right before the objective spawns and hopefully net themselves on their first Gold Fury, because they haven't gotten one yet this game?
As Queen Naga gets taken down by Strength of Wood, they could use that to try and sneak a third Gold Fury, and 3 strikes you're out for Societe. I mean, losing 2 golds is already bad enough, but having 3 gold pips for Strength of Wood is definitely going to hurt Societe. If they lose 1 or 2 fights, Strength of Wood just has so much more opportunity with those gold pips in favor to take down structures in the blink of an eye, to push out a fountain like in quick time. There's just so much utility that you get out of those pips. As Pyro gets focused down by Societe, Strength of Wood don't even bother with contesting. That's cool. Don't use any resources on Pyro. You want to save them for gold.
Yeah, absolutely. They want to be looking towards this Gold Fury that's due to spawn. And look at this. Left-hand side, Golden hovering, Sunprod on the way. They're hovering around this objective early because they know what happened last time. They want to be here first. And I love that they're doing exactly that. Wrong, you hovering the right-hand side because he knows that at this stage of the game, Fire Giant is an avenue here for Strength of Wood if Societe is the one committing to Pyromancer here. They do have the through space and, or sorry, Gold Fury, excuse me. Bayonary has the through space and time to rotate over, but looks like they're just going to commit to this Gold Fury instead. Strength of Wood on it first.
The burn begins here at about half health, and Tempo's using Abo Monster to try and secure it away. 2,000 health, 1,000 health. Bayonary steals it. Barrow steals the Gold Fury. Sunprod finds a kill on Tempo, and Societe coming out of the woodworks to turn this fight around. And Strength of Wood have lost 2 bodies so far. Maybe make it 3. NMR barely able to get out of harm's way. And wait a minute, Dishonored's chasing down Snatty. Will this be a one-on-one here in the jungle? There's 2 healthy beefcakes. I don't really think this ends in a kill, but that was a humongous steal from Barrow.
Rod of Tahuti comes up big here in that moment. Just so much power going towards this Yanis, where that steal can come through on the unstable Vortex. Barrow just is getting to that point where they're also a factor in this game, up 2 levels over Kaidon, and that is the lead that we do need to mention. Societe, yeah, they have the lead, but it's on early game characters as hold everything. Societe, they're here first. They're pulling the Fire Giant.
Pulling the Fire Giant away, 8,000 health on it. Strength of Wood surrounding the area, biding their time, waiting to jump in. 5,000 health on the Fire Giant. It does get dropped. And look at Snatty on the right side, forced to use the Amphiladon to back away. All 5 members from both teams still here. The burn goes back to Societe. Strength of Wood hovering around the corner. Look at Rongu pressing forward. Frosted Breath connects, and here comes the Odin Cage looking for some backline. Look at NMR getting torn apart. Fear No Evil forced out, gets the beads away from Sunprod. Sunprod takes down NMR. Dishonored in the backline as well. Kiyuka getting a lot of pressure. Snatty trying to turn the tides of the battle away and maybe take down Sunprod. I'm a Monster's out. Can we find the final touch? The shield barely saves Sunprod's life. But there's another proc, but he's able to jump over the wall. That's a great back away, a great retreat from Societe, because Strength of Wood don't have the health to take down Fire, and looks like they're chasing after kills instead. They want to find Sunprod. They want to take him off the map. Can they do so? Tempo can't find the lockdown. The shield won't let him do enough damage. Look at Sunprod. I mean, just putting on movement right now. The mobility from this guy is insane, but Societe facing down Snatty. I don't know if they're going to be able to catch him, though. Big damage coming from Bayro. Beats forced away from Snatty, but he's still on the run. Ice Wall not in range just yet. Great stun from Snatty, and all 5 are still continuing to chase after Snatty. Societe are sure they're going to find the lockdown. Yes, they are. Ice Wall followed by the Frost Breath. Locks down Snatty. Frozen in time. Nowhere to go. Societe pick up on another kill and maybe make their way towards Fire Giant once more.
One of the best parts of Yanis's kit is that chase down potential, the portals, the threshold to give your team movement speed to chase members down. Snatty, despite being on his Thor, doesn't have a whole lot of cooldown in the build, so can't just continue to hammer away to safety as Strength of Wood. They're not here. Kieka, left-hand side. NMR, left-hand side. This Fire Giant should be free for Societe unless Tempo can do something about it.
He's getting too much pressure. There's no way he can walk forward. He's forced to use the wind sprite to get
He's
back
dead.
away. Tempo cannot get out of this. Bayro and the rest of Sestiete are chasing after Tempo, but he's barely able to get to the safety of the tier 2 tower. That's fine. We're distracting him so Fire Giant can go, and that it does. All 5 members of Sestiete with Fire Giant belts around their waist and a dagger in hand for Bayro. This looks very good for their gameplay. Look at this, 0 to 11. Strength of Wood still have yet to find a kill in this game. And while they're maintaining decent gold, they're only down 4K. 11 kills for Sestiete and a goose egg for Strength of Wood.
I mean, we kind of mentioned in the picks and bans, what is it going to come down to? It's going to come down to the builds. Keka went for a full crit build against 3 frontliners, is now just building towards that Titan's Bane, but Deathbringer, such an expensive item. It's so hard to get this build to a point where it's really effective in this game. And with how the game pace has gone, Strength of Wood have kind of forced this game to go quickly. They've pulled every single Gold Fury as quickly as they can on spawn, on rip, and that has forced Sestiete to fight into them. And that's what honestly has given Sestiete a lead here. They've contested objectives, they've gotten small wins off of gold pulls, and now all of a sudden, Strength of Wood, they're not out of this game, sure. This is still very much fightable, but are they really in a position where they can, defend these tier 2 towers? Probably not. So that's going to be more gold going the way of Sestiete. Can they defend these birds? Well, it depends. They have Fire Giant on all 5 members, and look, with how much space Sestiete can create, you can just allow Golden to just continue to wail on these towers, wail on these birds as much as he wants. And now this should as well be a free Gold Fury. That'll be 2 pips towards Sestiete. They'll only need 1 more to the point where they make sieging a whole lot easier for themselves.
2 tier 2 towers down. They only have the right one up for Strength of Wood, as all 5 members of Sestiete with Fire Giant belts still around make their way towards the Ancient Fury. But Snatty knows, so does Tempo, and they make their way towards that direction. 8K on the Ancient Fury now. The burn continues in quick time. No way for Strength of Wood to try and contest this. Maybe a stray Anvil of Dawn is their only move, but that move was not made. Instead, we back things up. A Snatty on the retreat yet again, and I don't know what Strength of Wood do here to stay alive.
Yeah, I'm not entirely certain either. NMR just trying to split push here and trying to hit level 20 and get those starters, I think. It's just farming for whatever power spike we can at this point and hope Kaidon can finish this Ob Shard before this next Fire Giant spawn here, because Kaidon is doing decent damage, sure, top of the player damage, but Bayro is the one that's really doing effective player damage in team fights. Kaidon's just kind of throwing out that ultimate, and it's forcing members to kind of hesitate on their engage, sure, especially the carries. But with how much frontline here is, it's kind of difficult to make it work, as Dishonored here getting pincered on the left-hand side.
Bit of a skirmish happening on the left by the Bird. And Sestiete are trying to find a way in, but just can't find an engage so far. We're playing it safe, we're playing it slow. It's all about violence and timing for Sestiete. Can they find the right moment to strike? Not just yet.
No, and this is fine. Sestiete, they kind of want to do exactly what they're doing. Forcing members of Strength of Wood to play in their base. Don't allow them to walk out, split push, find whatever farm they can, walk forward, make them have to back to base to defend you, and then go and take their jungle, go and take your own farm, and get whatever objective you want, back for power spikes, and then come back on the map and look for the next objective, because there's nothing for them to get right now. Maybe the tier 2 on the right could have been the angle here for Sestiete, get a little bit extra gold, but taking away their jungle is just so much more effective. As Strength of Wood, they will get themselves this Pyromancer here, but outside of that, look, it's something. It's something, it's gold, and that's what they need right now. But still, I look at the avenues of the builds of Strength of Wood. It's a Hydra's here for Keka on the Jingwei. So again, leaning on that one-shot potential. So not going to be targeting Sunprod, not going to be targeting Dishonored, both of whom have Spectrals. Probably can't target out Wrong You. You're looking to try and get to Bayro and Golden. And one of those characters has a jump that can go over the wall. The other literally portals through the wall. 2 characters kind of difficult to lock down here. It really is just going to have to... You really need NMR or Snatty to make a play. Get a big Fear No Evil. Get a big wall like that. But again, just nowhere close. And in fact, getting 1v1'd in mid by Sunprod.
Remind me when we get Bingo back up and going for Smite Prime to put no kills by 20 minutes on the card,
Got you.
because this is the first time, even at 27, that we've had no kills on one team at all. I mean, obviously there's not going to be a game ever that has no kills on either side, but one team not having a single kill so far is wild. And the fact that they're still alive, they're still here, they're only down 5K. I mean, that's still a pretty decent amount. Definitely uh-oh territory, as some would say. But Strength of Wood are still here. They're confident in fighting back against Sesiete and not letting them rip objectives for free, as all 5 from Seis are there by fire and they start the burn.
Dishonor are going to be looking to zone here as much as possible. Kieka has to be the target here of Barrow.
They're looking for that one-shot potential. Dishonored lost a lot of health right there. That's a lot of frontline loss in such a quick amount of time. And that's exactly what I was saying. Strength of Wood are confident in their fight back. They're ready for anything that Sesiete can throw at them. Maybe they don't try and take fights to them. They're just kind of ready to contest when need be.
And look at this. Kieka ran to the right-hand side, pushed a wave. This is good from Strength of Wood there, because the game isn't continuing to snowball. Anytime that they can just pause the game in moments like this, where they force Sesiete to back off and go farm their jungle for a bit, that gives them time to go over here to the left-hand side, farm their own jungle here for Strength of Wood. Kieka continuing to farm, wants to get to 6 items as soon as possible, hits that 100 mark on the Devourer's Gauntlet here. So this Jingwei is getting to the point where they will be a true late game carry, where they can just one-shot a backliner if they can get to it, as Snatty plays aggressive there, has to back away to safety. I believe that's their Magi's popped on them.
And the Ancient Fury burn begins here. Seis are going after it. Strength of Wood have all 5 here. Ancient Fury down to half health, but Odenkay just forced out Envelodon in the air. I'm a monster from Tempo. How do we get this fight going? Fear to Evil's out. Baroneri takes down NMR. Turning the tides though. Kaidon does massive damage. Barrow's dead. Massive shutdown. Massive shutdown as Sunprod continues to chase Kaidon. What can Tempo do here? A lot of low health bars for Seis. Shard devices out. Kieka turns the tides though. Golden takes down Kieka, and Tempo gets out with just a little bit of health, and Snatty by himself by the Ancient Fury and getting chased away. Golden has nowhere to go. Tempo is dead. 4 bodies down for Strength of Wood, and Seis just cashed in on a massive dub.
Man, I don't know what happened there. 3 members all grouped up, and Kieka looked like he had the perfect avenue with the AoE crit autos, but just couldn't lock down a target in that moment. The Scylla running out just in time. Only Snatty left to defend here. NMR up in 12 seconds. I don't think this is an end call. I'm not even sure if they can necessarily get the bird here. Snatty plays aggressive here onto Golden, forced to use the beads here, but that's fine. He's just stalling. NMR up in 3.
He's just stalling, and that's the right thing to do. Look at Snatty putting pressure on Dishonored. Rongyu can't tank the bird no longer.
Can't do it.
And looks like they're forced to go back. That's a good distraction. That's exactly what Snatty needed to do right there. He needed to distract, and that's what he did. He just saved the bird for Strength of Wood.
Yeah, and most importantly, again, it just stalls the map state. Gold Fury wasn't taken. And what's happening here? Kaidon's getting to the point where they're at critical mass. Almost 6 items here. It's still a 5,000 gold lead for Sesiete. It's just even there in that moment. It hasn't, declined. It hasn't really grown much. So it's just stagnant. This is allowing Kaidon to get to 6 items. 6 items completed for Kieka. Only that starter being required here. And both the Nuwa and Jingwei are really starting to swing here now. You saw that damage come through here from Kaidon's ultimate just for free. And it's really most impactful on the carries more than anything else. Snatty has really kept this team in this game. I love what he's done on this Thor so far, being aggressive on the backline, forcing them to hesitate on the engages, buying time around these objectives for as long as possible with that Anvil of Dawn, despite not going in necessarily. It has been a great play from the Thor. Now Rongyu could get caught.
Rongyu could get caught here. Kaidon getting a lot of pressure in the back line from Sunprod. Odin Cage is out, and Sunprod continues the chase. In goes Dishonored as well. Massive oh my god, Nuwa might do big things. Barrow's dead. Golden is dead. Dishonored finds Kaidon though. Wait a minute, Kieka could be next. He's gonna be forced to back away. NMR by himself in the back line with Snatty. Rongyu trying to swing what's left, trying to give him everything he's got. Sunprod still chasing down NMR. The stun lands from Snatty though to prevent the chase, and Snatty can't find anything from there. That's 2 bodies down for Seis, and Strength of Wood only lost Kaidon. That's kind of a dub for them.
Man, I was trying to figure out why is Kaidon holding his ult for so long here, and it's because NMR is just diving the backline with Snatty, and it nets Kaidon 2 important kills there. Really great play from Strength of Wood to just keep that communication and comms going of, hey, just hold it, hold it, hold it. Okay, now ult, use the new ult. And we mentioned it, you know, going to this game. When is new ult impactful? It's going to be in 2 instances. It's going to be using it for damage to try and get a member low to force them to back, or it's looking for those executes off that ultimate. As Societe, they're here to try and defend this Gold Fury. I don't know if they can.
Fear No Evil's out, so is I'm a Monster. Ancient Fury has 3,000 health.
Oh, it's
Sunprod
low.
dives into the back line. Odin Cade is out.
Wrong
Who's going to
you?
steal it away? Tempo secures, and Dishonor takes down Tempo, though. Massive through space and time. Bayro finds Tempo. 2 bodies dead for Strength of Wood, and Snatty fighting with his life. Beats Force away, and Windsprite to safety, but Strength of Wood just lost 2. That was a massive secure, though.
From downtown comes Baron Ares through space and time. 2 members dead on the side of Strength of Wood, and that's Kieka. That's an important part of Strength of Wood's damage. Only Kaidon with this ultimate here to now be impactful to defend against this Fire Giant. I don't know if you can, though, if you're Strength of Wood. They're going to try, but I don't know. Societe, they just have the numbers here.
No Sunder online for Strength of Wood. No big ult to try and steal this
Snatty.
away. Just Snatty in a dream. Snatty in a dream with 8k health on the Fire Giant. Says continue the
No
burn,
Sunders.
but Snatty's still here. Can he do it by himself? Can he bring the fight to Sace? He's taking a whole lot of damage, and here comes the rest of Strength of Wood. Sunprod in the backline with the Odin Cage. Kaidon's dead. Snatty's still fighting for his life, and the Fire Giant's been dropped. We've turned the tide to the battle instead, and Amar forces out Fear No Evil, and then somersaults over the wall. He just wants to pull them off the fire, and he did that successfully. We might have lost Kaidon, but the Fire Giant gets dropped there.
Pull here. I feel like this should be a pull avenue here. Societe just sent all 4 members back to base, but no, they're going to take their time. And so it's now a 5v4 situation with Kaidon dead for another 30 seconds. Societe, they're going to feel like they're having to pull this, I imagine, here, force the 5-on-4, but I don't know if they will. Strength of Wood, you know, they're kind of getting to the point where they are at the late game. 6 items and starter items completed here for both mid and AD carry here on Strength of Wood, as Sunprod looking to take a 1v1 against NMR.
NMR is a little tanky. I don't know if we take
He's
him
slow.
down here. Yes, we do. Good slow. Gungear Smite doesn't find the stun, but NMR is dead to Baronary. 1 dead for Strength of Wood. Kaidon has 5 seconds before he's out of the fighting.
Oh, I like
and
this.
Cess might be looking to put an end to this game, going after the left side bird, but Tempo doesn't want to give this up for free. Societe, all 5 are grouping up on left side. Frost Breath forces out beads away from Tempo.
Uh-oh.
I'm a Monster's out to try and put some damage onto the back line. Look at Sunprod going after Snatty. Snatty is dead. Wait, Snatty finds a kill on Bayro. Bayro's dead. 1 down for Cess. There's a lot of low health bars on that side. Dishonored might die
gotta
here.
get out.
Sunprod low as well. The shield and the jump might get him to safety. Look at Jingwei. What is going on here? What is going on? No way. No way. Strength of Wood just turned this around, and Rongyu can't get out of the fight. Strength of Wood just turned this down. They lost the bird, but they got a couple kills out of it.
This should be a free Fire Giant for Strength of Wood. You can see they're beelining right towards it. Barrow being the first one to die there makes it a lot harder for Societe to kind of commit to the bird. Not only that, but also get out for free. You know, the through space and time is a great get out of jail free card, but if he's the first one dying at the fight, you then don't have it to get out there scot-free. And I like the call. Go force the bird, because the Fire Giant siege is going to be a little more difficult to commit to. But losing Rongyu, losing Barrow, Barrow's up in 10, has ultimate available to him.
Strength of Wood, burning fire, down to half health. Societe
Rongyu
just
has
showed up
Thunder.
though.
He's not
Snatty's
here.
zoning in the front line. Dishonored's in the pit.
Sunprod.
Sunprod's around the corner. Ults out from Mulan. Fear No Evil's out as well. I'm a Monster pushed away. Burn continues on the Fire Giant. Kieka takes down 1. Sunprod finds Kaidon as well though. 1 body dead on each side so far. Ambledon puts him in the air. NMR might get put down here.
Woo-hoo!
Odin Jump will take down NMR. Kieka takes down Sunprod though. Tempo by himself. He's going to secure this fire. Pyro bombs out. Snatty chases down Bayro. Tempo's dead to the fire. Who's going to take the fire? Wait a minute. Oh, Jingwei's back on it. Oh, Jing just wants to back off as well. Fire can't be burned. Nobody can take down. Wait a minute. He's going back in. Kieka's going to die here. Is he going to die to this? He has to put on the
die to this.
No. Kieka's dead. The Fire Giant taking down everyone. He wants hands with both teams. Snatty chasing down Golden, and he's able to find the kill. Good Lord, what just happened?
Fire Giant,
What just
MVP of this game, got 2 kills in that team fight against Strength of Wood. I mean, look, a lot of credit to Sunprod, I think, more than anything. Had a wrap around of the sentry on the backhand side, forced Strength of Wood to kind of really stand around in that Fire Giant and just take so much damage there in the pit. And what a great up down there to avoid NMR as well. His up down, he kind of out jumped the jump and up down onto the Monkey Man. So Societe, they're still in it, but this is on a razor's edge at this point. Societe, though, despite it being a full wipe of everyone, favors them. Left-hand side Bird still down for Strength of Wood, so they kind of have to take their time around defending these Fire Giant sieges, because they have to do a little bit of homework. They have to push out this left-hand side wave first, of Fire Giant waves. But you can see they're grouping here on the right-hand side already, and no one's really avenuing to this left-hand side. Okay, Kieka's going there now. So they do have to spend some time pushing on this left-hand side before they can look to defend this Fire Giant.
Good Lord, 38 minutes into this game. Strength of Wood went from no kills at 27 to 10 at 38. They have brought 10 kills out of nowhere, and Societe have only found 4 since then. They have been making moves. Strength of Wood have been doing an incredible job of coming back into this game. And look at the gold lead. It's even. Look, it's even. They were down like 6K earlier. We're even.
It's interesting. Golden still doesn't have 6 items, and Kieka's had it for a hot second now. So there's just important spikes from Societe that they're just not on even footing. And Strength of Wood, we talked about it, they are the better late game, and they're there. They're at 6 items. Members of Societe are not just yet. So it is, you can see Golden backing now, I imagine, gonna have 6 items. Yes, so the Crusher is completed. We are on full even footing. Everyone's 6 items. Everyone has starter upgrades. Everyone has relics. This is going to be just, you know, a round 10 boxing match here where someone's going down one way or the other at this point. Societe should be first to this objective, though, as, again, Strength of Wood have had to clear out this left-hand side. Kieka there, now backing off the base, going to rotate to this right-hand side. Fire Giant. But Societe are here first, and they're the ones pulling.
Fire Giant burn begins. Societe starting the burn here. But Strength of Wood are aware, and they surround the pit like hounds looking for their prey. How will this fight go down, though? And Amar has Fear No Evil online. A lot of ults from both sides. Tempo's missing on Monster, and that's about it.
There's the ult.
Ice Wall blocks off Snatty, and the ult comes out from Nuwa. And Strength of Wood looking to start this fight off right. Evladon in the air. Who is he going to be looking for in the back line? And MR takes down Golden. And Tempo looks for another. Dishonored forced to use the ult to try and get away here. Somersaults in, followed by the Fear No Evil. The stun bats, and Kieka will take him down. But look at Kaidon by himself, getting picked away by Sunprod. Snatty looking to save his life, though. 2 dead for Sace, and Strength of Wood can do with the map as they please.
This should maybe, I don't know if it's game necessarily. You have to imagine Sunprod has to put up a crazy defense here. 5 members strong. This will be the mid bird for sure. And this might be the Titan here. We're kind of at that stage of the game where you don't need new ult to get kills. You just need to pop up to start the fight and go in after. Yanis here has to try and make a play here. Has no through space and time. As Strength of Wood, they're going to go for it. They're going to push onto the Titan.
Sunprod in the back line, putting that pressure on Kaidon, but the Titan's getting melted away in quick time. Societe can't do anything to stop the burn. That's a dub for Strength of Wood.
Strength of Wood hold on for so long there in that game, and they force it to the point where they are just stronger than their opponents. The Nuwa, 6 items. The Jingwei, 6 items. They are just in a great spot there, and they just stalled it out for so long.
Great stuff from both sides, but congratulations, Strength of Wood. You move on to the next round. Who you'll be facing, we'll find out in a few, as we're going to take a quick break, and we will be right back in just a moment. Everybody, and welcome back to Smite Prime. We're live on Smite Prime and Smite Game with week 2 of the October circuit. My name's Morty. If you don't already know me, we've got Jithens, Rosie, Billy, and Testai behind the scenes. And next to me here in the booth is none other than Spirited Book. How are we feeling, my man?
Pretty good after that game. That was a long one, and it was that was pretty good. I mean, all things considered. We talked about kind of the meta of Smite and what it comes down to. And look, Societe, they had a great early game, but what does it come down to? It comes down to the late game compositions of Strength of Wood. Kaidon and Kieka finally getting to their 6 items, finally getting to their starters to the point where they can just, 1v9 carry for pretty much the entire late game.
Yeah, that was so much from Sis. I mean, like they honestly did a great job of just maintaining pressure throughout the game for the most part, but it just took a little bit of timing from Strength of Wood, just a little bit of a waiting game, just biding your time and getting ready to go at the last moment's notice. And that's what they did. They did it well, and they walked away with a W, and that's awesome for them. I was shocked. I mean, and I kind of knew going into it that like this wasn't going to be a stomp. I know that there's a lot of strength on the side of Sayas. I mean, they've got a lot of great players over there. Baroneri, Golden, Rongu, Sunprod, Dishonored, a lot of amazing players. But when you're up against Snatty, when you're up against Kieka, Kaidon, and there's some dogs over there.
Yeah, and I mean, I want to give a lot of credit to NMR and Snatty in particular. These two kept them in this game for so long. Snatty in particular, just continuing to kind of beast mode in the back line, bought so much time with his build. It's not a lifesteal build anymore here in the solo lane for either of these two solo laners. And Snatty just is so healthy, just stayed alive for so long. You look at the side of Societe, they don't really have a lot of tank killing potential. The Euler is leaning more towards a lot of power and strength behind the build, so his abilities hit pretty hard. But Snatty could just kind of run at these two, and Yanis isn't a true really tank killer at all. So they kind of just got to run at the back line, and Societe, they didn't really have an answer. Come mid game, Snatty defends the mid bird at moments that were really important to kind of just stall out the map pressure. It really was Societe's, and they had so much potential. These early Gold Fury pulls and steals from Tempo were also so sick. Like, just so many things went the way of Strength of Wood as a team to the point where, yeah, Kaidon presses 4 and you just win the team fight.
Kaidon presses 4. That's what it came down to. I mean, and I wanted to bring this up to you during the game. I just didn't get a chance to ask about how this build went and how prominent it was. And obviously, I mean, look at the player damage chart with 60K on the board. What?
I mean, I love it. I love the Ancient Signet. I love the Soul Gem procs, the Soul Reaver, Rod Obshar, just so much power behind that build allows Kaidon to just get to that point where they can pop 4 and one-shot someone after, stacking up that Soul Gem. And again, just no Aegises on the side of Societe. It's all beads and Asunder from Rongu. So you don't have that way of kind of, and again, what does it come down to? Compositions that force you to feel bad for going a specific relic. They have to go beads against the Humbots, and you just can't afford to go Aegis. So Kaidon gets to that point where they could be so impactful. 62k damage here on the Nuwa.
Well, let's see who Strength of Wood will be facing as they move their way down the bracket. Curious to see the other teams that have made it through, as we should be approaching the semis, is what I believe.
I believe this is semis that we're about to witness. Yeah. Smite 2 Bad Boys versus Glurp, and Strength of Wood versus Clocked In or 800 GPM. That match still taking place at this moment, so we'll have to, keep tabs on it. But Smite 2 Bad Boys versus Glurp, that's going to be a good matchup.
Yeah, Will, I like the Smite 2 Bad Boys. Now that they've got Scream on their team, you can tell by the 5Ms, of course. That team is definitely dominant. It is no surprise that they made it this far in the bracket. Oh, and the giveaway. We completely forgot to bring up the giveaway again. There's a giveaway going on, by the way, in exclusively the Smite Game Twitch. You come in here and you put hashtag giveaway in the TTV Smite Prime chat. You have a chance to win this skin.
Yeah, in Smite Prime, not Smite Game like I saw people doing a little bit earlier. It has to be at twitch.tv/Smite Prime. Type in that chat. The bot will
click your name in there, and you will be locked in for the giveaway and get a chance to win Misdiagnosis Neath.
I'm gonna enter right now, and if I get it, I'll give it to one of y'all. I promise. I'm just.
Are we gonna take a chance to just quickly? All right, let me just yep, okay.
I got it.
And hashtag giveaway. Yeah, okay, I'm good. All right, our next matchup of the day here, Glurp versus my two bad boys.
It's going to be awesome. I am excited. And we haven't seen a lot of Glurp. We haven't seen BennyQ in quite some time. Ever since the infamous split of the team that was once known as Cherry Slush and then became Donzi, there's a bit of a roster apocalypse that went down. And a lot of these teammates went their separate ways. And let's see who's where during picks and bans. We're making our way there right here, right now. And look at this new roster here that we haven't seen yet. Valo, Remakami, BennyQ, Speak No Evil, and Tuba.
Pretty decent. I kind of like this roster. I feel like some players really benefited from the Cherry Slush breakup, so to speak, more than others. Like Scream, definitely an upgrade here on my two bad boys. But I mean, look, BennyQ was on a pretty solid team. I would argue this is a downgrade, but still solid players. Speak No Evil, a solid support player, was on that clocked in roster before Happen was, and won there. Remakami, a solid soul laner, was on this My Two Bad Boys roster before John Rowing came in. So this is a bit of a revenge matchup here for some of the members on Glurp. BennyQ going up against his ex jungler, and Remakami against his ex team.
This is interesting. This really definitely it makes the odds a little more interesting going into this, because Scream going up against BennyQ, I mean, they were former teammates. They were brother in hand for quite some time. And now it's the quite opposite. Now they're up against each other. And this kind of leads to an interesting advantage where your teammates, right? You played with this guy for so long, you're going to know his pros, his cons, what he plays, what he doesn't play, and all this and that, what he comms. That's stuff that as a former teammate that you'll be taking into this matchup. As Bologna gets locked in, probably going towards John Rowing.
Yeah, I got to imagine John Rowing is going to be taking this one. Though we have seen Scream play Bologna jungle in the past, I got to imagine that this is where, it's going to John Rowing. And this tells me that my two bad boys prioritize the Bologna over Aladdin and Jingwei. Doug has been a big fan of the Jingwei. Scream is a big fan of the Aladdin, but Scream also likes the Tsukiyomi, and that's what his response is going to be in the jungle here.
Okay. You've got in-kit CC immunity. You've got a pretty good amount of crowd control as well. There's a lot to take away from Aladdin here, as Ares makes his way in as well. We haven't seen Ares in quite some time. That definitely changes the pace up a little bit. Dude, what? These are some crazy picks coming through. Speak No Evil on the Amir? Say no more. Say no more, man. I'm so here for this.
So my two bad boys, again, doing the thing we talk about time and time again. It's forcing a team to feel bad for going a specific relic. I love the Tsukiyomi paired with the Ares. The Ares is the one that's going to force members of Glurp to go beads, and Tsukiyomi is going to be the one that wants to force them to go Aegis here. Baron Samedi here, that's got to be from Moswell, I imagine. Another character that forces beads really well, and Doug's going to be playing the Apollo in the ADC role. Just a ton of global pressure there, as well as just a good boxer here. Against the Artemis, though, I'm not so sure if I like this matchup for Doug, but I think it should be okay in the mid game. But Artemis, if she's allowed to get to that late game, will just be a stupid strong carry here for Glurp. And if they and just the roster as a whole for Glurp, it's Jingwei, Aladdin, Artemis, some of the best late game carries in the game right now.
And with so much lockdown from Glurp, you've got a lot of crowd control on that side between the knockup for Jingwei. Ymir has multiple hard CCs, so does Wukong. Artemis's passive is going to go nuts here. There's going to be so much damage on their side. I mean, Glurp is going to be able to melt my two bad boys if they don't position correctly, if they don't play their cards right. On the other side, my two bad boys have a whole lot of lockdown. Life of the party from Baron. Ares has no escape. That's going to be pulling some huge beads and everything else, just melting resources away from Glurp. So then when Eagles Rally comes through, Tsukiyomi is going to force an Aegis or two, so not everyone's even going to get beads. they honestly, I think Bad Boys played this picks and bans phase really well, but Glurp have a really strong team as well. I'm kind of having a hard time putting my favor towards one or the other.
Yeah, I think it's really is going to depend on matchup and the dynamic of the matchups. You know, we saw Glurp lock in the Aladdin and then the Jingwei. And what was the response? It was the Tsukiyomi. I'm not quite certain how the matchup is going to fare of Tsukiyomi versus Jingwei because I, like perhaps Smite 2 Bad Boys, assumed that that Jingwei was going to go to ADC. But now with the Artemis lock in, tells me it's going to the jungle and it's going to be probably Aladdin mid, unless this is Benny Q on Artemis mid. That is my only other, you know, moment of saying, hey, is this possible as well? Because we've seen Moswell play the Artemis from time to time. And that maybe is why it was taken away here from Moswell. But I'm not entirely sold on where anything is going for Glurp just yet. And I think that does matter of whether I think this team is going to be successful or not. I think if the team is Aladdin in mid and Artemis ADC, Jingwei jungle, I don't like it as much as I would say Artemis mid, Jingwei ADC, Aladdin in the jungle here. I would like that pairing a lot more. I think Smite 2 Bad Boys would have a harder time dealing with that pairing.
So we're back to this mid lane matchup that I'm not so sure about. So I'm seeing what looks like Aladdin maybe for Benny Q, because Jingwei probably goes in the jungle, Artemis probably in carry. I'm imagining that Aladdin's going middle up against
it's Aladdin
Baron.
or Artemis. Yeah, it's one of the two. I'm not sold on which it is, and I think both carries are decent into Baron. I think the Aladdin's a little safer just because Artemis doesn't have a true dash, just has that CC immunity in the ultimate.
Right.
So the Aladdin can kind of dash away if they play near a wall, clear the way from a distance, a little safer. Though Moswell is going to be very vulnerable to the Artemis if Benny Q is playing it and he hits 5 first. We've seen time and time again, Moswell, you know, plays aggressive in the lane levels 1 through 4 to get themselves to level 5 first, and then just instantly pops the ult and just tries to either force his beads and tries to solo kill you right then and there. If Benny Q can kind of use the Artemis aggressively to match in the levels 1 through 4 and hit 5 first, they're going to put themselves in a much better spot here in the early game, though, to try and get first blood at least.
Mm-hmm. And that's also a big part of this too, is that, you know, a lot of these games that we've seen today have gone late. And it's all about the late game from there. But early game is a really big part of it regardless. And there's still a good chance that either team can kind of snowball and walk away with this game. Which one of these teams has a higher early game presence overall?
Ooh, that's actually a good question. I think it's going to depend. I think Glurp have a really aggressive... it's kind of even.
It's hard,
I think
right?
it depends on where who the jungler is. I think that's where it's going to come down to. Is it Aladdin or Jingwei in the jungle for Glurp? If it's Aladdin, it's a little more even. Or sorry, if it's Jingwei, I think it's a little more. No, it is tough. It's tough here because both mid laners are going to be late game scalers. Both ADCs are, you know, late game scalers. Soul laners are kind of even. Supports are definitely even. It is almost dead even, except for maybe the jungle, depending on the matchup. The only other thing I can maybe think of is Donut Doug here on the Apollo as well. Is going to be able to kind of make that global impact a little earlier and can, you know, be a little more impactful across the map versus say if it's Jingwei or Artemis in the duo lane. So look towards Doug and where they decide to use that ultimate to lean on, whether it's in, you know, using that ultimate in Soul lane, get all the way across the map, doing a dropship play with the Tsukiyomi or the Ares would be really nice to see, or even like, you know, pairing John Rowing and Aurora in that ultimate alongside Doug, and then just drop shipping to a backline using that Ares ultimate and Balloon ult instantly to try and make a play onto a backliner of Glurp. Because you look at their comp, Artemis is awfully, you know, susceptible to damage and just lockdown CC from Smite 2 Bad Boys. You got to imagine this Artemis is going to be the target of Smite 2 Bad Boys because everyone else just has so much safety. At least in the late game. Ymir will absolutely be the target of Smite 2 Bad Boys in the early, though.
Yeah, I think that's probably going to be the move, is just trying to get Ymir out of the way. Let's try and put Ymir down a few notches because he doesn't really have a whole lot of escape. He's got the rocket jump off the ice wall. That's something, but you don't have like a long dash like Jing Wei. You can't run up walls like Aladdin. Artie does have a slow immunity, and I think that pays off a lot because there are a lot of slows on the side of the bad boys. So that definitely can be pretty beneficial. It's almost like a counter pick, if you will, because think about it. Aries Shackle, Tsukiyomi has slows, Bologna has a slow. I think every one of the bad boys, aside from Apollo, has a slow. So Artie's too is going to be extremely useful. That makes me love this Artemis pick that much more.
That's fair. I agree. I agree to an extent. I think it is tough. Again, we keep reiterating. It is so dependent on where Glurp decide to put these characters. You know, Artemis in mid is a lot easier to kind of be a focal point for Smite 2 bad boys. They can kind of send the Apollo over with an ultimate, rotate Bologna just halfway across the map versus the full way across the map. If it's Aladdin, the Aladdin can just free farm. The Artemis should be able to just free farm and duo if that's where it is. The Jingwei can kind of just take their time a little bit in, you know, the jungle and cook a little bit, get to a point where they can just run a crypt build and one-shot someone on Smite 2 bad boys. Because you look at Smite 2 bad boys as well, they have some mobility, some dashes, but it's not a whole lot of safety compared to Glurp.
Well, let's see how safe they'll be when we get into the game between the Smite 2 bad boys and Glurp. As we move into the semis of the October circuit, my name's Morty. I'm here with Book. We've got Jiffin, Rosie, and Tess behind the scenes, and Billy ready to do some big things. We've got a lot on the line here. A chance to win that $7,000 later in the circuit, and these teams are highly motivated to get there.
John Rowing could get picked up here. No, it depends on where John Rowing pats here. I think he's just looking for some level 1 vision, which we see a lot of teams kind of lean on now that they have the Curios, the free vision available to them. We see a lot more of these grouping plays of players kind of walking a bit forward and looking for some free vision. Do want to note, Benny Q is on the Artemis mid, Valo on the Aladdin jungle, and Tuba on the Jingwei ADC. And Scream has to be a little careful here. Benny Q is just running at him right now, and already we see that, you know, mid jungle dynamic of ex teammates. Benny Q just putting the fear and Scream in that moment. But I like this route that Glurp have gone for. You know, the Jingwei is going to scale up a little bit. Artemis has this full ability, you know, strength build that they're going to lean on. And you look at the relics as well. Aegis on both ADC and mid. This is free ultimates here for Aurora in the mid late game. Once those ultimates are down, Aurora is just going to have a field day. And if not Aurora, Moswell is going to have a field day.
What is that campfire right there? Am I crazy? Is that a jump stamp?
That's the candy. Happy Halloween.
Oh, right. Halloween's like in a week or something. I forgot.
Yeah, that's why we have all that spooky Christmas music in between our games.
God, time flies, Book. Time flies when you're having fun.
Already we see, you know, Moswell and Scream, and this is kind of the dynamic I expect from both these two teams is, you know, both mid 2v2s kind of want to farm up to level 5. Scream, I think, will be the one that we have to pay attention to on where they decide to go in terms of side lanes. Scream is the impact player in this game. He's the early game Tsukiyomi that can make plays once they hit level 5 all in. It really is where Scream wants to play that we'll have to pay most attention to.
I've got a lot of things that my eyes are on right now. Aladdin jungle, and wondering how well that works out for Valo, because I haven't seen him on that a whole lot. John Rowing, no aspect. Maybe he goes pretty hard in lane because you're putting less on the team, more on the bludgeon damage. But a lot happening here, especially in the middle lane as Moswell gets decent damage off to Benny Q, who suffers so much in quick time. Can Scream find first blood here? Not so sure.
I mean, just no dash on this Artemis, so she's going to have a very difficult time into this Baron matchup. You keep asking me about the mid matchups. This is what's going to happen as Speak No Evil trying to defend this left-hand side purple buff, and I do believe, yeah, they got it, and Aurora could be in trouble here.
Good chains might save his life, though. The speed boost will definitely get him to safety and do a bit of damage to Ymir as well, who's down to 200 health. Doug pressing in forward, but here comes Valo around the corner, forcing out the Aegis. But where is he going to go to? Wish of Power finds him first blood. Wish of Power got him what he needed. Doug is dead. Massive wish there from Valo.
Doug forcing the Aegis, or forced to use Aegis there and ends up falling, but now Speak No Evil could be in a world of hurt. Scream catching that one, so 1 for 1. First blood going the way of this Aladdin though, and that's an important wish already off the table. I don't even know if he wished for wealth in that moment, so may not have gotten the full value of that. And I think that's when you want to use your wealth wish, especially if you're the jungler looking for a first blood. Pop that. That is bonus gold to your name. If he popped it, great. But if not, that's just a power wish down, and you're not even getting the full benefit of it. You want to usually be using it when you're level 5 and can make a major impact play off of a double lamp as left-hand side. Doug having to dash away to safety here.
Yeah, I kind of get the vision there. I mean, like, it is worth because you got a first blood, but like,
Sure.
what are you losing out on, right? Like, I mean, yeah, how you mentioned like a double lamp. There's like so much more you could do with it if you did have an ult there. I don't know. Definitely, it's a little questionable. But I mean, hey, he got something. It's better than nothing, right?
For sure. If he uses that power wish and they get nothing there, I think it's just really bad. As Valo ends up falling here, John Rowing with an ultimate hits level 5 in that instance, I think off of the elementals there.
Maybe we go for another kill as Sun Wukong might get put down in the corner here. Suki yolts out and Scream finds another kill. That's 3 kills so far for the bad boys, and Glurp only have that 1 from first blood.
And just off of weird errors too. I mean, Valo just doesn't expect John Rowing to hit level 5 in that instance. Remakami doesn't realize that the Smite 2 Bad Boys members of Scream and John Rowing are running at his blue buff there, and ends up falling as well. Does manage to secure the buff, and that's important in that instance. But just weird little errors from Glurp that they really have to clean up right now, or as this game goes on, if they keep making these weird mistakes, it could cost them. It doesn't cost them a Gold Fury yet. It doesn't cost them a Fire Giant yet, but it could.
It could. It very well could. And I guess we'll have to find out once we get there. But for now, we're in the farming phase. Right before 5 minutes, it's 3-1, and no escapes out.
No
Can we
beads,
find a
not
pull
5.
here? That's an amazing ice ball to maybe save the life of his friend there. Aurora chains are out, and Sunder's out as well. Massive damage coming through for the bad boys. But Tuba's able to find one in response. Valo from around the corner, chasing down Aurora. Shards of ice will slow him down, and the genie hands will hit Aurora straight in the face. But will he be able to find a kill? Ice ball's out, but doesn't block much. Frost Breath puts him in place, but Aurora is just so damn tanky. He's so tanky, but Beads is out. No way. Valo goes in, and he takes a couple of tower shots to find that next kill. Amazing stuff from Valo.
He gets the kill, sure, but now again, another, relic I don't know if you would have liked to have used to commit to that kill. That's Beats down off of Valo. Would love to see Scream and Moswell maybe run at the enemy jungle now in the next few minutes and make a play in that instance. A lovely play from Aurora with that ultimate. Realizes that Tuba isn't level 5, hits tab, spots the Aegis and says, your lunch money's now mine. Get over here. And Doug follows up. And a great 2v2 play. It does cost them though, because both Doug and Aurora end up taking a spill as John Rowing here on this right-hand side, just playing aggressive here against Remakami, who doesn't even have the Devourer's Gauntlet online yet, or Sanguine Lash, whichever one he's going here first.
Look at Valo around the corner. Bloods is out. It does massive damage, but here's
The
Valo.
beads.
Big damage coming from him. The beads are forced away. Lamp doesn't connect. The lamp is whiffed. John Rowing lives through this.
Man, if only you had a second lamp you could use. No, it's fine. It's all good there. Valo just, off the mark there in that instance. And look at this. Scream on the way here to these elementals. And Valo cannot contest these elementals anymore on this right-hand side because he doesn't have ultimate to contest against Scream. Both junglers going for Jotun's first overall. Kind of, we haven't seen a lot of this in a while as Aurora getting walled underneath the tower, but isn't tanking it, so should be okay.
Ooh, a Lifebinder first pick for Aurora. That's really nice. That really matches that aggressive play style that Ares loves to go for.
Yeah, I agree. As well as just provides a little bit of peel. Ares isn't known for his heal for his carries. He's kind of just in the faces of the enemy team, and so just a little bit of extra sort of heal option here as Doug and Aurora, they're on this objective, but it's all to bait in the members of Glurp.
All just a bait. It was just a clever ruse from the bad boys, and you know what? It might not have worked. It's hard to tell what the agenda is for the bad boys. I have having a hard time reading what their goal is. I mean, obviously we want gold furies, obviously we want kills here and there, but they seem a little inconsistent with game plans right now. Aurora's doing a great job of setting up kills, so duo lane looks fine, but the rest of the bad boys look a little how do you say this? Just it's an early game, so it's hard to tell, you know, game plans like that, but just not a lot of communication just yet.
I mean, you say that. I love what Scream has done. I think the rest of the team I agree with, but Scream, I feel like, has had a consistent game plan so far. You know, rotated to the hovered left-hand side, consistently hovering on this right-hand side, has now invaded the red buff, invaded the back camps, and, you know, consistently on these elementals on the right-hand side. You know, both junglers are split scaling characters, so both of them benefit from these rocks, except it's Scream who's been on top of them more than Valo has been. Valo's more focused on ganking side lanes, while Scream is focused on securing neutral farm and scaling as much as possible.
Yeah, that's kind of Scream. I feel like Scream's unpredictability is what his game plan is every time, and I like that. I think you're right. He does a great job of just stealing farm. He's kind of just everywhere. Like, you look at the map at one point, Scream's there. You look away for a second, a fight happens. You look another way, and Scream's over there now. He's just like all over the place. His mobility, his farm patterns are so unpredictable yet efficient, and that's what makes Scream one of the top level junglers.
I agree. I've been very impressed by Scream's, you know, transition to this team. I think towards the end of the run of Cherry Slush, I was a little more critical of Scream's gameplay at times, but I feel like he's fitted right in alongside Moswell and John Rowing, Aurora and Donut Doug. So I really like this roster change that they made as a unit, and then just Scream kind of adapting his playstyle just a little bit. It's still that sort of hard carry potential on characters like Tsukuyomi, like on the Aladdin, but you know, just being a little more farm oriented and focused on scaling and putting pressure where he needs to, as Moswell popping the ultimate mid.
Life of the party's out. And wait a minute, is that, oh no Aladdin lamp just yet. There it is. It doesn't connect. No way. Is that Beads force away?
So his Beads off of the Tusky, and that's why the Glurp, they actually did a really good job of sequencing those ultimates. You know, Moswell pops the ultimate early. BennyQ holds his ultimate as long as possible, pops the Tusky right as Moswell gets out of his ultimate, so he's no longer CC immune. Moswell then has to pop Beads to avoid the Tusky CC. Valo throws out the ultimate to try and get him into the lamp right as his Beads runs out, but it's off the mark, so it's unfortunate for Valo. Still a great sequence of events, though, from the 2v2.
Yeah. Huh. I think, because that's what his second one that he's missed so far, I think that we need to see a little more, and it's hard to hit that Aladdin lamp. Trust me, I played a good amount of Aladdin. It's not easy. But look at the skies here. As Dingwei might be showing up. No, she's going to go back to farming. Bit of a skirmish unfolding by middle lane. Moswell chasing down. Speak No Evil. 200 health to his name, and the Flames might be putting him down to his death. Lifebinder barely didn't find enough damage, and Speak No Evil was able to live through that. Bit of a scary exchange.
Yeah, one more tick of the Flames and Aurora might have gotten the kill with Lifebinder there, as we see this aggression on the right-hand side again, right as red buff is due to spawn. And this is kind of the issue from Glurp. This is a new team altogether. You know, BennyQ being a recent addition, Remikami adding in, Speak No Evil coming back out of, I guess, retirement or whatever. It's a new roster. They're still kind of trying to figure out their game plan, and you could tell Smite 2 Bad Boys, these are players that have all played together before, you know, consistently on the red buff timers, you know, forcing Speak No Evil to back in his own jungle right as red buff is spawning. So there's no one there to contest. And Glurp, they kind of gotta take a moment, reset, and come up with a game plan on what they're gonna do next, because they've now lost 2 red buffs. Scream is level 12 here, is about to have his second item completed, and you're kind of not in the worst state because you scale decently well, sure, but look at this comp. I mean, Tuba's going towards Devos, so it's gonna take a bit for Tuba to really be online, and especially now that he's going the crypt build as well. Doug is going to be a little more impactful early. Scream is now going to be a little more impactful early. Moswell showing that he can be impactful early with those ultimates so far, and the damage as well. Just with 2 like CDR items that aren't full int based. So you got to be careful here if you're Glurp, and you got to pay a special attention to these objectives. The Gold Fury is going to be a target here for either team more than likely. As look at this, Valo hovering around it already.
But around the corner is Aurora. And ults out from Donut Doug. Maybe they look to press up on this, but the burn hasn't even started. So what does Doug do? Where does he land? What's the game plan? A good Frost Breath goes out towards Aurora. Valo jumps over the wall. Looks like Lerp, when to get this fight started, the lamp connects to Aurora.
Oh, it's only Aurora.
Wait a minute, the damage coming from Aurora is massive.
Oh, no.
Look at this. He's putting it to Valo. Valo might not even live through this. No escape out as well. Forced to go out of the lamp here, and Scream takes down Valo. Aurora just lived through the lamp. Donadug turns the tides of the battle. Speak No Evil's dead. 2 bodies down. 4-1 for Glurp so far. And what in the world? Wait a minute, that was the revive from Valo?
Oh, wow. Yeah, he's revived already, and Gold Fury is available here for Smite 2 Bad Boys. Valo, it seems like he just wants to get rid of this lamp as soon as possible, just popping through these wishes early. Really surprised by that lamp usage, and this is, you kind of mentioned it, is Valo an Aladdin player? And so far, you know, Valo isn't showing me that he can be the same level of Aladdin that Scream is, for example. And so this is a tough one here for Glurp already. Valo's struggling on the character now a little bit and just struggling to get full maximum usage of this character. The likes of Glurp just getting caught out in moments like that. Donut Doug holding onto that ultimate in the sky for so long, waits until Valo's dashes are both down before committing to that play. So far, Smite 2 Bad Boys looking confident so far. Look how much their gold lead is, around 4,000 just 13 minutes in.
This is a wild game. It's been so fun to watch these fights, though. I can't tell if it's just the gods that are put down or the players that are on the field, but these fights have been extremely entertaining as Pyromancer getting burned away, half health on it. Then Mozball trying to do a bit of zoning here so nobody takes it away. Pyro down to 1,000 health. Glurp walk forward, 800 health on it. Somebody needs to sunder this away. Who's going to take it? Valo steals. Valo just stole it away from straight in the faces of the Bad Boys. Valo just got his hands on Pyro. Are they going to look for revenge here? Life of the party's out. Tuba takes down Donadug on the left side. Caldonian 4 able to provide that CC immunity needed. So Benny Q does not lose his life as the fight unfolds by the red camp here on the right side of the jungle. But yeah, I don't think that turns into anything really.
No, this should be mid tower though for Smite 2 Bad Boys, unless Glurp want to respond. You can see Speak No Evil on the way here, and actually Valo looking for a play onto Mozwell. He's gonna kill him.
The lamp was beads away. The lamp didn't go through, and Mozball kills Valo in the process. Scream dives into the tower, but the tower shots plus Shards of Ice will slow him down and take him down as well. Jingwei ult going towards Aurora. Can we find to kill the root out from Mozwall? And wait a minute, this is still Speak No Evil just pressing forward. Massive Frost Breath stuns too. Aurora's getting chased down. Glacial Strike takes down Mozball, and the chains might be the demise of Speak No Evil. Aurora does find 1 kill in response, but man, oh man, the gas pedal on Glurp is pedal to the metal. I love to see what they're doing. That nonstop aggression is getting them a lot of rewards.
Man, I thought Mozwell was dead in that instance right away, but managed to live with just so little HP. And I thought it was going to go really badly for Glurp in that instance because they instantly lost their jungler. But Scream just commits a little too much onto the tower. They really wanted that tier 1 tower. They didn't even get up getting it in that moment until now. Donut Doug rotated on over. And part of that goes wrong because Doug died on the left-hand side and Tuba got a free rotation in the mid to kind of do whatever he wanted without losing any farm. And suddenly Glurp are right back in this one. It's now only 3,000 in the lead for Smite 2 Bad Boys. And Gold Fury spawning soon. Beads down on Mozwell, makes him a prime target in the next 60 seconds. Yeah, 2,800. That is not enough of a lead for Smite 2 Bad Boys, especially because Glurp is the better late game scaling comp. It's Artemis, Jingwei, Aladdin. Those are scary characters in the late game.
A lot of scary characters getting towards the late game on both sides as well. Late game will be very interesting once we get there. For now, we're at the 16-minute mark with 8 kills on the board for the Bad Boys and 6 for Glurp. And the 3K gold lead going towards the Bad Boys is going to give them a bit of an advantage for now. Nothing massive, but it definitely benefits their fighting phase. Life of the party's out, Shards of Ice in response, so there is no pool there. Mozwall does take a bit of poke damage, but around the corner is Aurora, who does have no escape, but doesn't use it here.
It's inside. Scream going in here, forcing the Aegis early. Tuba could be in trouble.
No way. Tuba takes down Scream. Big damage coming in from this new carry for Glurp. This guy is on fire this game. 4-1-2. We haven't talked about him a whole lot, but he is definitely putting on a show.
Yeah, Tuba making full benefit of this crypt build here. You know, just one-shotting Scream as soon as he goes in, and that's why they went Aegis. You know, Tuba has the Aegis to just immune the ultimate out of Scream, as Aurora could be in trouble now as well.
No way, no escapes out, but nobody there to reinforce here. Big stun found, but Moswall not here just yet. Does
He's
find the
out.
route though. The no escape worked. He's alive. Aurora walks out of that almost scotch-free, but that means Glurt make their way towards the Gold Fury. And no Sunder. Wait a minute, there is a Sunder for Aurora. If he can walk forward and get that way, 3,000 health on that Gold Fury. All 5 of Glurp are here, though. Lamp goes in for Valo. Valo and Moswall by himself. Speak the Weevil just stole the gold. No, that's not a steal. They secured it. They got that. Moswall against Valo yet again. And the Lamp action goes crazy. Valo finds Moswall, and the fight continues to unfold outside the Gold Fury pit. Remikami takes down Donut Doug, rowing on Speak the Weevil. Suki ult from Scream. The Suki ult from Scream will put him in the back line and let him find the shutdown on Tuba. Will Valo be next? He's barely able to escape out of that, but Aurora takes down Remikami. 3 bodies dead for Glurt, but they did get in on that Gold Fury. Scream around the corner, takes down Valo. 4 kills a loss for Glurt, but they did get a Gold Fury. I don't know if that's worth.
No, I don't think it is. Smite You Bad Boys just come away with so many kills there, and a lot of credit goes towards John Rowing with the rotation. Came in after Remikami was there first and still made a major impact there. This Bologna, you can see why it was first picked. Just unkillable to the likes of Tuba on the Jingwei going towards a crypt build, sure, but look at what John Rowing has. It's Nemean, Berserkers, Sanguine Lash. He's just going to be in the face of Tuba all he wants, and that's part of the issue with this double 80 carry composition is Bologna counters that.
Yeah. That's very true. Yeah, I think the counter pick is really hurting. In theory, I feel like this Glurt comp works really well in general, but with Bologna specifically there, those disarms just really hurt any kind of potential that Glurp have in these team fights. A well-timed disarm is like, well, there goes any of your fight back potential. I mean, think about it. Tuba has been doing a great job of fighting himself out of a lot of situations so far, only because he hasn't ran into John Rowing just yet. But John Rowing making his way into the fights now here at the 20-minute mark. Now Tuba's got a little bit more threat to worry about.
Yeah, for sure, and has to go towards this Titan's Bane next, but it's going to be a Hydra's Lament instead here that they're gearing towards. Again, just delaying that pen, and I'm not sure if that's necessarily the play. John Rowing just gets to have a field day against this Jingwei as much as possible right now with the Nemean online. Would like to see him continue to run at her, maybe force a Pyromancer sooner rather than later. But again, just the Nemean wants to kind of be in the face of the Jingwei, you know, uses that disarm first to start the fight, then, you know, pops the Nemean as soon as Jingwei has those auto attacks available to them again. It is tough for some of the carries on the side of Glurp, but look at this. Jingwei on this right-hand side looking to proxy the wave, I believe, or try and kill Scream.
No way. He's not here for waves. He's here for bodies, and Scream is first on the block. That's amazing for Tuba, teleporting over and finding one. Beagles rallying in response. John Rowing looking for some damage, but Valo will lock him in with Rowing. But wait a minute, you're not stuck in here with me. I'm stuck in here with you, Valo. That might have been the wrong play. As Tuba shows up at the last minute, Rowing walking towards Tuba. Disarm does big things. Disarm left to find the double. John Rowing is live. John Rowing is here. Massive damage coming through. Aurora chasing down more. 3 bodies dead, and Aurora looks for 4 in the front line. And wait a minute, Rowing just left. I thought he was going to go for more. No escape here. But Aurora might win this 2v1. Nah, he's getting melted down by Benny. This is fine though. But hey, that's perfectly okay. Look at Donut Dog on the left side. Just took down tier 2 tower, and he got a lot of gold out of that.
Yeah, Doug was able to split push there. Now look at this. He's ulting. I wonder if they're going to pull Fire Giant. No, Pyromancer, because Scream is on the way. Doug going to push a midway here and likely turn his attention towards this Pyromancer. John Rowing, man, on this Bologna has just cooked. I mean, I do not understand. Maybe Tuba thinks he has more damage in that instance, but just hops into the lamp and realizes that Valo just does not have the HP to take this 2v1 alongside him. And John Rowing pops the Nemean a little early, but it doesn't matter. It still gets massive value there. And Tuba just dies. And it's a 2v1 tough lamp situation. The lamp target's just not great this game for Valo. Who is he targeting? He's targeting Moswall. And then Moswall pops the ultimate in the lamp and kills him. He targets, you know, John Rowing, John Rowing is absolutely going to take that 1v1. Even Aurora has shown that he can take the ones. Donut Doug might be the only appropriate target now at this point that Valo can afford to lamp, because even Scream can take the 1v1 in those instances. Pyro does go the way of Glurp, but Smite 2 Bad Boys are showing that they're just winning these fights a little bit better.
How will this go from here, though? Pyro is just now getting taken away by Glurp, and the bomb is in the hands of Speak No Evil. Aurora chains up Remakami. The knockup from Master's Will might save his life, as there's not a whole lot of chase from Smite 2 Bad Boys, but they're here. They've got their eyes locked in on the prize, and that was a couple kills, but they're deciding to change their agenda and make their way towards Gold Fury, their second one of the game, and nobody from Glurp is there to contest.
Yeah, this should go the way of Smite 2 Bad Boys. Valo on the way, though. He's stolen Pyromancer before. Can he steal away this Gold Fury as it's getting low? Scream's going to zone him away, though, and Gold Fury will go the way of Smite 2 Bad Boys. A great zone from Scream, and that's just, again, like, the communication is there. You know, Aurora calls, like, Valo is on the way to this, and Scream instantly knows, all right, Doug can finish this objective. I'm going to go zone, because Doug is the objective DPS. This is just a great play from Smite 2 Bad Boys, and they're showing that they're comfortable with each other and their play styles as a unit. And so it's honestly been a treat to watch this game so far and how they play as a 5-man unit. They won last week, if I'm not mistaken, and they're continuing to look like they're going to win this week as well.
Yeah, I think that there's a lot of hope for Bad Boys to make their way through, but Glurp also have just been putting on a hell of a show so far. 23 minutes into this game, 15-12, Bad Boys are up 3 and also up 6k gold. I feel like that's the more important meta factor here, is that the kills, yeah, a couple kills isn't too crazy, but that much gold up is definitely a big advantage that Bad Boys haven't utilized, because look at builds. I mean, they're definitely up itemization wise, and that's going to let them come out on top in a good amount of these fights.
The good news for Glurp is it's not an impossible lead that they can't fight into. You know, Jingwei working on that Titan's Bane now. It's very similar to last game, right? It's not an insane early game comp that we saw last time around for Societe. Smite 2 Bad Boys have some decent late game options, but they are stronger early, right? And that's why they have this lead to an extent, outside of just John Rowing making fantastic plays. So it makes sense that they have this lead, as John Rowing is just running it down here in the jungle at Remakami. Scream alongside him. These two are just creating so much space here. I don't know if Glurp can necessarily contest this. Valo isn't here yet, and Aurora just wants a 4-man ulti.
Fire Giant burn begins by the Bad Boys, and Glurp have all members except for Valo here, but Bad Boys drop the fire and make their way towards the fight. Life of the party's out, and Speak No Evil's dead. Look at the ult from Suki going into the back line, looking for Glurp way back there. Well, that's one dead on each side. Remakami takes down Moswell. Benekyu by himself gets melted down by John Rowing. Okay. 2 bodies dead on each side, and all members of Glurp that are left are extremely low on health and healing back in the fountain. Bad Boys know they can't burn fire now. They'll make their way towards Pyro instead as a constellation prize.
I don't know. Tuba's on the way, wants to contest. Scream is here to zone, and so is John Rowing here. But look at this. Tuba just walking forward. He has the crit online. No Titan's Bane just yet, but these Hydra procs are swinging now. And look, Tuba manages to defend 1v3 in that instance. Look, it's 2 for 2. And again, the map state continues the same. It's even. It's not even necessarily, but it's stagnant, right? Like, it's not, the lead isn't, you know, growing. It's not getting any lower. It gets a little lower there as Glurp to get the Pyromancer, but Glurp, again, they have the better late game. They have Jingwei, Artemis, Aladdin. If they get 6 items, it's scary for Smite 2 Bad Boys, and it's no longer an uneven fight favoring Smite 2 Bad Boys in that instance.
Man, this has been a blast to watch. I knew going into this book that this was going to be a banger of a game, but I didn't know it was going to be this good, because these fights have felt consistent. They feel back and forth. This feels like a neck and neck fight. There's very little lead now that it's 3k only up for Bad Boys. Glurp are crawling their way back in. This feels so wild back and forth. I mean, very rarely do you see carries like Tuba just so confident to walk forward with no fear whatsoever, saying, I'm crit Jingwei. Look at me funny, I dare you.
Yeah, and I think, you know, look, John Rowing has put on a masterclass, but in what world are we giving Aladdin Jingwei in a top 2? You know, like it is tough for Smite 2 Bad Boys in that instance that they have to deal with these, you know, difficult characters to play against. Like Jingwei, incredibly safe and just has a ton of crit in the kit, and then building on top of it just makes it a little bit easier. Then has Hydra's, one of the few ADCs that can make that work really effectively. It is tough for the Smite 2 Bad Boys to deal with this Jingwei in particular, but it still favors Smite 2 Bad Boys. They are in the lead. They have the gold lead. Actually, Donut Doug now working towards a little bit of crit, trying now to match that objective burn potentially. Has the 4 items sort of pen spikes he needs. Might now lean towards a bit of crit option and try and match what Tuba's doing to a certain extent and try and shred these objectives.
As the burn begins on fire yet again, the Bad Boys maybe looking for a bait as Speak the Weevil steps up a tad too far. Aurora finds a shackle. Remakami's putting pressure on the back line. Donut Doug does take a little bit of damage. Lifebinder will definitely heal some of that up though, as Bad Boys are still around the fire, but the burn has been dropped and Glurp are here in full force.
Moswell did use that ultimate there, so one ultimate on the side of Smite 2 Bad Boys is down here now. And all 5 diamonds available to the side of Glurp, as they are now the ones that are going to look to play aggressive here in the enemy jungle. Remakami on the chase here, looking to at least get the Magi's off of Scream, who I love this pickup here. The Magi's, it's just going to make it a little bit harder for Scream to get CC'd when he dives in.
As the tier 1 tower still stands for the Bad Boys, and Glurp trying to push forward, but the wave clear from the Bad Boys is too much for Glurp to handle. They don't want to risk losing any opportunity here, even though Donut Doug is back in base and Bad Boys are down 1 body right now. So are Glurp. It's just a lot on the line, and both teams feel a little less confident than usual to just run forward and be aggressive.
Yeah, and remember, this is semifinals. This is winner goes on to the best of 3 finals. And gets to play in the Fearless draft. As Smite 2 Bad Boys, they will be the ones pulling this objective here. Glurp are nearby though.
As Glurp begins to walk forward, Bad Boys on the retreat. They don't want to fight Glurp just yet, waiting on life of the party for a Moswall, as that's down yet again. And all 5 ults from Glurp are still online. Remakami's in the back, forcing some recalls from Bad Boys. All 5 still, as they make their way towards the Pyro. Maybe look to burn that away instead of committing entirely to the fire. Not so sure what the move is.
Chuba is actually going to back as well, so I don't know if this Pyromancer is necessarily free. I feel like Glurp are just trying to force members to look at them. In this instance, maybe fake aggressiveness as Doug goes to the sky here, and can't imagine that he lands in here. I think he's just scouting for vision. While Scream heads to this left-hand side. Actually now going to commit to this left-hand side because Scream is here. This is going to be a Gold Fury trade here. But the members of Glurp are on the way. Can Smite 2 Bad Boys pull this objective, the Fire Giant? I don't think they can. And now Naga's tanking the objective, so Glurp can walk over and pick this up if they want to, in all honesty.
Ancient Fury does get dropped, and Bad Boys on the retreat. Suki ults out. What happens from here? Suki ults out. Remakami forced into the air to try and heal up some, but we're chasing down Doug instead. Remakami looking for the cudgel to find the final bit of damage needed to take down Doug, but was not enough. And Aurora by himself is Glurp in full force around Ancient Fury. Benikyu is really low on health. Remakami's a tad bit low as well, and Bad Boys realize this as they waltz forward. Scream teleporting up mid, and no fight found from there.
Scream holding his nerve there, sees the Jingwei dashing in and doesn't panic, hits the stun and just continues to kite away, pops the ultimate, commits 1 to force the Aegis on Tuba, and then the rest onto Remakami there. Donut Doug does have no Aegis though in this next team fight, and that's going to be a big deal here. Tuba is at that point. They can just one-shot a backliner of Smite 2 Bad Boys, and there's a couple to choose from. Scream onto Tsukiyomi, only has the Magi's as defense. Moswell on this Baron, as soon as he goes up into that ultimate, is going to be immobile. And Doug has some decent, has a little bit of actual protections in the Mez, but he is still awfully vulnerable on this Apollo. Actually has some crit now online, Deathbringer for this Apollo, and so that's going to allow his dive to be a little bit better. I would not be surprised if next fight Smite 2 Bad Boys decide, okay guys, let's just all in the Artemis. Let's kill a backliner here. We're either killing Tuba, we're either killing Benikyu. It's one or the other. If they're next to each other, it's both of them. or we're killing BennyQ and forcing Tuba to ult away. Because I think at this point, Doug is at a point where he can ult in and try and one-shot someone on the next auto, as Mez on the mark here.
Suki ult didn't really go through because Valo was running up the wall. Donut Doug's in the air on the chariot, looking for a drive-by, but no targets found just yet. Maybe Bad Boys make their way towards Ancient Fury. John Rowing just a tad bit too far up. Shackles might try and lock down the rest of the opposition as Glurp continue to chase down Rowing. No ice wall found to lock off Rowing, so he's able to get out of harm's way in quick time. Bad Boys continue the burn on the Ancient Fury. That might go for free. Aurora by himself in the middle lane. No escapes out, but will that find? Then he pulls here. Aurora's going to get melted down. Tuba takes down one. Life of the party's out. Mozball looking for revenge, but can we find it? Tuba diving forward. Tuba finds a double. Tuba chasing after for more. Can we find another body here? All by himself. Tuba finds a triple on Rowing. The Tuba triple is alive, and the tier 1 tower will fall with one basic. Tuba is on fire right now.
Glurp just are better grouped in this instance. My two Bad Boys feel like they need to force something, send 2 members to hang out in the mid lane to keep pressure there, while 2 members are trying to take down the Gold Fury. They do get it, sure, but they lose 3 members for it, because look at the comp of Glurp. They have good lockdown. They have these walls off the Ymir wall, and there's no real way for Aurora or John Rowing to get away there outside of John Rowing maybe using his ultimate there. And so now Glurp, it's a free Fire Giant. There's no World Doug contest. There's no World Scream contest. They're trying to split push for farm now, and actually Doug has to be a little bit careful. Valo doesn't try and commit to him. But it is it is a victory for Glurp here to get this Fire Giant. Dagger as well. Smite 2 Bad Boys, though, they do have the 3 pips of the Gold Fury, and that left-hand side Phoenix is weakened. Does Doug decide to try and make a backdoor play with that Apollo ultimate?
They might have the pips, but they don't have the Glurp. And Glurp is looking good here at the 33-minute mark. A 2K goal lead for the Bad Boys, but 1 Glurp lead for Glurp. I just love that word, Glurp.
What is Glurp? What is
I don't know. I feel like that's got to be like a Rick and Morty thing. It's like my first reaction.
You're just throwing it out there, like they have a Glurp lead, you know?
They have a Glurp lead. I mean, they're up 1 Glurp. Bad Boys don't have Glurp. Glurp does. So just wanted to throw that out there as even kills on the board here at 35. Even kills. Considering how uneven this game was earlier on, it is wild to me how even things are now. Even though there is a 2K lead, I mean, think about it. At this point in the game book, it's not that prevalent, because look at itemization. Pretty much everybody's full build already, aside from Speak No Evil.
Yeah, Speak No Evil, the only one not filled full build here, and has actually gone towards a Berserker shield, so trying to do a bit more damage and provide that passive that Ymir has on those auto attacks more often, the slow. Kind of interesting idea here, as left-hand side, a full grouping from Glurp. Will be spotted out by this Kyrios. The Scream will back to base as John Rowing hangs around in mid.
And Glurp are going after this Glurp side tier 2 and make their way towards the Glurp Phoenix. This Glurp are moving up left side and trying to find more ways to like include Glurp into play-by-play. I just haven't found anything yet, but I'll just keep your ears open. I'll definitely work it in there at some point.
If there's a great play, is it a Glurping play? You know, like a sick, you know,
a Glurping play. That would that's a crazy play on words. Jithens might get mad at me. I'm still gonna try it though. He might say something to me afterwards, but I'm just for the play. We'll see what this might pop up on Twitter. We'll see what happens. But for now, waiting for the correct push. Glurp waiting for the moment to press forward, waiting for an opportunity to present itself, as some remain in left side, some remain as a tier 2 here in the middle, as Glurp look to push this up and utilize those Fire Giant belts that they have, but the timer's ticking on it.
They're still doing a good job here as wall comes out, forcing 2 members to kind of back away on this bird, as Glurp, they have a hard time sieging this bird here on the left-hand side, and just those Artemis traps being thrown out at a distance, trying to lock someone down. Stampede is popped, though, and they're going in.
Remakami's going in. Stampede's out. Speak No Evil looking to press forward. Remakami by himself in the back line. Look at Scream in the front. Look at Scream in the front. Bad Boys are taking the fight to Glurp, but Valo by himself with Rowing. Who comes out on side? Shot to solo Valo. BennyQ takes down Rowing, though. Remakami finds a roar. 3 bodies dead for the Bad Boys, and Glurp are glurping their way towards the Phoenix. It will fall in quick time. Mozball and Donut Doug stand by themselves to defend this Titan, but Glurp won't stop glurping for nothing as they march towards the Titan room. The Titan catches aggro, and will it burn
They can't
now?
do it.
Glurp are a tad bit afraid of the damage that Doug and Moswell have on hand. They glurp their way back towards the jungle, and they continue to glurp through this game.
Man, Glurp just continue to be dominant in these fights now that they've hit this late game stride. Just so much damage there. Valo falls, sure, gets John Rowing into the lamp, which I think that needed to be the target. Valo sacrifices himself in the 1v1, sure, but gets John Rowing low enough to the point where as soon as he pops out of the lamp, he's just dead. And Mid's bird here should fall as well. Moswell can't do anything about it. Donut Dug on this left-hand side. Scream is up in 2 seconds, though, and no Stampede for 9 seconds. Is there a world that they can try and chase members out here and see a 3-4-man grouping? Yeah, all members heading to this right-hand side, trying to catch literally anyone out here. They need a pick.
Glurp are retreating, making their way back towards Pyromancer, but it's not going to come up in time for them to take before Bad Boys show up to the Fire Giant pit. Glurp all going back to the Glurp base, and they'll come back and glurp their way towards Fire Giant here in just a moment. But in the meantime, Bad Boys are gathering vision, gathering intel, getting ready for what could be the final fight of the game.
See, they're grouped here on a sentry ward up in the enemy jungle, setting up an ambush. This is going to be potentially the final play, and Glurp, they're not necessarily falling for it. Tuba just hanging out in a bush right now. Ramakami is going to be the first one to walk up, though, but I think he sniffs it out just a little bit.
No way. the sound effects. Scream pressing forward here. Stampede out from Speak No Evil, going towards Bad Boys. Glurp press in. Balo finds one. Tuba takes one. Wait a minute. Tuba just found one. Balo by himself. Mosball locked down from life of the party. And look at Rebekami finding Donut Dug in the back line. Donut Dug extremely low in health. They get chased away. Rebekami takes down Donut Dug, but Rowing in the back line finds Balo. Speak No Evil. What is this? Glurpin fight is all over the place. Rowing needs to find one. Chasing down Tuba. Tuba's dead. Aurora is the killer. Wait a minute. Rebekami by himself by Aurora, and he's forced to bolt away. And Glurp just got glurped out of that fight. Bad Boys found a bit of footing by the fire. They can't take away the Giants by itself, but they got the Glurp off of it.
Scream just pulling so much aggro in that team fight and kites out pretty solidly for a hot second, allowing John Rowing to look at the carries for free. And look, I like it. At the end of the day, it's a 2-for-2. Just walk away. You know, they're down 2 Phoenixes. We can take our time here a little bit. Just, it's a wash team fight. Tuba dashes in against John Rowing, and you just cannot do that at 39 minutes into the game. You have damage, sure, you can start to just wail on John Rowing on this Bellona, but he's still Bellona. He's got the disarm. He's got the shield stacks. It's going to be difficult to kill this Bellona anyways, so just take your time with it. Tuba has had a phenomenal game, though, so far, and I don't want to, you know, harass him too much as he's played very well, but just moments like that, it stalls the game out now for Smite 2 Bad Boys to the point where they need to stall the game. They need this left-hand side bird to respawn, and they need to defend these mid waves as well. So it's good for them in that instance that was kind of a 3-for-2 wash.
I'll tell you what, Book, it's a Glurp eat Glurp world, and Glurp want to come out on top. Bad Boys trying to stop that from happening, though. Scream. 40 minutes into this game, 21-22, and the Bad Boys group up by Glurp near the Fire Giant and look to start a fight here on the right side. No escape. Doesn't pull any just yet.
Thumbs up.
Suki ult, Doug ult as well, diving into the back line. Windsprite might provide safety. Scream chases down Benny Q. Shards of Ice is out. Donut Doug takes down Rebekami. Doug finds another. Balo's dead. Jingwei's in the air. Moswell takes down Speak No Evil. 4 dead for Glurp. 4 dead for Glurp. They just lost this game. Glurp have been put on their backs and glurped. Bad Boys come out on top and march their way towards the Glurp Titan room.
Benny Q dies with Aegis in hand, and that will end this game here. Smite 2 Bad Boys down 2 Phoenixes, says Glurp. You will not be glurping today, and we are heading to the finals yet again.
Oh my God. Oh my God. I was really hoping that Glurp would come out on top so I could say Glurp in the finals. That's a shame. It's all right. My dream's been shattered. I'm emotionally distraught. I need to get out of here. We're going to take a break. We will be back in just a glurp and few. Hello, everybody, and welcome back to Glurp Prime. We are live on Smite Game and Smite Glurp. My name is Glurpy. I'm here with the Smite Glurp production crew, and next to me here in the booth is none other than Spirited Glurp. How are we feeling, my man?
Look, it's been a glurpin' day today, and still doing good. Look, I mean, it was a great back and forth between Glurp and Smite 2 bad boys, and look, Glurp just got Glurp, man. There's no beating around the bush there. Benny Q specifically just glurped it up, and it was a tough one at the end there, but a great play by Smite 2 bad boys. They took that initial engagement there towards the end, and forced a lot of important relics there, and then just immediately, just so much confidence, just go back in again. A lot of highlight reel plays, I think, going towards John Rowing here more than anything, as well as Scream on the Tsukiyomi. Really just such impactful plays here.
Yeah, John Rowing had an amazing counter pick, which we talked about during Picks and Bans, and it just played out so perfectly. Look at him go, just in the back line and the front line. Whoever wanted smoke, John Rowing was able to provide it, and it was so fun to watch. I love this duo between Scream and John Rowing, just both threats to the back line that cannot be handled. They're just so good.
Yeah, for sure, and this is like what you want to see. And look, this is just insane to me. John Rowing in the 2v1 coming out on top here against Valo and Tuba. Pops the Nemean early, still has it up when Tuba hops in the lamp, and just gets so much value out of it. And Tuba is literally doing just more damage to himself than he is to John Rowing in that moment. And it's not even a lifesteal build anymore. John Rowing just has full defense here. Sanguine Lash, Berserkers, Spirit Robe, just so much defense here, as opposed to the lifesteal builds we're used to seeing. And they did get kind of nerfed recently, so makes a lot of sense here. And we keep harping on how Bellona was a quote-unquote counter pick, but she was first overall. So Glurp picked the double ADC comp into a Bellona and said, nah, it'll be fine, guys. Don't worry about it. It's just John Rowing, right? What's the worst he can do, right? And John Rowing says, yeah, I got this.
He did have it. I do want to say, too, that even though Glurp ended up losing in that matchup, I think that Tuba was a real standout player. Everybody else on that team is like a known name. It's been around for a long time. Tuba isn't somebody that I know well, but I'm a Tuba believer now. But let's believe in the bracket and see where it takes us and who is going to be playing in the finals. We know it's the bad boys on one side, but on the other is Clocked In. What a surprise. They have made their way here week after week, and yet again, they're here in the finals to face off the bad boys.
And if I'm not mistaken, this is a rematch of last week's Smite Prime finals as well. Clocked In, Smite 2 bad boys. These two keep meeting each other. We'll see if Clocked In can, get the better end of Smite 2 bad boys this time around.
We still have that giveaway going on, by the way, for the brand new Neath skin. And if you haven't already, go over to the Smite Prime Twitch channel. Not here on Smite Game, the one on Smite Prime. Jithens will be sure to link it in the Twitch chat. Head on over there, type in hashtag giveaway to enter yourself in for free. And very soon we'll be giving away that skin to a lucky winner, and it is a nice skin, believe me, you. And we're getting into the finals, which means it is a best of 3, and we're putting in something new. It's been here for a short amount of time called Vault Bans. Here's a bit of an explanation for you.
So yeah, in the best of 3 set, once a god is played, that god is locked away in the vault and cannot be picked by either team for the rest of the set. For example, if a team has if a team A plays Thor in game 1, neither team can use or in games 2 or playing certain gods and whatnot. And it's really excited to see what the likes of these two teams can really pull out here now that certain characters are going to be just banned away after playing it once.
It definitely shakes up things a little bit. Clocked In feel comfortable on this. They've done this already. They know this system from before. Bad Boys also have a little bit of experience, but not as much as Clocked In. So we'll see who's got the deeper God pool. You know Scream, I know Scream. He's got gods for days, but does the rest of the Bad Boys have a pool as deep as Scream's? Time will tell when we make our way to picks and bans.
Yeah, I mean, in terms of that Smite2 Bad Boys roster, I think most of them have generally deep god pools. My question mark is going to be Moswell. I think Moswell, out of everyone on that team, has always had sort of a different god pool than most mid laners. He'll kind of lean on more non-meta characters than the true meta characters that are just by far the best. He's kind of the only one playing the Baron mid right now, out of everyone that we kind of watch here at Smite Prime. And he's got a big enough god pool, I think, to make it work. The question for me is, do Clocked In decide to use their 3 bans every game to just focus out Moswell every single game, kind of force him off of his most comfortable picks, and then maybe lead on the other likes of other teams or other players as the series goes on? You know, give Scream Tsukiyomi game 1 because he can't then play it games 2 and 3. Is there going to be strategy going into this series of, look, maybe we can kind of give him his best pick game 1, then he won't have it for the rest of the series? Or we could take it away for a game. If we don't pilot it well, but we still win with it, they can't ever play it for the rest of the series. There's a lot of thinking that has to go into every single pick here between these two teams on what is priority, what can we not allow certain players to have, period.
Right.
And, you know, once we pick this character, we can never go back to it again. So what do we need to pair it with to make it successful?
Let's see what their strategy is as we dive our way into the picks and bans phase between the Smite2 Bad Boys and Clocked In, who are both locked into the finals of Smite Prime for October Circuit Week 2. It's going to be a banger, man. I'm excited.
Yeah, this should be a pretty good one here. I'm not going to lie. Still no Paul here for this Clocked In roster. So some could argue this Clocked In roster is still not at full strength, though Globe has shown that he can pilot the mid lane with his team very effectively so far.
Yep. There's also something we can bring up as Bad Boys took the dub last week. So Clocked In, while they've been here before, they I don't know. I mean, they got to redeem themselves, right? And I'm sure at this point, as far as points go, either way, it looks like they're going to be qualified going towards, and it's not final, but just based off of the past 2 weeks' performance, it looks like they're going to be locked in for Week 4, the closed bracket finale of the October Circuit. But that doesn't mean you just give up these games for free. It doesn't mean we just show up and show out for no reason. There's still something to fight for here. You never know how next week might go. You're not even sure if you can't get your team together for next week. What if something comes up? Somebody, has an emergency and can't get here. Then you're relying on your points from the first 2 weeks. It's very important that you still put your best foot forward here. And I'm expecting that from both sides as these bans flow through. Baron and Jingwei for the Bad Boys, and Aladdin and Agni for Clocked In.
I got to imagine Smite2 Bad Boys are leaning towards this Bellona first pick overall. The Baron ban is interesting, and it tells me that they don't want to be first picking Baron for Smite2 Bad Boys, and they expect the likes of Clocked In to prioritize it, whether it's Globe that's going to pilot it or Happen that's going to pilot it in the support role. They're expecting someone on Clocked In to take it away, so they decide to ban it away. Bellona is the final ban here for Clocked In. Tsukiyomi's available. I'm trying to think of who else. Maybe Huiyi. It's going to be Yemo locked in here for Aurora. Kind of surprised by this because Scylla is available here for Aurora if he wanted to lean on it, but instead it's going to be the Yemoja lock-in.
Yemoja's locked in first pick. Tsukiyomi on the other side, probably going towards... I'm a little torn, actually. You know what? Because Tagveer, obviously the jungler here, and that's where Tsukiyomi usually goes. Giannis kind of changes things up. That probably goes towards Globe. Karmic has ran this Tsukiyomi pick before. This is definitely something that Karmic has in pocket. Karmic's kind of known for having these weird oddities of solo lane picks that sometimes work, sometimes don't. He's going with maybe Tsukiyomi this time around, or it goes to Tagveer. We're not so sure.
Whoa, an early lock-in here for Nuwa. This tells me Smite2 Bad Boys are trying to hold specific picks to see more of Clocked In's draft here, and Hercules as well. revealing that soul lane. So if Karmic doesn't like this matchup, can lean towards another soul laner if they want. But I imagine now that it is the Hercules, he might go towards the Tsukiyomi because you can kind of play that range poke matchup against the Hercules in particular and just play spacing. And Scylla locked in here for Clocked In will likely go towards Happen in the support role. I gotta imagine this is just a lot of mobility and all in potential here already here for this Clocked In roster. I'm leaning more towards them so far than I am this My Two Bad Boys comp.
I agree with you. I think there's a lot of burst damage, a lot of mobility, and a good amount of lockdown as well, especially between Scylla and Anhur. I mean, if you can put together the Impale and the root from Scylla, there's a lot on that side to just kind of put somebody in place. You stay here for 5 seconds, you eat damage, and you either beads or you die. That's just how it goes. So I really like what is going on from Clocked In right here. Bad Boys don't have a whole lot of response other than just, I'm going to walk back into you and I think I'm tankier. I think I do more damage. Hercules is pretty good at both of those things, driving strike and a lot of CC, a lot of tankiness through mitigate wounds. Hercules is definitely the beefcake that can withstand that kind of pressure from Clocked In, but the rest of the team, not so sure just yet. Hunbats is here, followed by Ullr to lock in the final 5 for the Bad Boys here in game 1. That comp looks good. I see some flaws, but it looks good overall.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, Smite 2 Bad Boys have that angle of, look, you have to go Beads, you have to go Aegis against Nuwa and Hunbats. That combo, we saw it earlier today, be very successful. And so I'm excited to see this time around. The Nuwa, I don't like it into the Yanis, but it is paired alongside an Ullr who can kind of get you through the early game. There's kind of a lane to lean on here for Smite 2 Bad Boys, and it is going to be that duo lane, I would imagine. The 2v2 of Scream and Moswell really want to prioritize just farming up here, getting those items on the Nuwa as quickly as she can. The question I'm going to have for Smite 2 Bad Boys is, where is the objective damage? Ullr has decent objective damage once he gets 6 items, sure, and can kind of just fully swing out those empowered autos with Hydras. But, for a while, you can tank very effectively these objectives. You have Nuwa clones, but and Yemo healing, but you don't have the best burn. You have decent secure. Again, sure, that's fine. You just got to get it there first. And I think Clocked In have a much easier time doing that, especially now paired alongside this Jormungandr who could just zone for eons here. And I love it paired alongside the Tsukiyomi. The all-in potential of Yanis, Tsukiyomi, and now Jormungandr is very strong for this Clocked In composition.
Yeah, they've got a lot of strengths on that side. Clocked In has a lot of good things going for him. Bad Boys also have some good strengths. I see some flaws on both sides. I don't think either team is perfect, but I think it's exciting. A lot of people on their comfortable picks, Karmic's known for this Yorm. Karmic is like the Yorm enjoyer. He's the pioneer of Yorm and comp, which is kind of exciting if you think about it. I've done other casts and other places where people are just copying down Karmic's Yorm build and picking Yorm and just finding success. It's like, hey, Karmic found something that's so good, it's actually just being swept throughout the solo lane nation. Not in every game, but in a fair amount of them, to a point where at least it's notable for me. Globe's back here with Giannis, and I think that's cool because he's not on as many of these, interesting picks that aren't as meta. I think Giannis is just in such a good spot that we're just going to utilize them whenever possible. And Globe is cool with it. Globe's like, you know what? I'm done with the different stuff. I'm just going to fit into what's good. And Giannis is good. Globe's cool with it. I think that's good too. A lot of good things for comfortability in general in Clocked In.
Yeah, I mean, you mentioned it. The Giannis pick specifically is probably my favorite.
A lot of favorites to be had. We'll see if the favorites come out on top as we dive into game 1 of the finals here in week 2 of the October circuit between the Bad Boys and Clocked In. My name's Morty, here with Book and the mic in the booth. We've got the production crew behind the scenes, Tithins, Rosie, Testdie, and Billy doing what they do best, keeping the lights on and letting everything flow as needed. And here we are. What stands out to you, Book? What are you seeing?
I'm just trying to see what items everyone's kind of going for, as well as relics. Relics will be really important here for this Clocked In roster. See a lot of beads so far, and that's going to allow Moswell to have an easy time in the mid to late game with that ultimate, the Fire Shards. Can do big damage to them, and there's no way to immune it right now here for the side of Clocked In. So they are on the clock. They have to kind of win this game before Nuwa can get to 6 items. Otherwise, we've seen what can happen here if Nuwa is just allowed to free farm for as long as humanly possible. Get to the point where they can just, start a fight by ulting, and that wins you the fight right then and there.
That's true. That's a very true. It's a very good point. A lot of ways to start fights for both sides. A lot of just crowd control in general. If you look at both team comps between Hercules and Yamoja on the left, and even Hunbats, who's got the Fear No Evil. On the other side, you've got Tegvir, you've got Happen. They kind of start fights in a different way, not by just locking people down themselves, but just kind of like being mobile and getting into these fights however they want, right? The high mobility on Clocked In is what can start fights for their own way. Instead of trying to bring the fight to them, they just show up, and then they're the fight that just show up. I don't know if I explained that right, but just high mobility. There's no better way to get into the back line than Tsukiyomi. Oh. You hit a couple range. Wait a minute, what's going on here on the left side? Happens down to 100.
Yeah, happened very low here. Doug just kind of taking his time. And I agree. I love the mobility that this Clocked In comp has. I love that Happen on this Scylla could just kind of dash in, root a member, and Tegvir is right there with him, with that ultimate. And so, even Globe as well, with that ultimate, can just kind of send members through a team fight to get to the back line a little bit easier. Globe will be playing around these walls, playing over the wall, throwing the Unstable Vortex over the wall, and then using that ultimate, the through space and time, to just get through the wall and try and kill someone, ideally off the one shot. But excited to see what he builds towards. We saw Yanis previously, and it was a first item Book-a-Thoth towards it. Curious to see if Globe has a similar trend to Bayonary, or if Globe decides to go more towards the cooldown route of just casting abilities as much as possible. Because, look, the Unstable Vortex doesn't hit very hard early, but late game, it really starts to swing, and Scream could be in a bit of trouble here to Tegvir. The slow does connect.
He's getting slowed down and hurt by the Caltrops, but on the left side, First Blood is suffered. Aurora is dead, and Globe might be next, though, here in middle lane, but the fighting still happening here by duo. Donut Doug by himself, Happen looking for some chase potential. Maybe we find something here as Hydro hits those basics, and they hit hard, but Doug is still relatively healthy. Happen not as much disperse in. Donut Doug jumps over. Looks like he's saved, takes a bit of damage from Crush, but down to 100. But here comes Aurora to try and heal up.
But First Blood does go the way of Hydra, and Second Blood might have gone the way there of Tegvir, but Moswell stays alive here in the mid lane. And this 2v2 in mid is going to struggle for a hot second here against this Tsukiyomi, who does want to get active and in your face. I feel like Scream could have gone towards the aspect, and that would have mitigated that early game issue just a little bit more. You would have had the overhead smash to cancel out the Tsukiyomi stun, and that just makes the trade just a little bit easier in the early game. But this tells me that Scream is probably going to lean more towards a full damage build and just play to one-shot a carry in some capacity off of his ultimate, the Fear No Evil. So it is going to take a bit for Smite 2 Bad Boys to really be a threat to the side of Clocked In. Clocked In can kind of play, again, around Tegvir whenever he wants to get active. And honestly, Tegvir, we've seen, he's being active in mid. He's forcing Moswell under his tower, forcing out both Aegises on the side of Scream and Moswell already. So those actors being down means as soon as Tegvir hits level 5, maybe he'll be aggressive. Maybe he'll look to gank out mid and take down Moswell, or look to gank Scream in his own jungle and force him out. Because the jungle pressure is just so important in Smite 2 right now that I think it really does matter who gets off to a bit of an early start, who can force the enemy jungler off of their own camps. If Tegvir is allowed to do that and just not allow Scream to play his own game, the game should just go the way of Clocked In.
There's only been one kill so far, a bit of aggression throughout the map, but no big kills aside from First Blood have been suffered. Just a lot of aggression, but nothing too wild. That's kind of how the first game of the finals usually goes, is that, you've still got a chance. Even if you pay for your consequences, you try and play aggressive and you end up losing a fight or two, you're not too worried, because even if this game doesn't go too well, you still have a chance of redemption in games 2 and 3. So you're never out in game 1, right? I mean, there's definitely, you don't want to give it up, obviously, but even if you're out in game one, it doesn't mean you're out of the finals entirely. So a bit more confidence is to be expected in this early game, and that's why it feels fun. I mean, it's definitely some trading, just stuff to look at. Definitely a little more exciting for the eyes.
Tegvir and Scream over here on the left-hand side, clashing over this neutral red buff here. We're looking to make a gank here, but I do believe Scream is spotted in that instance.
As he might want to start a fight here. Fear No Evil is online, so is Rivers of Buke. I think there's a good amount of potential to start something here, but Aurora can't find a good Rivers of Buke to force anything away. No Shell on the side of Clocked In duo lane. Keep in mind, by the way, there's beats for Hydro, Sunder for Happen.
Yeah.
So if Rivers of Buke lands, that's honestly a lot of potential to get this fight started in the right way. There is a disperse from Hydro, though, and a leap from Happen, so they can get out through their own means, but should stuns come through and lock them in place, that wall could definitely be pretty harmful.
I mean, almost everyone on Clocked In can get out of the wall in some way, and honestly, a nice play from the dual lane of Smite 2 Bad Boys, forcing Hydrogen to up down to avoid some CC and damage there, and that meant he was very susceptible from an ultimate from Aurora with no shell, with no dash to get away with, as ultimate committed here by Scream. He's trying to one in all in Tegvir. No, he just wants the farm there. Now Tegvir, can he take advantage of that ultimate being down in a couple of minutes time?
And that's the thing. That's exactly the thing with Scream, is he's willing to do whatever it takes to get that farm. Look as he moves throughout the map. Watch the little dots on the right on that mini map and watch the Hunbats move through. Scream will just be in all these places. He will throw out whatever he needs to keep securing farm. Scream is known for these. We talked about it during the last set. Unpredictable yet efficient farm patterns that keep him in the lead. And while they might be down on gold right now, it's only because they lost first blood. Once more kills start coming through the gates, Scream will definitely be in a better spot. I mean, he's already got Jotuns online.
Yeah, and he's also got a small experience advantage over the likes of Tegvir because of not only the neutral camp in mid for the Oracles, but also the neutral camp on the left. Scream is just doing a good job of farming wherever, and we'd like to see him pay attention to these elemental rocks on the right-hand side, not allowing Tegvir. It doesn't benefit Scream a whole lot to focus on these rocks and secure them for themselves, but it takes a lot away from Tegvir, who is a split scaler, as well as the Jormungandr. Jormungandr as well is a split scaler and benefits off those rocks effectively, as Tegvir hovering this left-hand side, but can't make the play for a Purple Buff invade and just back off to safety.
So my question is, if Clocked In want to continue what little of a lead they have right now, which is a little bit over 1,000 here at the 7-minute mark, they need to get their hands on a Gold Fury. How do they do so? Maybe through Tegvir finding a pick here in the jungle. That could be a smart move, but I don't think they jump in on this. Queen Naga still getting taken away, though, by the Bad Boys, down to 1,000 health around the corners. Happen, who does have Sunder online. Will he steal it away? Yes, he does. He creeps around the corner and steals it. We're going to find a kill on top of that. Tegvir takes down Scream. I'm a Monster, followed by the Rivers of Buke. Might get Aurora to safety with Sukiyote as well. Chasing down Aurora. The damage is massive, and we hit the pause button.
Yeah. Look, I mean, a great play from Clocked In that instance. They decide to just all in there in that moment. Aurora in so much trouble there as well. They find Scream. A great wrap around the backhand side from Happen honestly makes that play work with the root. That just keeps, Scream in place for so long. Just a tough one there for Smite 2 Bad Boys in that moment. And you kind of asked, what do Clocked In need to do? It's exactly that. Play aggressive a little bit earlier than Smite 2 Bad Boys, because they have the stronger early game in moments like that. They can leverage the fact that, Globe, despite being on Yanis, that does want to scale in terms of its damage, he can still make an impact by just being there at the fights faster than the Nuwa and just, helping his team along there faster. So love this identity of the likes of Clocked In and what they're doing so far.
Yeah, Clocked In. I mean, there's a reason why week after week after week, they've been here in the finals multiple times. This is not their first rodeo. They've had a couple heydays here in the finals. So there's no surprise to see them here right now. And I think they feel comfortable. They feel confident, and they're ready to try these plays, especially what we just saw there, the Sunder away by Scylla. That was nice. That was very nice. It's all about communication. It was about Tegvir sitting up there saying, here's the health. Here's the health. He's calling it out. 1,600. Turns the corner. Bam. Takes it away. Let's get some kills. Just amazing communication. There is a reason why this team is so successful. They communicate extremely well.
Yeah, I love what Happen has done so far. And remember, Happen is more of a recent addition, only playing with this team for about a month now. And still, the level of communication, like you mentioned, it's good. And Globe also hasn't been around this team for too long. He's the substitute for this roster. And he's been, he's played with a lot of these guys before. He's played with Happen. He's played with Tegvir in past for the Vegas tournament, I believe.
Right.
But it's Paul usually in the mid lane. And Paul is Paul. The name speaks for itself, right? Like, he's really good at the game. For Globe to come in and still be very effective with this roster is very impressive. And that just tells you the level of communication that this team has as a whole. And it's not entirely reliant on the mid lane.
That's true. That's very true. I mean, the team as a whole, yeah, definitely. I think that there's a couple of things to bring up here, because Clocked In, while they communicate extremely well, I feel like there's a bit of mental problems that have been had in the past between they were formerly known as Food Drive for Globe, and that team split up for a reason, right? Globe's has been in and out for a reason. Obviously, I think part of it too is like, when Paul is ready to play, you're like, dude, I don't care how long I've known you. That's Paul. Like, he's joining the team. We're getting Paul. It's like you're playing on like a high school team, and like, hey, LeBron wants to ball with us. Like, all right, we're losing someone. LeBron, come on in, right? Like, obviously, you know what I mean? I think that's just how the treatment goes. But even before that, there's a reason why they didn't just show up back together. You know what I mean? I think that definitely there's been a little bit of turmoil here and there. And that just comes with rosters, right? That's why we had the October, let's coin the term roster apocalypse, with Donzi splitting up and everybody else. So as we're getting ready to dive back into the game here, unpause through, and Aurora able to find a Moonstrike there. That's what you get for combat pausing, man. That's the punishment that goes through. That just got turned on its head. Moonstrike out of nowhere. That base damage from Aurora is nice, but going into the air, Maswal is going to find a kill of his own. Globe goes down. Happen barely able to teleport out, and that fight was wild.
Yeah, turned on its head suddenly. Smite2 Bad Boys right back in it with 2 kills to their name. One of them going towards Maswal. Man, that is a nice play from Aurora there to just find the stun instantly, killing off Tegvir, who I think committed quite a lot in that moment. And Smite2 Bad Boys do a great job of just keeping in this game despite being aggressed on early. First item completed for Maswal, and I was kind of curious where Maswal was at the beginning of the fight, because he just kind of was there for DPS and then walked away as soon as the fight broke out and just kind of had to play back. And then suddenly the members of Clocked In commit to Aurora. Maswal shows back up to try and bail out his support. Does a good job of doing so. And now Maswal, though, could get caught.
Maswal definitely gets caught here. The basics from Tegvir will secure another kill, maybe getting caught out as well as Aurora. I'm a Monster's out from Happen. Can they find another? Yes, Aurora is dead. John Rowing takes down Globe here in the middle lane. Great rotation over from Rowing. This game has been all over the place, man. This has been a mess.
Yeah, Doug on the way to try and contest this Gold Fury, as is John Rowing. Karmic nowhere close. Is trying to get the back off, I believe. Doug doing a good job of just buying time. Now the gold's very low here, and that Scream shows up.
Scream shows up here. 3 collapsing on top of Happen. Can he get out of harm's way? Yes, he can. And diving through Sukiyoda as well, chasing and looking for more, but it looks like Scream's gonna be able to somersault out, and that's good news as Bad Boys they got a Gold Fury. That's pretty nice.
Yeah. That was a really good play. I mean, Doug forces the members of Clocked In to back off and kind of hesitate. It was leashed way too low. Happen had Sunder. In moments like that, you just either got to commit or drop a lot sooner. Neither happens. And so Smite2 Bad Boys, Doug has decent secure. A great ultimate from Scream, by the way. The Fear No Evil to just buy a bit of extra time for their DPS to come through and secure that objective. So Smite2 Bad Boys, despite being down 2 kills, they get the first Gold Fury of the game.
It's been nice. It's been nice so far. I think that it doesn't feel uneven by any means. 2 kills up for Clocked In, 3-5, and they also have a 3K gold lead, but 1 gold. Fury going towards the Bad Boys is definitely a bit of progress as Bad Boys chip away at what they need to succeed in the late game. Obviously, a gold lead isn't, the best thing for the Bad Boys, but having those pips is extremely useful to crawling back into this game step by step.
Yeah, but look where that lead is. It's almost entirely in the soul lane. Karmic at the top of the XP per minute. Meanwhile, look at John Rowing. He's not at the bottom necessarily. He's just above Scream, who's just above the supports. So it is tough for John Rowing for making that rotation. It costs him a lot of experience here. Now 4 levels for Karmic. His left-hand side, Aurora in a world of hurt here. Great ultimate, though, to stop the aggression from Clocked In.
Look at Karmic rotating in from solo. Great knockup, followed by the Tremble to try and lock down Aurora, but looks like Clocked In don't want to chase that under tower.
John is here.
Probably the smart move. Rowing rotates over from solo as well. Are we going to be able to lock down Karmic? Driving strike might put him to the ground before he hits into the World Serpent, but that will take him out of harm's way, and that's a lot of mobility in short time. Looks like Karmic will be A-OK, and Clocked In retreat, and Bad Boys realize, hey, we kind of just got a leg up there.
Moswell, Fire Shard's just not enough damage just yet, but a couple more items and that will be a kill for Moswell. A great sequence of CC there between John Rowing and Donut Doug. Just continuing to proc that passive was John Rowing with the push, with the pull, and that allows Donut Doug to just do a bit of extra damage there to Karmic, who is a tank, sure, but I mean, Ullr has first item completed. The Hydras, the autos are going to do a little bit of extra damage. Has to work towards what I assume is, no, it's gonna be a Crusher. I was gonna say Oathsworn second here because you don't have a whole lot of shred early, but instead Donut Doug is likely just gonna lean towards that bit of extra bonus damage, the power, and a little bit of extra CDR for the Ullr as well.
As the Fire Rocks will be taken away by John Rowing here. Well, it's good that he's getting this because not only does John Rowing benefit, but you talked about this earlier, taking away the Fire Rocks from the dual scalers like Karmic's Yorn. Ooh. And I really like what they're doing here, but keep in mind, Bad Boys here in middle lane looking to collapse on Clocked In by the Pyromancer. Driving strike just a tad off the mark. Crush does decent damage to Rowing and Screams in the back line. Fear No Evil's out and a lot of damage going towards Globe. Somersaults in, but Globe goes over the wall. Scream is trying to find a chase here. Globe takes down Scream through space and time. Down goes Scream. Massive damage coming through, and Moswell getting chased down. John Rowing back into the safety of the tower, and Aurora by himself looking for the Whirlpool to try and get out of harm's way. Excavates out, followed by the Rivers of Buke. Look at Segvir chasing after Rowing. John Rowing thought he had a chance there, but just no chance against that man. Aurora taking so much damage. Does he fall as well? Doesn't look like it.
Left-hand side, Doug finding a solo kill behind the tier 1 tower. Karmic getting away with just a little bit of HP there. And then Globe on the hunt here. Can he find Donut Doug? He's got mobility, sure, but Doug should have the CDR. Doesn't realize that Globe is here, though. Does have that dash away, though. And so, great play there from Smighty Bad Boys on the left-hand side, but Clocked In get the win everywhere else on the map. Moswell just does not have the damage just yet, and you can already see that's through space and time doing a lot of work there. But more importantly, Globe has Polynomicon. It did receive a bit of a nerf this past patch, but still pretty solid. And so Janus is going to be weaving in as many auto attacks as they can through the abilities. And I personally love this idea that he's gone towards. Just the CDR, and the more CDR that you have, the more polyprocs you can get off here in these team fights, especially against the squishies that Globe should have easy access to with the help of the portals.
John Rowing by himself in middle. Happen maybe looking to lock him down. Excavates out. Driving strike Happen into the tower. Does a good amount of damage on his way out. Happen suffers a lot right there, but no kills found just yet. Rowing and Happen both going back to base, and looks like that might be the end of the fight, but Knockup looking for Karmic. What in the world?
He portaled. There's a Janus portal there.
Yeah. I just have a hard time. Yeah, I did. A big old worm going through that tiny portal. I mean, I don't know how that worked out. The physics just don't make sense there. But who am I? I'm not a physicist. I'm a play-by-play caster, for goodness sake. So I don't know all that stuff, you know.
Listen, he's a snake. He slithers through the portal. He gets nice and small. Yeah, that's how it works, right? Look, a great play there from John Rowing, just staying alive as long as possible, and forcing Happen into the tower. And Clocked In kind of over-aggressed a little bit too much there. even though John Rowing probably should have been dead in those moments, I think trying to chase a little bit more as John Rowing just hasn't gone back to this right-hand side at all. Doug, a little bit of trouble here on the left-hand side.
Basuki, oh, does it connect? Yes, it does. Just enough to get Tegbeer in and take down Doug, and Scream here to reinforce, but just a tad bit late to the party. No more party here. And Aurora around the corner as well. I'm kind of wondering, I don't know. We're not seeing too much objective play here just yet. Only one Gold Fury's been taken down. Pyro hasn't been taken down either just yet.
I think John Rowing doesn't know what he needs to do here. He's still here on this left-hand side. He's losing out on a lot of farm. He's now down 5 levels here. It is, and you know, you got to imagine you'd pull Gold Fury there, but then Donut Doug dies. Aurora has to be careful here because clocked in on the hunt. But John Rowing is just really struggling this game on where he needs to be on the map. I feel like Smite2 Bad Boys need to fix up their communication a little bit. He doesn't want Karmic to be the one rotating first because Karmic can get into the fights a little bit easier. And so maybe John Rowing is like, look, I'll just be here first. But it's cost him so much gold, so much experience now that I don't know if John Rowing can really be impactful now in these fights, and especially around the next Gold Fury that's that's up and available and clocked in. They have these level leads, they have these gold leads. It could be tough for Smite2 Bad Boys if Karmic decides to rotate.
17 minutes into this game, 4-8. Bad Boys are down 4 kills to clocked in, and they're down 6K as well. For how little of kills that have happened in this game, that is a lot of gold to be down.
Yeah, I mean, most of it comes off of like the little solo kills, and honestly, most of it is off of Karmic versus the John Rowing matchup. It's just the fact that Karmic is just pushing on this right-hand side as much as possible is hard to, you know, lock down, so no one can really gank him. He's level 18, 17 minutes in. The highest level on Smite2 Bad Boys is level 16 for Donut Doug, and he's gotten solo farm most of this game, as well as a solo kill on the left-hand side. I don't know what Smite2 Bad Boys can do for a hot second here. I almost wonder if there's a world where we're just sitting under our tier 1 towers. If they're grouped, we're giving whatever objective they want right now. And if they want our jungle in their group, we're giving that as well. And we're letting the minions push to us, and we'll take those. And we'll just have to take it as Scream looking for a 1v1, but he's going to get caught here.
Fear No Evil might have saved his life, but no, it won't. Tegbeer using the Suki ult to get straight to Scream and take him down. He's the only one dead so far. The rest of the Bad Boys are healthy, but hiding under that tier 1, which just fell to Karmic, and the rest of Clocked In are making their way towards Gold Fury to try and rip their first one of the game.
Great.
Aurora's on his way, but I don't know if he steals this, though. Happen is trying to zone him out, but how much can he do to try and stop Aurora? John Rowing takes down Karmic in middle lane. Looks like that Gold Fury's down to a couple thousand health. And Aurora won't be able to secure that away. Looks like it's going to go towards Happen. That's a good job from Clocked In. They dropped gold. They went towards Aurora, killed him in quick time, turned back around, melted Gold Fury, and then retreated. They might have lost Karmic, but they found a kill and gold. I'd call that worth any day of the week, and it reflects on the gold lead. Look, now they're up 7.
Yeah, and honestly, again, John Rowing just looking for more. Go right lane. As soon as that Gold Fury goes down, I want to see the members of Smite2 Bad Boys finding a lane and pushing minions and farming gold and farming experience, because looking for more kills, it's not going to net them anything if they're not getting the farm in between those members being dead. Karmic is dead. That's a big kill. That's important time where Karmic isn't farming and continuing this lead of level 18. And it's gotten John Rowing now down to only a 2-level deficit. But imagine if it was only a 1-level deficit. Imagine if John Rowing, instead of kind of looking there on the left-hand side, didn't just immediately back to base, head to the right-hand side and push a couple waves. Maybe down 1 level, maybe taking a couple more tower plates on this right-hand side to get him some more gold, get him back in this game a little more. But instead, it's just this kind of, I don't even think it's necessarily all John Rowing's fault, for the record. I just am noting what he's doing. I think there's a bit of a breakdown that Smite2 Bad Boys are having in the communication department of, look, we got to look for plays. No, we can't look for plays. Well, they're here first. We have to be here first. We're going to look for a play. Oh, Doug's dead here. We can't look for a play anymore. Can we maybe look for a play here instead? No? Oh, that's tough. And it's just kind of stretched John Rowing out in all sorts of different directions, as now Aurora can get caught here.
Uh-oh. Look at Tegveer go in. Tegveer chasing after Aurora, and Aurora is dead. Fire Giant might be free here, but John Rowing makes his way over. And here's Moswall as well. 7,000 health on the Fire.
Ooh,
John Rowing jumps in. Excavate is out. 6K on the Fire, but they're dropping it entirely to put focus on John Rowing. Knockup lands from Rowing, but the kill lands from Hydro.
Green.
2 bodies down for the Bad Boys, and the Fire Giant still getting melted away. Around the corner is Scream. Somersaults in. Fear to Weevil's out.
Too early.
2,000 health on the Fire. Who's going to take this away? Scream might get burned down quick here. Yes, he does. Scream is dead. The Fire goes to Clocked In, and the dagger is in hand for Tegveer. While some members might be low health, that doesn't mean their push ends there. They're going to group towards Pyro and get that as well. A Pyro bomb in pocket will surely be beneficial on their next push.
My 2 Bad Boys, they do get some gold back to their name though. Doug pushed out the left-hand side, got the tier 1, got the tier 2, but I don't think it's going to be enough. Clocked In, have Fire Giant on all 5 members. Really only used the shell in that instance on Karmic there, so they're still in a great spot to start sieging these towers. Look how much gold is on the map here for Clocked In to take. Tier 1, tier 2 in left, tier 2 in mid, tier 2 in right. The Gold Fury is going to be spawning soon. There is just so much gold that's about to be on the map for Clocked In to take that this pretty solid gold lead that we see before our very eyes is about to become insurmountable if Smite 2 Bad Boys don't put up a defense anywhere.
And they're losing towers one after another. The tier 1 in left side has just fallen. And that, I mean, it's just hard to maintain gold for the Bad Boys. They can't seem to get their hands on objectives. They're having a hard time farming because Clocked In are just being so aggressive. I mean, they're just not letting off the gas pedal. So they're having a hard time finding footing here at the 22-minute mark, where Bad Boys are down 8 kills, 5-13. And that looks like a 8K gold lead towards Clocked In
Doug's
as
in
well.
trouble.
They're just doing well. And look at Doug getting dove here under the tier 2 on left side, 3-1. Doug might barely live out of this one. Happen still finding the chase. Doesn't connect with the root. That's a-okay. Donut Doug is fine, and Clocked In secure that tier 2 on left. So both teams get something out of it. Wait a minute. Teleport in. Followed by the root. Donut Doug gets impaled into the tower. Disperse in. No way. This doesn't find a kill. In goes Tegveer with the Suki ult. In goes Tegveer, and he's able to take down Doug. The bird might be next on the block. Maswal will fall with Doug. And John Rowing by himself. Excavate not online. What can he do from here? Rivers of Buke is out to try and stop Clocked In. Aurora doing his best to fight back. Moon strikes out. Look at Karmic diving into the third. Look at Karmic go. So much damage coming through. Bad Boys fighting with everything they have left, but Aurora getting chopped away at. Can he live through this fight? Yorm diving in deep. Clocked In putting pressure on the bird. Tegveer takes down Aurora. 3 bodies dead for the Bad Boys, and Rowing might make it 4, but looks like Clocked In might stop at that bird. Who knows where they go after this?
They might go for the Titan room here. All 5 members alive, and they still have Dagger, and they're going to go for it here. Game 1 could go the way here unless the members of Smite 2 Bad Boys can stop it.
That Titan sure is healthy, but Rowing fighting with everything he has left. Driving strike, using the teleports to try and find him safety. Clocked In realize they might get melted down as the rest of the Bad Boys respawn out of the fountain, and they need to back up in quick time before Clocked In lose some resources. Nuwa ults in the air. Can we find a kill from here? Doesn't look like enough to take down anybody left on the side of Clocked In just yet, but they're going to make their way towards Gold Fury and rip their second one.
Again, just so much gold for Clocked In. They don't take the tier 2 in mid or right, but they get themselves a Phoenix on the left-hand side, which grants them map pressure for their defense, or sorry, for their Fire Giant to respawn and pay attention over there. Moswall still just doesn't have the items to do impactful damage yet. He just got ran at in that fight by Tegveer. I don't even know if he got a spell off in that team fight in that moment. So it is a tough one for Smite 2 Bad Boys. They are just too far behind at this point. Level 20 now acquired, though, for Moswall and Donut Doug, so their starters are available to be upgraded, but I can't imagine that either of these two upgrade their starters before their pen options. Obshard about to be completed by Moswall. Titan's Bane so close for Donut Doug, who's continued to just sit back and farm it out as much as possible on this left-hand side, continuing to split push because he knows these team fights will not go our way at this current stage of the game. We just got to sit back and farm as much as humanly possible before these objectives spawn, and even once they spawn, we might still want to keep farming.
25 minutes in, and Bad Boys cannot find their footing as Clocked In continue to grab one after another piece of grub off the Bad Boys plate. Nothing that they can do to try and crawl back in. Yeah, they're on left side looking for resources, but nothing but crumbs on the plate, nothing but scraps, just a mere few camps to try and take away.
Scream has Nagas though, and that's why they're here. They're trying to, set up a split push avenue. Oh, Scream gets caught but able to jump away to safety. But that's why Scream is here. He has Nagas here to tank up for Donut Doug to try and threaten this bird. They're just trying to force something to go their way. It does force the members of Clocked In to back to base. Tegvir still hanging around here, as well as Karmic. Fire Giant has respawned. Only 3 members here though, and they're gonna pull it anyways.
Fire Giant getting burned away. Bad Boys show face, which forced Clocked In off of the fire, but they're still here. They're still here around, just not burning, as both teams are just showing face, showing that we're around. You won't get this for free, so don't think about burning. We're ready to fight if you really want to try it.
Titan's Bane completed. Obshard still not available for Moswell just yet, but Donut Doug does have that pen option to his name, so should do decent damage here to the legs. Oh, Globe looking for a kill onto the likes of Donut Doug here, who's going to be in the world of hurt.
Oh, his health bar melted like hot butter on a stovetop. Down goes Donut Doug. That is one big kill found for Clocked In. What can the rest of Bad Boys do? Screams on the left side, nowhere to be seen. Karmic trying to put on the front line. John Rowing and Aurora getting zoned away, and the rest of Clocked In burning the Fire Giant away, down at 7,000 health and melting quickly. Nobody left from the Smite 2 Bad Boys to steal it away. This will be free. This will be great for Clocked In, and this might mean the end of days for the Bad Boys.
It is only game 1, so there is a chance for Smite 2 Bad Boys to fight back in the series, but man, this is a tough one here for the Smite 2 Bad Boys. There's a lot of options they can go to in game number 2 draft that they themselves banned away, so maybe gonna look towards that. As you can see here, John Rowing just looking to get something going in their way as he blinks in.
All 5 members of Clocked In running up right side. Excavates out from Rowing, but doesn't find too much. Just a bit of poke on Globe on Happen. There are some low health bars that force Clocked In to back up and let them heal up and maybe try this again. Maybe they walk away and come back towards Ancient Fury this time, which will respawn here in a moment.
Okay, the good news is Moswell does have his starter upgraded here. He's working towards that Obshard still, but that's more items going towards the Nuwa. Doug has that Barbed Carver online here for the Uller. So it's still, they kind of do what we saw, I can't remember who it was that we saw earlier play the Nuwa Humbots comp, if you recall, perchance, Mort. But
yes,
just stalling the game out as long as possible, to the point where we are impactful characters. And that's kind of what Smite 2 Bad Boys are trying to do here. They're now pushing on this right-hand side. You saw Scream get as much farm as possible on this left-hand side. As we see Gold Fury is taken here. But yeah, still Scream on the right. So is Doug. No Nagas though. That's the difference this time around, is they can't really threaten the bird here. As we'll see a 5-man grouping on this left-hand side, likely from Smite 2 Bad Boys, as soon as Doug can get the back off. But the Phoenix is already weakened. It's done.
Down it goes, and the right side Phoenix is weak as well. The mid lane Phoenix has a little bit more defense, but Clocked In have Fire Giant belts. Tegvir has the dagger. A lot of tools necessary to make this push happen, but everybody on the Bad Boys is ready. A lot of blue diamonds means a lot of ultimates online should they want to try and start this push. Clocked In goes hard here. Rivers of Buke is out, followed by the Yormold as well, targeting Moswell on the backside. Excavate is out, trying to distract the backline for Clocked In, and Aurora's doing a great job of just zoning. Rowing's getting chased away. Moswell's dead. Wait a minute, Moswell's barely alive. John Rowing is dead. Doug is next as well. Aurora gets melted down. 3 bodies dead for the Bad Boys. This could be the end. This could be end for Bad Boys. Moswell finds Tegvir, but that's the only one so far. Huge damage coming in from Globe. Forced the Aegis away from Moswell. Karmic still on the front line. 4,000 health on that Titan, but it is dropping fast. Down it goes. The game is over. Bad Boys have lost, and Clocked In have locked in for game 1.
Moswell holding his ultimate for game 2, I guess, in that instance. Just no new all to be seen. And look, man, it's back to the drawing board. If you're Smite 2 bad boys, you have got to change the picks and bans. You got to change what you're playing here. And look, it's Fearless Draft. So all those characters that Clocked In just played, they're gone. They're off the table. Those were some of those players' best picks. And now they're going to have to play something else. This is when Smite 2 bad boys have to come back here.
And with Fearless bans on the table, this will surely impact how game 2 goes. But before we get to that point, we're going to take a quick break. We'll be right back to recap what we just saw. Hello, everybody, and welcome back to Smite Prime. We're live on Smite Prime and Smite Game with the finals of Week 2 of the October circuit. My name's Morty. I'm joined by the whole Smite Prime production crew, and next to me here in the booth is none other than Spirited Book. How we feeling, big dog?
Pretty good. That was exciting game number 1. Would like to see the likes of Smite 2 bad boys look to bounce back here going into game number 2, and would love to see it start in the draft here. I mean, already did they just really struggled to get to the point where their comp was so effective, and it really just was a bit of a slaughter. Clocked In looked so good on some of their best picks here. You know, Karmic on the Jormungandr, Tegvir on the Tsukiyomi, Globe on the Yanis, Hydrogen, of course, playing the on her, always looking good on that. And then Happen on the Scylla, just able to be aggressive and in the faces of Smite 2 bad boys. And what did Smite 2 bad boys get? They had Yemo. Aurora loves Yemo. Doug loves Uller. Moswell plays New, I guess, but the game never got to the point where he was effective. Scream got to play Humbots and didn't really use the fact that they kind of all went beads, and so had a hard time really playing it out. It just, the game never got to the point where Smite 2 bad boys just objectively could have won. And so it's back to the drawing board, and you're hoping Clocked In don't have, you know, these next picks that are just so much better than everything else they just played, as this is a tough one. Moswell just plays this one out and does have ult this entire time and doesn't use it. And so I'm kind of a little shook by this play here, as is Moswell like comfortable going into this next game? Is he looking? I don't know. I just have a hard time with this this game in particular. It doesn't look good here for Smite 2 bad boys.
Yeah, a lot of pieces just didn't fit in this puzzle. A lot of just weird mistakes that just are unexpected. I feel like Scream looked pretty regular in the beginning and then just had a hard time finding relevancy as the game goes on. And we don't see Scream on Hunbats all the time. I mean, we usually see him on other picks that he might be even saving for game 2. So not sure how exactly they plan on taking this next picks and bans phase, but with this vault ban system in place, that will definitely change things up and make some of these players play some gods that they're not exactly comfortable with. As we'll take a look here, we dive into picks and bans, and we'll find out who is going where and who is getting what, as we have our vault bans down below. Everybody that was played last game cannot be picked or banned this game, so we'll see how this goes down.
Yeah, I mean, instantly, my thought is Smite 2 bad boys are going to lean towards some of the characters they actually banned away. The Jingwei, perhaps. Maybe even the Baron. I can't imagine they'll want to first pick Baron, but still, you got to imagine Smite 2 bad boys want a character that they themselves banned away. Aladdin was banned away by Clocked In game number 1, and already we'll see a change in the bans. I do believe Wukong was actually banned by Smite 2 bad boys first overall last time. I'm trying to remember what it was. It was Baron.
Yeah, Agni was banned as well. Aladdin, I think, was banned away as well. Pretty
Baron, Jingwei, Artemis were the bans. Yeah. So huge shifts here for Smite 2 bad boys already. Achilles, I love that ban against Tegvir in particular. So just gonna take that one away. You know, another character that Tegvir loves to fall back on. My question is it gonna be a Susano ban? His third fallback that he usually runs or did run in the past, but Susano's kind of received a couple of nerfs. He's not the best in the meta right now. I don't know, man. This is already looking better for Smite 2 bad boys, but how do you target out all of Clocked In their god pools?
Well, I like the Bologna ban for John Rowing. That's a really good target ban. John Rowing has put on a show with that Bologna pick, and maybe Clocked In are looking for a double carry comp again. Bologna is one of the biggest threats to that comp. let's get rid of her, take her off the table. I'm a big fan of that.
Yeah, I like it too. I like to see that, really paying attention to that last set and saying, look, John Rowing kind of carried them in that game a little bit in the late game. And so not allowing them to have that pick yet again, especially because John Rowing looked a little bit lost on that Hercules in that game number 1. So yeah, let him play kind of something else he's not the most comfortable on. Baron Samedi is the first lock-in here for Smite 2 Bad Boys. This does leave open the Artemis that was banned away from Smite 2 Bad Boys last time around. And yeah, I don't know. This is going to be an interesting one to see how it works out. The Smite 2 Bad Boys locking in Baron tells me that Clockton instantly want to draft a comp that just dives the Baron, gets on top of the Baron, and kills him on cooldown. So high burst damage is going to likely come through from Clockton.
This is big. This is big for Mozball. This is a Bad Boys redemption arc if I've ever seen it. Mozball and the Baron, big threat. So I love what I'm seeing here. Thor probably going towards Karmic. I see Thor as a solo laner more than anything right now. Very rarely we'll see him in other spots, and I don't think he's bad as a jungler or even a support by any means, but I think he's strongest with that aspect of Thunderstruck over in solo, and Karmic is definitely somebody who utilizes these beefy lifesteal having gods, you know what I mean? As Ymir joins the fight as well for Happen, that looks good. I like that combo.
Yeah.
A lot of geography creation between Thor walls and Ymir's ice wall.
I like this as a response specifically for the Baron who can't get around that wall. I love this.
Yes.
Baron, one of those characters that really struggles in jungle fights against characters with walls. However, Smite 2 Bad Boys now going to lean on the Artemis that was still available here. And that's a scary 2v2 to dive. That's a lot of damage, and that's a lot of self-peel CC. Does the Ymir get to get the wall off and the freeze off if he's walking up and just already dead because of the damage? Now Kali alongside it. That's a Scream Kali pick here in the jungle. That is kind of surprised to see it locked in here, though. Like, why not wait a little bit longer? I mean, support's still available here. You kind of see who's going to be in the solo lane. Probably it's going to be the Thor. Why not hold off on this Kali and see a bit more of the draft before locking in something like this?
I agree with you that the order of the pick might be a little off, but I think the pick itself is pretty fire. That's Cash Money Kali showing up for Scream, and I love to see what he's going to pull off there as Princess Bari joins the fray. Neith as well. Okay, so what if maybe that's why we banned away Bellona, because maybe Princess Bari jungle, Neith mid, and we're looking for a carry, because neither of those gods belong in the carry role if you really think about it, because then you're going to be missing some DPS. So unless we pick up a high DPS jungler like Mercury to match a Bari carry and a Neith mid, something like that, I don't know. We're going to need DPS somewhere in Clocked In if we want to secure these objectives as well as we did in game 1. I'm looking to see who their final pick is. I'm theory crafting a couple things here as we go along.
I would love the Mercury. I think you nailed it on the head. Clocked In would do so well with the Mercury and put the Princess Bari in ADC in particular. And I think that's the dream comp right there. I love this Princess Bari lock-in as a response to the Kali. How are we going to fight death immunity? Well, with death immunity ourselves. And so I love this response to the response. Smite 2 Bad. Odin is the lock-in here. And I like this into Princess Bari because Princess Bari just dies. Merlin is the lock-in here for Smite 2 Bad Boys. And I'm asking myself, who is playing this? We might be overcomplicating this a little bit. I think it might just be Baron in support. I think it might be Baron support, Merlin mid, Artemis ADC, Odin solo. I think that would make the most sense. Or you could swap around the Odin and the Baron and put Odin support. I think that actually would probably be the best. But you were right. It is probably... Oh, no. It could be Hui Yi in the jungle. Oh, there's so many characters that could go in so many different roles.
And you know what? I was... Let me tell you. As one of the early alpha weekend believers, I was running Odin support. We had like 11 gods. We didn't have a lot of choices. I was running the Odin support. I was a believer. And I think there's a lot of utility to be had here. Even now that there's like 40, 50 more gods in the game, there's a little bit of sauce there that some of y'all just haven't caught the taste of. I think Odin support could be maybe a move that is unexpected yet very nice, because part of what we talk about with the problem as far as Odin solo goes is you're not on the right places of the map to use the Odin cage. As a support, you're going to move around anyways. You're going to be moving towards these objectives like Gold Fury, Pyromancer, the Naga, whatever. As a support, you're supposed to be there. You're probably tanking the objective in the first place, right? So you're supposed to be there. You will be there with the cage. That's the best part about having Odin support. A little bit of ball there.
And
I don't know if
I was gonna say what's so great as well with the Odin is like you have an Artemis, Kali, Merlin. That's so much shred for the objective. Odin doesn't necessarily have to be the one tanking. He can play far forward and in the faces of Clocked In zone with the cage, stop Clocked In from walking forward to contest objectives. Again, though, it becomes a bit of a toss-up here. Clocked In have the better early game versus Smite 2 Bad Boys who have the better late game in Kali, Merlin, Artemis versus Bari, Neith, Huyi. A lot of Clocked In's comp and their carries have, stronger early game fight potential, just a little bit more than say the Artemis and the Kali do, who really do want to just be scaling towards their 4 or 5 item slots. So it is another toss up here, and especially because there's a Ymir in the game. The Clocked In duo lane is going to be disgusting depending on who goes where. I do believe it is Tegvir Huyi, though. I think it's Tegvir Huyi and it's Princess Bari ADC, because we've seen Tegvir time and time again play the Huyi. It's been very successful in the jungle for him. It just makes the most sense to me, though at the same time, he can probably play any of these 3 characters in the jungle and be very successful on it. Tegvir has been so good on this Clocked In roster.
Yeah, he's really been in his bag, and that bag is Louis Vuitton. So hopefully that is a Huyi in the jungle. It's just exciting to see, too. I think that Huyi is just like a tad bit safer. The ganks are a tad bit better, just a little bit more to love. But we'll see how much loving there is to be had as we dive into Game 2 between the Smite 2 Bad Boys and Clocked In the finals of the Week 2 October circuit. My name's Morty. I'm here with Book. We've got the whole Smite Prime production crew behind the scenes making this happen, and we are excited to see what could be our final game of the day, or what could bring us to Game 3 between Clocked In and the Bad Boys.
All right, so I am excited that it is, I kind of guessed it right on the side of the Smite 2 Bad Boys. It is not a Merlin support like I initially feared, just a little bit as soon as I saw that locked in. Across the way, though, it is Tegvir on the Bari, and it is going to be Hydrogen on the Huyi, and Huyi has gone the aspect here, so his autos are going to be ricocheting rather than his one, which is the ricochet initially. So that's going to be an interesting dynamic here, and that's just going to be, more pressure against Donut Doug in the laning phase more than anything else, as well as just, little bank shots that he can look to poke around the wave against Donut Doug in particular. So it is going to be an interesting dynamic here in the dual lane in particular. Tegvir on the Bari, though, that's where my attention is instantly. That's where the plays are going to be happening. Clocked In, we saw it last game. Tegvir was the facilitator early. He's the one that got active early. Is he going to be able to do the same thing on the Bari? I don't know. Personally, I don't think so. I imagine he wants to get an item or 2 before he can start to make an impact. But still, it's Tegvir. You never know what he's going to do. He could be in your jungle at, 2.5 minutes.
That's Tegvir for you. And that's also kind of Scream, if you think about it. They share a lot of the similar playstyle of just like, I'm going to walk into the enemy jungle and like, I don't care if they're going to rotate over. Like, there's just no fear. I mean, should they fear? Maybe so, because rotations can definitely hurt, and collapsing on either jungler is not good for them. But they kind of just go into each other's jungles and like, well, we'll just see what's here. I'm just window shopping, right? That's the move.
Love this so far already. Clocked In just being aggressive on this left-hand side with the help of their Ymir. And look at these bank shots, just Hydrogen throwing out those auto attacks from a distance. I love this. And getting little bounces off the wave onto the enemy gods. It's a lot like Xbalanque one. The Bolas as well.
Yeah.
Which I actually want to know. We haven't actually seen any Xbalanque today, which I'm kind of surprised by. But Donut Doug does get walled off there. Forced to beads.
No way. Hydro just took down Donut Doug. The bounces from the basics were huge there. The aspect of the mark definitely doing big things. Hydro showing up.
We actually haven't even touched on it as another trade here on the left-hand side. Scream looking to take down Tegvir, who is the marked target. But Globe on the way is going to be able to peel out for his jungler more than likely, and Scream has to give it the chase. But I mean, Ymir Wall. Ymir Wall with the Huyi mark aspect, I love it. I love it. Just more bounces as Tegvir still getting chased out here.
I like that. I like what I'm seeing here. Is Tegvir Scream go head-to-head in Tegvir's jungle. And we're barely 2 minutes into this, Scream. Come on. And he's going through the tier 2 and the Phoenix in middle lane to try and find safe.
I think he's dead.
Tegvir's continuing the chase. He got to jump. He's got to jump off. Will that save the day? Not so sure. But Globe doesn't have global Neathult yet to chase him down. Oh my God, that's crazy. That was wild.
I mean, Scream, I like the initial play. Force Tegvir to play in his own jungle. Keep him off of the neutral farm as much as possible, so you can just continue to free farm as much as possible as the Kali, and just get to that late game, because that's the goal here for Scream. But remember that Tegvir relies more on his abilities at this stage of the game than his auto attacks, versus Scream, who relies almost solely on his auto attacks almost the entire game. As Moswell looking for a 1v1 against Globe.
No way, he's chasing in, and that searing damage almost found it. It does find enough. The tick damage, the last tick of it was barely enough, but revenge is found. Moswell is killed. Eye for an eye. Tegvir picks up another kill, and I am a little worrisome that his snowball is starting to get a little big. I mean, 2 kills isn't much right now, but if Scream gives up another, if he finds a successful gank, then Tegvir could be a problem.
Would love to see Smite 2 Bad Boys do exactly this. Try and prioritize these rocks, these little elemental guys, and get the little rocks as much as possible. As here comes the Neath ultimate. It connects onto John Rowing, but that jump away. The Odin will be safe and secure, but they don't really get a lot of the rocks there after dropping them. And this is what Tegvir wants. He wants these rocks. Again, another split scaling jungler that benefits from them pretty effectively. Versus Scream, also a split scaling jungler who's just too far behind to contest this objective.
4 minutes barely into this game, and 4 kills have been found already. That's been very nice. Clocked in, have picked up 3, and Bad Boys have found 1 so far. It's been an exciting early game. And what we talked about last game was how the early game in game 1 might be a little more aggressive, and in this game it might be a little less because you don't feel as confident. You're a little worrisome about your decisions having consequences. You're worried about losing your potential to win with game 2. As the ult goes through into a lane, Shards of Ice finds a good amount of damage. Aurora takes down Ymir, and Hydrogen finds revenge. Donut Doug is dead. 1 body down on each side of duo lane. And regardless of the stakes at hand, regardless that one team could lose and not have a chance to get to game 3, I mean, there's just so much aggression coming through the door. Look at Scream showing up into a lane. The root doesn't connect, and looks like Hydro's able to jump back into the safety of the tier 1 tower. Scream still dives the tower. Regardless, ultimate is out, and here comes Tegvir looking to reinforce or get a little bit of revenge, and Scream is dead. Tegvir picks up 3. That's big. He's starting to build a bit of a rampage.
Moswell very low here, but taking the 1v1 against Globe here nonetheless, and I love that. We've seen Moswell play aggressive already on the Merlin. Would love to see him continue that trend as one of the better gods that can 1v1 in this lane. But yeah, I agree. Already, Tegvir off to a great start. Level 7, 3-0-0 on the Bari jungle. You know, getting those items online as quickly as possible, and so in a really good spot. And going into the mid game, you want to have a lead if you're Bari, and you want to be leveraging that early game presence that you have on a character like this, especially against Scream, who wants to be scaling and wants to be farming, has that first item Broggy's online. So you can already tell he's going towards the AA based build, and he's going to be, not able to do a lot until he's got a couple items online. So, would love to see Clocked in take advantage of that, maybe pull an early Gold Fury, especially because left-hand side, you saw it, Hydrogen already doing a ton of damage here on the Yi versus Artemis matchup. And he's pretty far ahead in terms of the item spikes as well. He's got first item. Donut Doug still only on the components so far.
Maybe we look for more here. Sunbreaker's out. looking for some damage and showing up on the side is Tegbeer, and the Neathol didn't even need to be fired out here, chasing down for another. Aurora might make it to the safety of the tower, but his friend might not meet the same fate. Life of the party's out. Here comes Scream from over the wall. Shards of Ice might find safety for his zone, but Scream finds one. Aurora finds another. Scream picked up two. Massive shutdown for Scream as they march their way towards the Gold Fury, and Globe is the only one that could be capable of stopping them.
It's 6.5 minutes in, and that might have been the play of the game from Aurora there with that ultimate, just pulling in 3 members under the tier 1 tower, and Scream shows up big with that ultimate. Now looking for more here on the Globe with the blink in. Dots, is it enough? Yes, it is. Scream with 4 kills suddenly to his name.
Was that a fadeaway Baron's Brew? No way. That was nasty, dude. Oh my God. Just when you think Tegbeer is in his bag, Scream's got a bigger bag. Looks like this game is gonna be a battle of who's got the biggest bag in the room.
Listen, I was so ready, Mort. I was so ready to say, all right, Scream actively just trolled this early game. He's actively just thrown this game. Now his lanes are really struggling because he inted into the enemy jungle. But man, Scream comes up huge time and time again. He can goof it up as much as he wants in the early game if he keeps making plays like that. John Rowing rotating on over into the mid lane with the teleporter as Gold Fury is the target here of Smite 2 Bad Boys. They're here first. Can they look to pull this objective? Would like to see it happen. No, John Rowing's just going to head back to the right-hand side, though I like this call. This is a much better adaptation from game number 1, where John Rowing just sat in the left-hand side jungle for like 5 years. Scream left-hand side, though.
We jump in here. Look at Hydro, suffered a bit of damage. Baron's Brew is on point for Scream. I know it didn't do a whole lot. It was only 100, but let me tell you, that Baron's Brew is making a difference. No wonder Scream is teaming up with Moswall, because he has just been on point. This dude from the free point line must be a monster. As a bit of skirmish happens here in middle lane as well. Moswall getting chased away. Great rotation over from Karmic, looking for a stun on Moswall. Anvil of Dawn puts Karmic into the air. Aurora putting a bit of pressure here on Tegbeer. Princess Bariota's out. Odin Cage follows through. Aurora looking for the final bit of damage needed. John Rowing takes down Tegbeer. Karmic finds revenge on Rowing. Happened by himself. Xerxes will get him safety, but Scream continues to chase. Sunbreaker's out. Great wall will stop Scream from chasing the rest of Clocked In, but they did find Tegbeer, and Karmic might be next. Hammer through to try and get to safety, but Moswall has that final bit needed to take him down. 2 bodies dead for Clocked In. Bad Boys looking good here in the beginning of the game.
Both ADCs rotating over, and Scream's still looking for more here on a Glow, but may have costed him. No, he's A-okay there. With that blink being down, means Scream will have to take his time before being active yet again. Just chaos across the map here for Smite 2 Bad Boys as they look for more and more and more. Fighting everywhere. Moswall just staying alive, throwing out cooldowns from a distance. By the way, is Merlin still good? Yeah, he's still pretty good here. Polynomicon completed here, and so Merlin's going to be doing good damage, working on that Chronos Pendant. Once he gets that spike, Moswall's going to be in a great spot to start making impacts in this game and in these team fights, especially because he's already doing a lot of damage already. The side of Clocked In really does struggle against the Merlin. They kind of want to be, all-inning one person and stacking on top of each other to try and just get this one person dead, especially Scream, and that allows Moswall from a distance to just free cast and throw abilities on top of everybody. And this is just Smite 2 Bad Boys just coming back big in the picks and bans.
10 minutes into this game, 9 kills for the Bad Boys and 7 for Clocked In, and the gold is damn near even. Things look incredible for the Bad Boys as they make their way towards a much better beginning as far as things go. Moswall and the rest of the Bad Boys secure Gold Fury, and Clocked In knew no better. No vision, no knowledge of the event even happening. Bad Boys emerging with a bit of a gold lead now.
Yeah, I mean, like, why would Smite 2 Bad Boys ever be on the objective, right? Aurora's right in front of us. There's just no way that they're doing Gold Fury right now. Right-hand side, John Rowing, though, in a bit of trouble here because the rotation and the neat snipe. Tegbeer gets another one, their 5th kill this game. Great plays for Clocked In, trying to answer back on this right-hand side. Aurora's just, he's been so fun to watch in Smite Prime in my time casting here so far. He just continues to make these brain game plays where he's kind of standing in front of you and it's like ulting you. Why is Aurora ulting you there? It's because his team is on the objective, and so hey, look at me, I'm just kind of here, you know, I'm ulting you, what are you gonna do, what's your response, happen, you're gonna wall, okay, cool, oh yeah, we got Gold Fury, we're chilling, we're walking away now.
It's just about the mind games, a bit of distraction, and that's what Aurora is good for. That's why he likes that Scylla pick, which we don't see in this game, but looks like he's trying to do the same thing with Baron, and he's doing a pretty damn good job of it. So I love to see what Aurora is doing right now. It's doing big things for the Bad Boys, as that lead is not massive, but it is there. Bad Boys feel much more confident going into this game than they did last game. But here's my question for you, Book. How do Bad Boys continue this leverage that they have? How do they continue this momentum to try and find a step above Clocked In?
I think it's just more plays from Scream, in all honesty. I don't think it's anything too complicated. It's just being grouped better than Clocked In. You can already see John rowing on his way to left-hand side and Scream blinking in aggressively.
Big damage from Scream. Jumps in, chasing down Happen. He's got the mark on him. Scream takes down Happen, but Mozball is killed in the back line in the process. Life of the party.
Tegvir
Finds the lockdown on Tegvir. Barrios online, but it's not going to save his life today. Aurora picks up Tegvir. 2 bodies dead for Clocked In. Anvil the Dawn comes in for the sideline. Sunbreaker in as well. Scream is shut down. Scream is dead. Chasing down John rowing, but jump over the wall will bring him safety, but the shutdown on Scream will hurt Bad Boys tremendously. Clocked In just picked up on a lot of gold, and they're not done there as the Queen Naga is taken down by Karmic, but will Clocked In reinforce that? Not so sure as Aurora trying to do some zoning. Aurora doing exactly what you said. Look at me, look at me. Hard to look at you when you're dead, though. He might get taken down here. Karmic dives under the tower. Glow finds the Spirit Arrow. Aurora is dead. Another shutdown goes towards Clocked In, but looking for revenge is John Rowing.
Okay.
He takes him down. Karmic is dead, but Rowing's gonna pay for it with his
Moswall.
life. In goes Moswall. Flicker in, looking for damage. Shards of Ice is out, and Moswall might be paying for that with his life. Amazing stun, followed by the Glacial Strike. Forces out the beads from Moswall. Happen still chasing, though. Big damage, huge damage from Happen. Moswall is dead. Big things going on for Clocked In as they march their way towards Spyro and decide they'll settle on a bit of farm instead.
So much happened there, but it's Karmic that comes up big in the initial engage. Just everyone on Smite 2 Bad Boys grouped up for the Thor ultimate, and Karmic made every ounce of that play just work out in his team's favor and continue to do so until John Rowing showed up to kill him again. But again, just Clocked In they're still not out of it, despite Smite 2 Bad Boys being aggressive. You know, Scream blinks in, gets a kill onto Happen, but it costs him his mid laner. And we talked about how Moswell is so important for dealing with this Clocked In team, and we continue to see it. Even despite taking a spill there, Moswell still was looking for good damage and good plays in that instance towards the end of the fight. But if you're trading Happen, a Ymir support, for Moswell as the game goes on, that's not going to be worth it. And what is the point of fighting there if you're Scream? They didn't really. There was no Gold Fury up at the time. What are we fighting for there? And so I think just taking a step back will be important here for Scream. If he can, I want him to be aggressive, but not needlessly aggressive here.
15 minutes in, it has been a bloodbath of a game. 12-13, Clocked In are up 1 kill and about 1,000 gold. We'll call it 1,500 as well. But Bad Boys look to try and even out those odds as Queen Naga is getting targeted, and the only one who knows this happened, but Aurora is going to zone him away. Queen Naga is taken down, and Clocked In can't say anything otherwise as they all come through. Oh, amazing Odin Cage, followed by the Gungear's Might will lock down Happen, and jumping back down on Happen's face top, stomped like a Goomba. Happen is dead, and Bad Boys make their way towards Gold Fury. Clocked In no, though, but will they show up, or will they let it get ripped for free? Looks like Clocked In no better. They're going to go towards Aurora instead. The distraction support doing what he does in the front line. Life of the party will keep them from going anywhere. Scream finds Karmic as well in the backside. Keep going forward, Aurora. You can find more kills. Tegvir on the escape, but looks like Bad Boys are going to settle with what they got. That's 1 kill, 2 with Happen, and a Gold Fury. Bad Boys stocks are up.
John Rowing having a phenomenal game. Absolute just flip of the switch from game number 1. Blinking in, forcing that engagement onto Happen. And that's where I love to see plays like that. You know, using the blink is all fine and dandy if you kill the support, but as long as you're getting the stuff after that, it's fine. As blink in from Scream looking for Tegvir.
Massive jump over the wall, followed. Look at this go. I mean, the ult was forced out from Scream. He couldn't find a kill, though. No kills in exchange, but a lot of resources taken away from both sides. Pyro does get dropped. Naga was finding the aggro for a second, but Bad Boys full retreat away. That's probably the smart move.
Aurora top of the player damage here. 16 minutes in on the Baron support. Just, again, just walking forward and being in the faces of Clocked In. And it's a lot of the members of the Smite 2 Bad Boys, yeah, they've been fighting and they've been scrapping, sure. I'm just kind of shocked, I guess, a little bit that Aurora is right there at the top.
Amazing stuff so far as Mozball might get locked down by Clocked In here in the mid lane. Avalodon forced out from Karmic, barely gets into the air, lands back down towards Pyro. Clocked In, they're going to take that off the map, and that's a little bit of gold that they're going to need to try and match the energy that the Bad Boys are giving off. It feels like they're in the lead. It feels like Bad Boys have been dominating these fights, but in reality, Clocked In are just right behind him. It's damn near neck and neck. As Gungear's might find the mark. Karmic living with 100 health. The Neithel will stop him in his tracks from the hunt, and John Rowing settles on a blue buff instead.
The slow from John Rowing's ultimate as well nearly netted him a kill onto Karmic. That would have been big, but yeah, I don't know. It feels like there's just look, it's a gold lead. It's not crazy or anything for Smite 2 Bad Boys, but oh, it's the left-hand side. You can see Hydra in a world of hurt here.
Caldonia Boar as well, one body down on each side. Hydro and Doug both lose their lives, but Scream, he's the only one left standing on the left side. Looks like he can find a bit of camps to maybe settle and buy time. Aurora does get Frost Breath, Glacial Strike in response, but I don't think that Globe has anything to follow up with, so Aurora will be A-okay, and back to the farming game that we all know and love.
So just going back to it, but you can feel it, can't you, right? Like Smite 2 Bad Boys, the momentum shift is just night and day from game number one, and it feels like they're just in it, and they're just getting everything they want, not always for free, not always cleanly, but they're fighting, and this is just stark contrast from game number one. It feels like Clocked In are a little bit shell-shocked by it, by how aggressive Scream is being, just blinking in and all-inning the enemy support. As we see a 5-man grouping on this right-hand side, they can look to pull this Fire Giant. They have the burn. They have the damage. Hydrogen isn't here. Hydrogen doesn't have beads. Karmic, though, will be the target.
Jumping straight forward, Avalodon forced to take Karmic up for a ride, trying to find safety on his side of the jungle. One resource taken away from Clocked In means Bad Boys might rip this Fire Giant for free. Well, Clocked In are here, though. They make their way towards, just trying to show face and let Bad Boys know it's not going to be for free. Down to 5,000 health on the Fire Giant. Gloves here as well. Happen jumps in, Shards of Ice, and the Pyro Bomb. Will they be able to steal it away? Donut Doug takes down Happen, and it looks like it'll go towards the Bad Boys. All 5 members of Smite 2 Bad Boys with Fire Giant belts around their waist and a dagger in hand for Scream. This looks like bad news for Clocked In, but Doug by himself in middle lane, getting chased down. Great Artemis trap, though. Will stop him in his tracks. Aurora here to reinforce as well, and looks like Karmic won't be finding any kills today. Not without some help from the rest of Clocked In. Look at Take Fear on the backside. Finds Donut Doug. Finds Donut Doug. Neithel from middle lane shuts down Aurora as well. 2 bodies dead. Those Fire Giant belts you had were stolen and ripped to the ground. That is big for Clocked In, as now they make their way towards Gold Fury, and on the right side, Scream taking down a tier 2.
What is Doug doing there? Just sticking around for way too long, trying to force that fight, trying to force the mid-wave push, but it just sticks around when he doesn't need to, doesn't have the ultimate there, and just gets taken down in that moment. Smite 2 Bad Boys just stick around way too long. That is tough there for them all of a sudden.
So, bit of a pause here. Probably some tech issues. You know how it is. My hair's all flared up because it's been a crazy game. It's been so many kills. Like,
you're going Super Saiyan over there.
I'm going. It's been ecstatic, man. It has been hectic on the battleground of the gods today, especially in the past 30 minutes, because good Lord, it has been a banger of a game 2 here in the finals between Clocked In and the Bad Boys. It has been fun to watch. Some of these players have gotten their gods that they're comfortable with. Mozwall is back in the comfort zone of Merlin. Scream is on one of his more notorious obvious picks for months now. We have Scream for this Kali pick in the jungle, and he goes absolutely bizarre with it every single time he gets his hands on it. I mean, people talk about Scream on the Aladdin, Scream on the Mercury. He's got these picks all day, man, and Kali's just another one in the bank that he's ready to pull out at any time.
Yeah, I've been really impressed by Scream so far on the Kali. Mechanic made the right, always going for the right plays in the right moment, but still mechanically has just been so good. And immediately after Fire Giant, where does he go? Right hand side, trying to push a lane, trying to split push as much as possible. Scream really is, I don't want to say he's putting the team on his back, because John Rowing has been huge. Aurora has been so impactful so far on the Baron. But Scream has really just set the pace so far of this game. He's probably the one calling, look, guys, we have the shred, we have the burn. Let's go Fire Giant here. Let's group. We have the damage for it. 19 and a half minutes in, and you're taking Fire Giant. You're in a great spot if you're Smite 2 Bad Boys. The problem now is you just lost 2 members with Fire Giant, and now you're going to lose a Gold Fury. That gold spike that you were just about to get for yourself suddenly wiped away and off the table.
Yeah. It's just how it goes. I mean, it's an unfortunate mistake, and I think a little bit more communication on what happened after the Fire Giant. Sometimes I wonder, because I've never really watched like Scream stream or anything. I need to do a little more intel collection and see if he like communicates. Like when he just left right tower up there, I wonder if he like made that clear. I wonder if Donut Doug knew that he was by himself, right? Because we all have mini maps, like we're technically supposed to know, but like communication is a big part of that. As Moswald takes down Pyro for Smite 2 Bad Boys, so they get something after that fire, but they are a tad bit alone by Happen Globe and Tagbeer here in middle. Both teams decide to retreat to their respective side of the jungle and go back to farming up a tad.
So there is a small gold lead for Smite 2 Bad Boys, and it's off of that Pyromancer, and it's off of pushing the right-hand side for, you know, the Kali, the Scream. But again, like, do you even push here? Do you get the tier 1 in left and maybe the tier 1 in mid? Outside of that, I'm not quite sure if Smite 2 Bad Boys can look to make a play anywhere, especially because you're still farming if you're Donut Doug. And peek the build from Donut Doug, actually. It's a very low attack speed build that he's gone for. It's Sunbeam Bow, Tearfing, and then Bloodforge. Knows that he's going to be the one that's being dove here in the mid to late game, so wants a little bit of extra, you know, protections from that shield. And now is working towards a Titan's Bane, so just very low DPS from the Artemis in terms of how quickly she's swinging, you know, 21 minutes in, but still good, effective damage. You can already see, like, Sunbeam Bow is going to be effective against objectives and towers, but just not like the Odie Bow that we often see in this third item slot.
Yeah, that's a good point as we're creeping up on 22 minutes in. 16-16, a 3K gold lead for the Bad Boys. They're up 1 Gold Fury as well. Things are looking tremendously well for the Bad Boys as we might see a
on the
kill here
right-hand
on
side.
the right side. John Rowing chasing down one of the members of Clocked In. Looks like Baron's going to collapse as well. Land with an on-force out. Karma can't get into the air in time and Screams by himself on left side. That's A-OK. I don't know what exactly we grab over there. I think he was trying to go for that tier 2, but just couldn't find it in through the minions or anything.
I think he's just threatening. Scream is just trying to do what Aurora usually does. It says, look at me, guys. I'm trying to split push here. Now members of Smite 2 Bad Boys are going to push out on this right-hand side. I'm not quite sure.
Not sure how this goes down. Scream on left side is getting zoned away. 4 members of Clocked In on top of Scream. There's no way he lives through this. Maybe he takes one with him. Princess Bariolta's out. Can he find the heal? No, he cannot. Scream is dead, and the rest of Clocked In make their way back towards base because here come the Bad Boys, 2 marching up right side and 2 marching up middle. But they decide that maybe they stop their push there. Clocked In made it back to the base just in time to save that tier 2. What's next on the agenda for the Bad Boys? Guess we'll find out here in just a few. This has been an intense battle so far between both sides. Love to see what's been cooking between Bad Boys and Clocked In. I knew this was going to be a banger of a game, but I didn't think it would be this aggressive. I mean, think about how we talked about this earlier on, how once we get towards game 2, game 3, these games can get a tad less aggressive because teams are scared of what's on the line as Pyro gets burned down here. 3,000 elf on it and nobody from Bad Boys left to contest. And what I assumed would be a slower game because we're in game 2 has turned into an absolute bloodbath. 17 kills on each side. We're not even a quarter into this game is what it feels like.
Yeah, I think this game still has a bit of a distance to go here, more as, you know, Smite 2 Bad Boys, they're kind of getting to the point where they're pretty effective. Look at Moswell's build. Has Tono of Death, has Rada Tahuti working on the Obshard next. And, you know, Fire Giant really is going to be the name of the game here between these two teams. Titans being completed for Donut Doug. They're just, Smite 2 Bad Boys are in a good spot, but so are Clocked In. It's, oh, hold that, actually. Gold Fury available here, and Moswell and Scream are just going to do it. Clocked In, they're not in a position to pull Fire Giant, and so this objective, that's the third pip going the way of Smite 2 Bad Boys. No response here from Clocked In.
A third pip, and now there's a debuff tier 2 in the middle and the left side, and
Right.
should Smite 2 Bad Boys find a good fight and take down 3 or 4, that right Phoenix is weakened. That is an easy flank. The Titan won't be easy to kill, but finding an easy bird would put a lot of pressure on Clocked In that they really don't need right now.
Oh, Smite 2 Bad Boys, they just said, you know, John Rowing back to base. I don't know if this is a good spot for Smite 2 Bad Boys. All of a sudden, Clocked In might have made the right call here.
Life of the party is forced out to try and find some CC
Happen.
immune from Clocked In. Great Frost Breath will lock down Aurora down to a couple hundred health. There goes Aurora down 1. The Bad Boys have lost their support. Clocked In might burn this Fire Giant away, but Scream's around the corner.
Scream is here. Happened with the wind sprite over the wall there to engage onto Aurora. Love that play there. Just using that map effect as this is slow here from Clocked In. They know they can't really confirm. They don't see Scream on the map here. They have to figure that he's on the way, so they're going to look for a pick instead.
Clocked In have dropped the fire and march
Karmic
forward.
up.
Cersei's out,
Okay.
Icefall as well, Sunbreaker as well, Odin Cage, everything's out. Barrios out and finds 1 kill. Over the wall goes John Rowing, leaving the back line to scrap. Scream is maybe looking for some type of fight if they want to dive back on this fire. A lot of low health bars on the side of Clocked In means maybe some 1v3 potential for Scream, but Clocked In are playing this safe. They're healing up. They're going back to base because they know that Moswell and Scream can't burn this fire by themselves.
Scream and Moswell just not in a position to really impact after Clocked In decide to fully commit to diving Donut Doug there in that instance. The Artemis really struggling now in the late game against this Ymir, getting walled in place there. No shell to get him through that wall in instances like that. So it is getting a little spooky here for Donut Doug in particular, who doesn't have beads now for 60 seconds, doesn't have Aegis period here to defend against all the damage that Clocked In have. And Clocked In, they're going to pull this fire yet again.
Fire is getting burned away. Half health on the fire. Clocked In,
Going quick.
continue the burn. Aurora is here. Aurora is doing a bit of distracting as
Ooh, John.
Rowing goes into the back line. More distraction coming through, trying to pull Clocked In off. Anviladon
Scream.
puts Karmic in the air, screams down to a tad bit of health. He's barely able to somersault over the wall. Anviladon lands back on his head top and puts Scream down. We have just lost Scream. I repeat, we have just lost Scream. Bad Boys on the retreat. They know they can't win from here. Clocked In, continuing the chase though. Massive Spirit Arrow onto Moswell. And look at Rowing in the
Doug?
back line. Doug takes out Hydro. Wait a minute, we might back in this. Life of the party
Oh,
finds
John!
another. Massive 2-man shutdown from Rowing.
Oh my God!
Aurora finds another. Karmic's the only one
my
left. And down he goes. All 5
That's it.
members of Clocked In are dead. And the Bad Boys are feeling good. What you gonna do when the Bad Boys run wild on you?
That should be game. No, they're taking their sweet time. Instead, going to pay attention towards the Fire Giant. I feel like that should have been an end. Maybe just no minions on the right-hand side to really go for this. But, I mean, Smite 2 Bad Boys, man, I don't know how that went their way. It has to be Donut Doug on that rotation, coming in late. And then Moswell and him working together to take down Hydrogen and Karmic. John Rowing and Aurora working together to take down 3 members on this right-hand side. I mean, John Rowing just goes absolutely massive in that fight by so much time, gets the important cooldowns off, and just makes it happen. Fire Giant gonna be on all 5 members now. They make the safer call, and they'll get the Gold Fury here. So the right-hand bird, which we know Screen loves to split push, That right-hand side bird will be weakened. It's my two bad boys. They're looking to take control of this game 28 minutes in.
Looks like we're in the fourth quarter. 28 minutes in, Bad Boys are up 2 kills, which might not seem like much, but the gold lead is immaculate. 10,000 gold up. Fire Giant belts around the waist of all 5 members of the Bad Boys. Pyro Bomb in pocket for Scream, and the daggers in hand of Doug. There's a weakened bird on the right side. 2 tier 2s are weakened as well. Bad Boys are ready for anything. All they need to do is group and demolish anyone that stand in their way.
Scream on the right-hand side in a 1v1 against Karmic, forcing that ultimate early, and now Karmic won't have it for a bit. Would love to see my two bad boys just play aggressive now, knowing that ultimate is down. I believe Pyro Bomb still on the ground there, just no one has it available to them. So it's just going to be a bit of pushing here in mid and right, as no Moswell just yet. So Smite 2 bad boys, they can't step up too quickly, as Moswell will be the one to pick up the Pyro Bomb after picking up the red buff, of course, as a mid laner does. Clocked in. What is the answer here, though? Karmic will defend this right-hand side with no Thor ultimate, so it's not the easiest thing in the world here for Karmic to make an impact in this fight all of a sudden. Maybe it's a wall. You look to wall off Scream, and then he doesn't have beads, so you just instantly kill him before you get his ultimate off. As Scream playing aggressive here, looking to take down Karmic in an instant, and will do exactly that with help of Moswell.
Jump, blink, stun, takes down 1. Karmic is dead, but so is Moswell. Scream looking for a kill as well. Jumps over the wall. Tegvir can't quite chase that, but on the left side continues the push from the Bad Boys. Scream on the retreat. Tegvir is out of position, which makes it a 3-on-3 on the left side. Bird, how do we start this fight though? Life of the party's up. Maybe John Rowing starts something here as well. Maybe we choke down Tegvir. Maybe we find him in middle lane and take him down there. That's the Odin ult out. Tegvir's by himself, but no kill found just yet. Tegvir low on health, but A-okay. Scream comes back though. Scream's back. Scream found the right side. Bird, massive flank from Scream. Life of the party follows through. Shards of Ice and Sunbreaker follow through for Clocked In. Oh, by himself. Donut Doug's dead though. Wait a minute, Donut Doug is dead. John Rowing continues the push forward. Clocked In might be counting their days. Gungears might find a stun on Happen, but John Rowing looking to get out of dodge, and that he is. With 2 birds down, middle and right side, Bad Boys have made a pretty good push happen, but Clocked In are still alive, which means that their next defense might be their last.
Maybe so, but honestly, Smite 2 bad boys, they didn't do a good job of really prioritizing who's splitting where. And look at this, actually a 4-man grouping running, 5-man grouping. They're looking to beeline down mid here while Doug is dead for another 20 seconds here, get whatever gold they can. Are they trying to trade birds here? I can't imagine that they're trading birds entirely, because with no minion wave, they're just going to take down the tier 2. And I think that's because they want an avenue of some capacity, because this is going to be the final fight, I imagine. With 2 birds down, Clocked In have to try and defend at this Fire Giant and all in someone. If the fight just goes their way, they run it down mid and end. That is how this fight will go. They also have the availability that mid and right are the ones down. They can push those out and still defend Fire Giant pretty effectively here. Smite 2 bad boys, yes, they got 2 birds, but they're the easier ones to defend against another Fire Giant, which we know we're going to now.
A lot on the line for both sides. Clocked In don't want to go to game 3, and the Bad Boys do. And a lot that the Bad Boys have been doing to get them there. Look at where we're at, 32 minutes in, and that is a 13K gold lead at least. That might be 14. That is huge for the Bad Boys, as they are looking tremendous here in the fourth quarter of the game. Ancient Fury getting chopped away at. Karmic's in, Anvil of Dawn. Neathult from downtown looking to find a piece. Great body block there from Donut Doug. I don't even know if that was meant for that or not. The life of the party's out. In goes John Rowing, trying to chase down Karmic and continuing the chase. Not sure if we find any kills here, though. Clocked In on the retreat and maintaining space is John Rowing. Ancient Fury gets dropped and both teams retreat.
Karmic with a good ultimate, just trying to stall out this Gold Fury that we've seen Smite 2 bad boys just sneak away a couple times, but Clocked In, they're the ones that have to back to base to defend their base. In all honesty, you see Karmic already clearing out those fireways on the right hand side. Aurora looking in mid here, though, for Globe, trying to pick off somebody here.
No picks found just yet, though. Clocked in around the Fire Giant pit and happened by himself right next to John Rowing, who jumps back to safety and doesn't want to get stunned today and locked down by the rest of Clocked In. Oh, wait a minute. Ancient Fury getting chipped away out by the Bad Boys. They're going to try and split this out. That means the Fire Giant's open for Clocked In. Do they start the burn here? Yes, they do.
Scream's going to backdoor. Scream's going to try and backdoor. You can see him is already running towards mid lane. Karmic playing aggressive here, though, looking for somebody.
Fight unfolds on their side of the jungle. Great freeze from Happen. John Rowing forced to use the Odin Cage. He takes about half of his health down in quick time. Looks like Scream's turning around to try and start this fight. Maybe find a flank on Hydro all by himself over there. What is Scream doing on the side? Scream has an ulterior motive.
Maybe just looking to catch out the member who was probably trying to defend against a split push. No, he's just trying to keep the base threatened against Clocked In. And a lot of credit to, I believe it was Donut Doug there, who was getting looked at by Karmic's ultimate, as Scream in a world of hurt here has ultimate, though, gonna take the lumps against Karmic.
Will that save his life? Great ult from Scream, but everybody else from Clocked In still on the chase. Karmic might jump forward and find a stun. Stun doesn't go through. Bloodborne is out. Will Scream turn this around? Looks like he is. John Rowing lands with a slam and takes down Karmic. That's an amazing turnaround by Scream and John Rowing. Linking together, the fusion dance is putting the moves on Clocked In.
5 men strong on this right-hand side. Smite 2 Bad Boys. You got to imagine they're going to look to pull this Fire Giant here. What do Clocked In do as a response? Do they try and defend this Fire Giant? I'm not so sure if you do here. If you lose here, it could well be the game. But look how your last Phoenix defense went. You kind of lost 2 towers, but they were the 2 towers that you don't mind losing. But they are here to defend this Fire Giant.
Fire Giant burn is began by the Bad Boys, down to half health, and the burn continues. Ice Wall is out, and Clocked In looking for a way to get into the pit. But look on the right side, life of the party takes down Happen. Happen is dead as well. 2 down for Clocked In. Can we find a third? Barrios out, and Tegbeer might be dead here. Yes, he is. Donut Doug takes down another. We're back on the Fire Giant, and Clocked In can't find a way into the fire. Maswal secures it away. Dagger in hand for Scream yet again. On the retreat is Hydro. Can John Rowing find the chase? Aurora puts down a Globe, and Clocked In are running for their lives. Karmic comes back in the blink of an eye, looking to save what's left of his team, but he's melted down like hot butter on a stovetop. Down we go to the Titan room yet again. What you gonna do when the Bad Boys run wild on you? The Titan will fall, and the Bad Boys are bringing us to Game 3.
Game 3 on the horizon. Smite 2 Bad Boys, they come back beautifully there. And Clocked In are left looking for answers here going into the game number 3. And again, it comes down to the picks and bans. Huge change there for Smite 2 Bad Boys. And it comes up big. Going into game 3, though, there's a lot of gods off the table. Some important ones still available. Excited to talk about those fairly soon, though.
I am too. But before we get there, we've got a wait screen to go through, and then we'll be back with game 3. That's right, game 3 of the finals here in week 2 of the October circuit. We'll be back in just a few. Hello, everybody, and welcome back to Smite Prime, live on Smite Prime and Smite Game. My name's Morty. I'm here with Tesdai, Jithens, Rosie, and Billy behind the scenes, and I'm here in the booth with Book. How are we feeling?
Pretty excited now that we're going to game number 3. Smite 2 Bad Boys bounce back beautifully off after crazy adaptations in the draft. I mean, look, Scream on the Kali. It was a little worried about it at first, but it went so well in the mid game, was just looking to make plays, and it's off the back of this Baron support, which I kind of fully suspected that it was going to be Maswal piloting this. Couldn't even think that, you know, Aurora loves this character as well. So just, and this is crazy. Like, this 3v2 is just nuts from John Rowing and Aurora. Like, what do you even do there? It's moments like that, and we saw it at the start of the game as well for Aurora and Scream to make a similar play. Look, Smite 2 Bad Boys, they just looked like they were playing the fights a little bit better than Clocked In the late game, throughout the entire game, in all honesty.
Yeah, they really did just show up out of nowhere. And I think a lot of it, how you talked about earlier, was like picks. Like they just got a lot more comfortable picks. Screams on Kali, that's cash money. Maswal on Merlin, that's huge. Aurora's playing Baron, which is pretty much the Scylla pick. That's what he wants to do, right? I think overall, this team just looked better, communicated better, played better overall as a team, and it took the bad boys some time to get there. Had a bit of struggle finishing the game towards the end, but once we got to this point right here that you're seeing
Every time, man. No, I agree. I thought it was just fantastic play. I do want to see Scream kind of tone down the split pushing a little bit. I think there were a couple times where Smite 2 bad boys put themselves in kind of precarious situations that they just didn't need to be in. And so if Scream's there, if he just groups a little faster, if he's just with the team, then the fight is a full 5-on-5. You're ready for it. You're ready to defend. And you're just ready to play the game out and play the fight out. And look at that, 33k damage. Second top in the lobby. Number 1 is Tegvir. Tegvir's still having a great game here on the Bari, all things considered, despite losing. And I liked the Bari. I think it struggled a bit in the mid to late as it got later and later and later. And there was so much more damage on the side of Smite 2 bad boys. Tegvir really started to struggle.
And for those of you just now joining us, we do have a giveaway that I want to bring up real quick. It is a giveaway for a new, brand spanking new Neath skin called Misdiagnosis. And the way to enter is go over to twitch.tv/Smite Prime, not Smite Game, Smite Prime, and hit hashtag giveaway. That's all it is. Hashtag giveaway. And that's how you enter in.
That's all you got to do. That's all you got to do for a potential to get a free Neath skin in Smite 2. It's just that easy. And if you don't want it, give it to a friend, you know? Sign up for a friend. Circling us back to game number 3 here. And I'm really excited for this because I think this is my first game 3 finals for Smite Prime for the week. It is question marks for me on what is going to be prioritized for either team, in all honesty. I would imagine Clocked In would love to, look for the Achilles characters like that Tegvir can be really aggressive and in your face on. Problem is Smite 2 bad boys are just not allowing Tegvir what he wants now anymore. It's you've had your Tsukiyomi game, you can have your Bar, you can have your Hui, except both those characters are now off the table. There's a lot of options here that Tegvir is going to have to look towards.
And we'll have to see what those options are as we dig into picks and bans. Let's find out who is going to be playing what in game 3 now that there are 20 gods in the game not available for play. Wow.
Yeah, and Clocked In decided to take first pick as well after losing game number 2. Love to see that adjustment in all things considered. Yeah, just kind of trying to look to see what gods are just kind of gone here and see what is available instead. The one thing I'm kind of interested to see, and I think will be the option here for Scream on Smite 2 Bad Boys, I imagine Scream will maybe look towards the Mercury, kind of similar to the Kali in game number 2. It just very different option here for Smite 2 Bad Boys and still available. It wasn't played in game 1, wasn't played in game 2. Another late game carry here for Smite 2 Bad Boys and for Scream to look for.
As Jingwei gets banned away, same with Bologna. We want to take that away from John Rowing, so that makes sense. Ares banned, which is not a surprise at all. A lot of pretty regular bans. One that I'm not seeing, though, now I'm seeing is Aladdin. Dang, I was going to say a game 3 Scream on Aladdin would go nuts here, but all right. Guess I'll keep dreaming. Sigh.
So yeah, Tegvir also plays a lot of Aladdin, so not surprised that Smite 2 Bad Boys just not going to allow it. It is so far the same bans on either side. Clocked In banned Ares, Bologna, and Smite 2 Bad Boys banned Wukong from first pick, and now Clocked In banned it from first pick. This should be a free Achilles ban for Smite 2 Bad Boys if they go for it, banning away Tegvir's option. My question is going to be, what is Maswal going to play? It's going to be an Agni ban. So Achilles is available here for Tegvir. I don't know if he'll snap lock it, but he could. It could just be a snap lock Achilles here. And sure enough, it is. Tegvir Achilles in game number 3. For all the marbles this week, this is spooky here for
that's exciting.
Bad Boys already.
That is definitely exciting to see Tegvir back on his
Mhm.
pick. Don't give this to me right now. Don't give me a Khepri already. Don't put Khepri in.
Wow.
Let's go. We're getting a Khepri in Smite Prime. I don't think this has
Why?
ever happened. I'm so excited.
Why are we
Don't say
picking Kepri
why like that.
Here. Well, look, they just first picked Achilles, right? And the problem with Kepri is he struggles into execute. So why are we instantly responding to an Achilles with a character
That's
that gets
fair.
countered by Achilles? Why?
Yeah, that's
Sobek
true. Now
Hekate will be
Sobek's
the
here.
lock-in skier. Yeah, Sobek Hekate is just, again, so much CC, so much damage already to deal with this Kepri. And Kepri really struggles into AoE CC, and that is what Clocked In are picking here.
Look, I know that it might seem like a bit of a counter pick, right? It
Mhm,
might seem like 2 executes on the side of Clocked In definitely negate
mhm. Oh,
the
yeah.
revive from Khepri. But here's the thing. A lot of people don't know this, but with the aspect, Khepri has an execute of his own. It's called the Caprexecute. And it's his one with that extra tick damage that does nasty numbers, especially earlier on in the game.
Ooh.
Nasty numbers. We'll call it a Caprexecute. You'll see it later on. Just keep your eyes open for it. It'll come around.
All right, I'll keep an eye.
I'm
I'll keep
excited.
my eyes out for it. If everyone's gonna play, it is gonna be Aurora. I'm excited for what Smite 2 bad boys are hovering here. Moswell gonna be rocking the Zeus here, who's gonna struggle a fair bit, but I think that might be why the Kepri was locked in pretty early. Is they know we're gonna be picking, Zeus. So what are we gonna do? We're gonna have a pocket, pocket protection character
Right.
in Kepri. Drop the
Mhm.
ultimate on him, and hopefully he doesn't get executed. But if he doesn't get executed, he's going to get revived, and Moswell's going to have a great day. He's going to be able to throw out another round of cooldowns on the Zeus, paired with the Chalk as well. Just big AoE circle CC so far. We haven't even talked about it yet. Gibalanke, our first one of the day that we haven't really, seen too much of as of late. Going to be the
Mhm.
80 carry lock, and I imagine for Donut Doug here.
Well, it could be that. I think that's probably the right move, but I think not out of like what I expect as far as meta or strength goes, but what I think would be fun to watch would be Shibalanke aspect of the Night Stalker mid, and then Zeus
Mm.
goes to carry. Maybe a Founder Series throwback there. That'd be fun. That'd be kind of
Yeah.
nice. What do you think?
Listen, Tegvir was the OG Zeus ADC at Founders Series, so if anyone's going to do it,
Yep.
it's going to be him. But I don't know, man. I think putting the Zeus in carry would be pretty difficult. I mean, with the picks that they
Yeah.
have, yeah, Smite 2 bad boys would want to make it work when they see what Clocked In have. But I think Smite 2 bad boys, they clearly have a game plan in picking Gibalanke Kepri top 2, then pair it alongside Zeus Chalk, holding your last pick jungle here for Scream so he can see everything on the field. And I have
Right.
to imagine that Scream is looking at this Mercury here because what's going to do fantastically with all these damage dealers as well as good CC setup here for Smite 2 bad boys, it's going to be Mercury that just cuts through a team fight, stuns members in place. There's the Zeus ultimate on top. There's the Chalk ultimate on top, just setting it up. It's just going to be a field day if the Mercury is the lock in here for Smite 2 bad boys. Clocked In, though, they have 2 picks left. It's going to be an 80 carry and a jungler. Oh, no, sorry, a soul laner, I imagine, here for Clocked In, as Danzabura is the hover here. Hydrogen seems to love this pick, man.
I want to do another forgot my glasses moment, but I don't know if you have a
Ooh.
second pair sitting around. So I think Donza is a nice pick. That'll be fun to watch. Same thing with Nem, who has kind of fallen from grace a little bit, especially after the aspect had gotten a bit of a nerf, but still a good pick regardless. And I think that Karmic will probably enjoy that one relatively well. And now we're waiting on our jungle pick from Scream. What will Master Scream pick up today? What deck of cards? What card from his deck? Okay, I tried something there. There's a lot of
Yeah,
picks for him, is what I was trying to get for. There's a lot of picks.
I'm trying to see, what's available. I still hang on this Mercury that I think it's going to be that in particular.
That'd be nice.
If it's not Mercury, I have a funny feeling it's going to be something a little kind of weird and odd. Scream is kind of the type to pull out something just very odd and funny to watch in a game 3
Right.
situation like this.
Like Geb.
Yeah, I don't know if he wants to lean on the Mercury. Well, definitely not Geb, but I don't. I don't know if he wants to play the Mercury in particular into the Nemesis, into the Danzaburo. Those are 2 characters that are a little more difficult to dive or one shot. Mercury wants to be hitting the Nem, but she's got the shield that heals herself. I'm also not entirely sold that it's Nem jungle just yet. And that's why I think he's a little hesitant to pick the Mercury here, because it still could be a Nem jungle Achilles solo lane. And so Scream might be saying, guys, I don't know, if I pick Mercury here, I have a rough time diving the Danza, and I have a rough time 1v1ing against Tegvir. But if Scream just wants to ignore those two and go split push the entire game, yeah, I think Mercury will be fine here.
Another thing I'm worried about too is engage from Bad Boys. I don't really think they have like a crazy good engage yet. I mean, sure, the Storm Call from Chalk is good, but it's not a massive lockdown.
There it is. Anubis jungle.
Nah, it's not. It's not Anubis jungle. I don't know what it is, but it's not Anubis jungle. Okay. All right, we're talking here.
Xbalanque?
Zeus carry, Anubis mid, Xbalanque jungle with the aspect.
I mean, that is...
I don't know. That sounds pretty nice.
I mean, look, we do see a lot of hunters in the jungle as of late, but
just think about it. Think about it. Just think about it.
I'm thinking real hard, man. I'm trying my best here. I'm gonna be so honest. I think that's Zeus mid, G-Ball ADC, Goobis jungle, because I've seen Scream play it before. And I'll be so for real, it did not go well. So it might. It could work out. It could be that he first bloods someone, snowballs the entire game, permaganks duo on cooldown, snowballs to all high heavens, gets to level 20 at 15 minutes, and just runs the game down. And Clocked In never get to play. But look what Clocked In have drafted here. Sobek, Achilles, Nemesis, Danzabura, Hecate. There is so much damage and dive there. It is actually absurd.
We also know some Chalk jungle players out there. Definitely, we've got some. We know some. You and I, we know some ball. It could be Anubis solo. Just deny farm all game. Chalk. Me and you both know I still buffs. We know this is a prominent pick for some of these known names, right? I think there's definitely some ball that could be had there. There's definitely a little bit of love on Chalk jungle. Or, hey, for all we know, this could be Aspect Khepri in the jungle. I mean, we're just talking about anything at this point. I don't even know what to put together here. I mean, Jithens wants us to come up here and try and theorize what these picks are. I'm looking at this and I don't know nothing. I mean, I kind of have an idea. I think we were on something in the beginning, but I mean, now my mind's just running wild up here. I don't even know where to begin.
Yeah, I think I'm a much bigger fan of this Clocked In draft. I think it's very concise. It's clear what their play style is. It fits their play style that they've clearly identified for themselves, which is let Hydrogen free farm and then everyone kind of play full send dive, and we'll let Globe kind of free cast from a distance and then kind of follow up off of the dive eventually. And that is what this composition does. The Sobek plucks in and the rest of the team follows up. The Achilles plays aggressive, team follow up. There's so much damage and CC on the side of Clocked In here.
All right, folks, enough theorizing, enough hypothetical theory. Let's get into the game and see who goes where and who comes out on top in Game 3 of the finals between the Smite 2 Bad Boys and Clocked In.
All right, sure enough, Goobis jungle.
Okay.
But Donut Doug is playing Zeus ADC, and Moswell is playing Xbalanque mid.
Sands of time, Danzaburo?
Okay, there's a lot to break down here. First of all, Xbalanque aspect is really good, by the way, but it takes him a bit of time to cook. Not as long as Nuwa, so this does fit similarly to the pacing of, say, the Merlin that we saw last game. So this is a much better look for Moswell. Once he gets 6 items, though, he will just be able to like one-shot a carry. Across the way, you have Zeus ADC. This is going to be just a farming lane for a bit, and Khepri can kind of really pocket Donut Doug as much as possible here in the lane, but against the Sobexecute, it's going to be a little more difficult for Doug to, stay alive in moments like that. That's why he's gone towards this Aegis, just kind of buy himself a little bit of extra time to avoid those executes. And then we have Danza that's gone towards Sands of Time. Danza is a split scaling ADC. He's he does both. He does the strength, he does the int, and the int lets him have more clones here and there, as well as just more damage on his abilities than, say, the full strength build would be. And the damage isn't super lost in terms of the objective shred, because Globe on the Hecate with that blue stance 1 will have good shred for objectives. It's not the best, but in the past, Hydrogen has gone towards this Transcendence Book of Thoth first 2 items build on the Danzabura. And personally, I'm not a big fan of it. Hydrogen seems to swear by it, so we'll just have to see how it works out. As Pluck on the left-hand side, this is a matchup I'm also interested to see, is Aurora versus Happen, Khepri versus Sobek. We do not see a lot of Khepri as of late.
No, we don't, and there's a good reason behind it, because he's just not the best pick right now. I'm in agreement that he's just not super great, but he is fun to watch. Also, Aspect allows for a little bit more aggro, but look at this. This is exactly what happens with this matchup. I mean, Sobek just plucks Khepri. He has to use his own dash to get back to safety. Abduct used for safety, and now Khepri has no aggression. He normally utilizes that dash for damage, but when you have to use it for safety, when Happen plucks you, then you just go back to base and you walk back and you lose XP. That's kind of how Khepri goes into Sobek.
Yeah, and interestingly, I would kind of be surprised if we don't see, you know, a Magi's Cloak or a Team Beads pretty early on here for Aurora, because Khepri, one of those characters that just struggles to be useful if he's CC'd. The best counter for Khepri is AoE CC, and I was just curious if Scream maybe stole that. I'm not entirely certain, but Happen on the left-hand side here, taking a ton of damage to Doug and Aurora, but should be A-okay here. But to deal with Khepri, just draft AoE CC him so he can't put the Scarab's Blessing on an ally. And when he doesn't do that, he kind of becomes useless in team fights. And your carries are left wondering, wait, why does my Khepri still have ultimate and I'm dead here? Like, at least, even if I'm getting executed here, at least try your best, man. Like, surely we're just not letting me die here. And Aurora's like, I don't know, man. They just have too much CC. So expect Aurora to maybe lean towards more CC immunity in the kit, and in the item department.
And speaking of Aurora, I'm a big fan of him picking up the Aspect for Khepri right here. You just get so much more damage with that, and he might get poked down here. A great pluck from Happen might lead to Aurora's demise.
Oh, Scream mid.
Very, very close. Wait, Scream's mid. Maybe looking for first blood, which hasn't been put down yet. Is decent damage from Scream. I think Anubis takes a bit of time to get online too, I believe. So I don't know if we find anything crazy from Scream just yet, but I'm looking forward to whenever that happens. But yeah, I think the Khepri Aspect is just the way to go. There are some people that make the argument of, well, the Khepri non-Aspect, you get the extra drag. Look, man, there's that much damage you get from the Aspect. It's just worth so much more than the drag. And if you want to argue with me, you can argue with Hydra in the chat. He knows more about this than I do. He's the Khepri enjoyer, right? I just go by what he says.
Oh, Scream finding that route from a distance, and Aurora there to follow up just for the purple buff invade.
Well, let's see what happens from here. Happen finds the pluck. What happens
Scream's
from here?
dead.
Look at Tegveer, jumps in, shield bash, finds a stun. Hydro gets first blood. Big things going down on Clocked inside of the jungle, but Bad Boys couldn't quite find the invade needed.
I was going to mention earlier is, you know, Hydrogen could get looked at here. Doug looking for the autos here to get that stun off.
Wait, what's going to happen from here, though? No way we're going in for more. Massive plug. The Abduct is letting Donut Doug find a kill. Tegveer finds revenge, though, through the fatal strike. Aurora still alive, though. Shield Bash doesn't find the stun. Happen can't find a pluck. And Aurora barely gets to safety, but a lot of kills going down here in duo. Great way to get this game started.
That ult looks a little funny from Donut Doug, but actually just drops it on the wave. He knows he's dead there, so just get whatever farm you can as you're dying. Throw the ultimate on the wave. That'll give you that little bit of extra farm and push the wave. And nice play there from Donut Doug. But yeah, I mean, Scream on that left-hand side, you kind of want to be farming a bit if you're Anubis jungle. And we've seen him blink in mid now, look for play on Glow before he's level 5. Now gank this left-hand side before he's level 5, just looking for purple invades. And look, Scream is going to die a lot this game. I would not be surprised if he goes for the triple-double by the end of this game. In fact, just use that ultimate to clear those oracles quickly. So don't expect him to be aggressive anytime soon. Though it's Scream, he'll be aggressive even if he doesn't have ulti. So I'm kind of just surprised that we see as Karmic Looking for John
That
Rowing here.
damage was filthy. Did you see how much he just did to John Rowing? That is disgusting. Ults out from Karmic, looking for a chase now. Rowing slowed down, slice and dice, finds the damage needed. Good gravy, man. That is disgusting damage from Karmic.
Yeah, this Nemesis, and doesn't even actually have the aspect, just going full, not full damage necessarily, but just going for the classic tried and true tank shredding Nemesis that we see more often than not nowadays, since that aspect got nerfed. So yeah, very interesting matchup here for Karmic, who should just be able to continue killing John Rowing as much as possible whenever his ultimate is going to be up.
5 minutes into this game, creeping up on 6. 3-1, clocked in, are up 2. But Scream on the left side, maybe looking for a gank on Happen, uses the pluck to get away instead of going in and finding something. But here comes Tekvir on the left side. Xbalanque ults out, and Globe finds damage. Wow, that was pretty gnarly.
Globe with the 1v1 here in mid. Xbalanque struggling in this matchup so far, and part of the issue is Moswell wants to be using the dash to help clear the wave and do damage as Doug gets plucked on the left-hand side.
Big abduct by Khepri right there. Love to see what Aurora's doing. The Scarab's Blessing, it's still on. The Fatal Strike didn't go through.
That was Aegis from Doug there to keep himself alive in that moment. So lovely play there. Scarab's Blessing as well, just keeping the Zeus alive. That's kind of why Doug went for this.
But still a bit of gathering on the left side here. Look at Achilles. Looking for something. Aurora finds a plug. Following through a Scream. Death Gaze is out, but doesn't find a whole lot of damage. Tekvir barely getting out with his life, and that's a good escape right there. I'm okay with that. More fighting happening through middle lane, but look at the bad boys making their way towards the Gold Fury. I imagine with Scream and Jungle, they probably have a lot of damage needed to melt that down, especially once he finds, you know, a little more itemization online. Globe uses Open the Gates to find a portal back to safety of the tier 1, and that's a good exchange for Clocked In. But Aurora continuing to hit the gas pedal, with the rest of the bad boys probably not feeling that fight as much. Maybe they back things up and try this out in a little bit when they have a little more gold in their pockets.
Yeah, I imagine Clocked In will be the team that looks towards this early objective here on the left-hand side, the Gold Fury. Tekvir will try and take this Queen Naga, but you can see Aurora in the area here. Going again for this... oh, goodness, I've already lost the name of the first item that Aurora's gone for. Just listen, it's been a long day. We've been here for a hot second now. Lifebinder, thank you. I know what it is. It's just in my head. It's gone. Look, man, thank you. Thanks, guys. I appreciate the assist. Again, I like this option here, especially, you know, you Lifebinder into the pluck combo, and Aurora's just locking a member down, lets his team really facilitate in that moment. It's a great play here for Aurora, and he's looking to utilize it early here, but Happen and Tekvir on the way to bail out their carry.
Let's see how this goes down, though. Donadug by himself, Tekvir on the chase. Massive stun from the shield bash and the combat dodge damage to follow through. Aurora will surely be next with nowhere to go. Great pluck from Happen puts Aurora right where Tekvir wants him, and Fatal Strike will give him the kill. Good gank from Tekvir and duo, and maybe lets Gold Fury be an easy rip, but maybe Tekvir makes his way towards middle instead, as looks like Globe's catching a lot of heat in middle. Now it looks like Gold Fury's the move.
Yeah, you can see Smighty Bad Boys not really in a position to defend this one. Xbalanque and Anubis in mid here, and Globe actually looking for that ultimate. Gonna find Scream here with the help of Tekvir.
No way, dude. Oh my goodness. Tekvir's on a rampage. You gave this guy Achilles in game 3. Bad boys have a big problem ahead of themselves.
This is looking a lot like game number 1, where Smite 2 Bad Boys just can't really get themselves into the game here. You know, Scream on this Anubis, which can be pretty decent in the mid to late, but just isn't there yet, and so can't be active. Moswell looking for a play, though, onto Globe.
What happens from here? Globe is getting pressured down. Aurora picks up the kill. There's the Caprexecute I was telling you about. There it is. And the ult's out from Nim, chasing under the tower. Can we find a kill, though? Karmic turns around, looking for Aurora instead, who can't quite make it back to the safety of the tower. Tekvir finds the kill. Tekvir finds another on Scream. 2 bodies dead for the bad boys. and maybe making it to 3. Look at Maswal by himself under the tower, watching his tier 1 fall with nothing he can do about it. Look at Karmic on the backside. Karmic finds a flank. Nah.
Looking for anything here, but I mean, Donut Doug all the while just pushing on this left-hand side. I mean, look, again, it's shades of game 1. There's just no way for Smite2 Bad Boys to get in the game. Even when they get a kill at the start of the fight still just does not go their way. It can't. They're too far behind now. They don't have the items that they need. Doug, though, could be in for a world of hurt here. Hydra didn't happen. Gonna run down the Zeus, and Tegvir looking to cut off the option as well.
Great pluck. Locked Donut Doug in a place where he cannot get out from. And look at Tegvir. That pesky Tegvir yet again just showing up in duo whenever he pleases. That is just bad news for the Bad Boys. The duo lane not looking too great right now. Donut Doug's 1-3, and Tegvir is 6-0-3.
Oh.
Scream looking for revenge. Death Gaze is out, forces the Aegis away from Hydro, and Happen looking for a pluck, but decides to walk away instead. Scream is trying to play aggressively, but can't find the damage necessary to back it up.
And imagine if he's Mercury there. Imagine if he's Mercury behind the tier 1 tower and just ults down the lane and kills Hydrogen. Like, I feel like Smite2 Bad Boys have put themselves in this situation with their draft that it's just not really possible for them to play the game effectively and, more importantly, easily. You know, Smite2 a lot right now is who has the easier time playing the game in terms of their comps. And so far, it's just clocked in. I mean, look at how fundamental their comp is. You Sobek pluck someone and they die, just period. And the rest of the team can just follow up off of that ease CC. Smite2 Bad Boys, they need Scream to hit a wrap from a distance, and if he doesn't do that, well, maybe John Rowan can blink ult in. Oh wait, he doesn't have blink, so now it's a lot harder. It's so much harder for Smite2 Bad Boys to play these fights and play the game out, and all of it is to do with their draft. It is just not a cohesive unit here for the Smite2 Bad Boys, as Clocked In still playing aggressive here. John Rowing in trouble.
John Rowing trying to find an escape, but can't quite find the teleport back to tower.
Wow.
The Storm Call won't save you today. The Fatal Strike will put you down. John Rowing is taken down by Tegvir yet again, and Scream looking for revenge. Aurora's here as well.
Oh.
Great abduct, locks Karmic in place. Scream looking for more damage to throw down. The grasping hands will pull Karmic to his grave, but turning things back around with a slice of dice. Great revive from Aurora. Might save Scream's life, but it won't today. Tegvir kills him yet again. Happen takes down Maswal, and Karmic takes down Aurora. 4 bodies dead for the Bad Boys, and Clocked In are dominating in game 3.
Nowhere to hide.
Scream has so much CDR, and it still just isn't enough to be effective on this character. Great revive from Aurora, but again, just too much damage from Clocked In, from Karmic and Tegvir. It's Karmic, I think, a little upset with Tegvir for taking a couple of those rocks, as Karmic is a split scaler and has gone for the Triton's Conch here first overall, followed up by the Regrowth Boots. Love this build that he's gone for. Just continuing to be a damage dealing menace, but also tanky at the same time.
This is, you know, I was really hoping for a closer game. I was really hoping in Picks and Bans you were wrong about how much better the comp is for Clocked In, but I think the vision that you saw is very correct. I'm upset you're correct, because I wanted to see, like, there's some fun gods over here. Like, I know that you're right. I knew you were. I was like, man,
Mid lane.
Wrong. Mid lane, a bit of a skirmish
in trouble
happening.
here.
Globe getting chased down, and Storm calls out, but it doesn't find the damage needed. Globe having to use the portal to land back down to Scream. You were looking to fall into the hands of an angel, but instead you fell into the grasp of Scream, and that's the only thing you can do as you die. Bad Boys picked up a kill, but Clocked In using the Aurorious Rock that Hydro lands into Donut Doug. Wait a minute, what happens from here? Aurora's here, abduct found, and wait a minute, Hydro just took down Donut Doug. Happens here to turn the tides of the battle. Tegvir lands Fatal Strike, another couple kills found. Clocked In are cashing in on this dual lane. They can't seem to find a safe route away.
I don't understand. Smite2 Bad Boys, they get the important kill on mid onto Glow, as Karmic now has no dashes, should get picked off here and will do exactly that. No, he's alive! He's alive with the shield!
No way! Karmic just barely got out, but the axe connection almost hit. Still chasing down Karmic, turning things around with the slice and dice. Look at Karmic go. This man is putting on a clinic.
Karmic just staying alive for so long, turns it around on John Rowing. That is a tilter play. If Smite 2 bad boys, you know, they don't get the kill right away. They see Karmic, you know, 1 HP, they're like, screw it, we're going for it. We're getting this kill one way or the other. And then they don't get it. John Rowing's dead again. Oh, and Gold Fury goes the way of Clocked In, and the Queen Naga as well. It is over a 10k lead at 15 minutes into the game.
Chat, we might be cooked. I'm trying to envision ways that we creep back into this game, but I think the comp differences that you mentioned early on, they're just so prevalent. I just don't see Scream Jungle doing anything here that turns this around. I don't see Anubis having that damage online. I don't see John Rowing having it either, especially without the aspect of fulmination. He's tank chop. He's not putting this game on his back, especially not with the deficit that they're at right now. That leaves a lonely Maswal because duo lane's down so bad. That leaves Aspect Xbalanque all by himself to try and carry this game. It's a dude, I know the damage is there, but very far and few have come back from this far of a deficit.
Yeah, it is a tough one for Smite 2 bad boys, and if they want to turn this around, they kind of got to lock in a little bit, as Aurora gonna get looked at here by Karmic, who's just playing aggressive still. Globe following him up here. Aurora has to use the Scare's Blessing to stay alive, but there's an ultimate waiting for him.
Dude, oh my god, look at Globe just taking advantage of Aurora, looking like a lion playing with his prey. That was just disgusting to watch. And Happen diving deep under the bird? The bird? Dude, oh my god. Oh,
Midbird
my
should be the next
God.
target here, as Clocked In are still very strong. Hydrogen not being here means the Clocked In will back off to safety, though, as the Danzaburro's off, split pushing on the right-hand side, continuing to farm up. But look at this. It's a immediate route back around onto the members.
Okay, Karmic is looking to put some damage onto Scream, who's running with his life. John Rowing trying to get to the safety of the tier 2 tower. Windsprite might try and find him safety, but the pluck lands. It puts him right into Globe's hands. Tegbeer finds the stun from the shield bash as well, and John Rowing's not going anywhere. 20-3, Book. 20-3. This might be the most dominant game that I've seen in quite some time. Karmic trying to turn things around, though. Great abduct from Aurora, letting Donut Doug hit some basics away, but Karmic's able to use the dash to get to safety. The rest of Clocked In going after this Fire Giant, and it looks like Xbalanque is going to dive into the battle here. Wait a minute, turning things around. Happen finds an amazing pluck, and in goes Hydro. Look at him dive into the back line. Down goes Doug. Down goes Globe, though. Maswal turns things around. Tegbeer might be next. Look at Maswal here. Happen finds Aurora in the backside, and now looking for reinforcements. Tegbeer looks to turn things around with a Fatal Strike in the combat dodge. Can we chase down Scream? Scream by himself. Happen trying to put the damage on. Maswal's online. Happen finds a kill, though, and Maswal's by himself with Hydro and Happen. I don't know if you can get out of this one.
Maswal actually should be a-okay. I don't think Hydrogen has the chase down here. Look, John Rowing on the way to bail out their mid laner. Maswal's out, and Maswal comes up big with 3 important kills there. Doug just gets caught by Globe, who has ultimate, as Hecate. And if you recall, a recent patch, Hecate's cooldown for that ultimate got buffed. It's up a lot quicker now. And so Doug with no beads is a prime target for the likes of the Hecate. It is a tough one to play as a Zeus with no beads 19 minutes in, and there's a Hecate looking at you on the other side. Maswal, though, has 3 items completed. Was doing good damage there with only 3 items. Down a full level to Globe, by the way. But still doing good damage. Yeah. I don't think there's an avenue yet. It's still 10,000 gold. But I imagine, full Obshard here for Maswal all of a sudden. One more fight like that, and I don't see it happening, but it's there. As crazy as this sounds, the
Yeah.
potential is there for Moswell to actually 1v9 this game.
I mean, if anybody's going to have damage on that team, it's going to be Moswell. Aspect of the Night Stalker is just so strong that he's going to be the guy to put that damage out needed.
This
As
is
Clocked
quick.
In put their focus on the Fire Giant and they're burning it in quick time. Great pluck puts John Rowing out of position into the Fire Giant pit. Looks like the Sobexecute might find the chomp needed. Out goes the Zeusult, out goes the Death Gaze, but it's only a mere tickle to the tank that is known as Happen. The rest of Bad Boys on the retreat. John Rowing and Scream extremely low on health. And John Rowing almost got caught there. Yes, he does. Hydro finds the kill. The rest of the Bad Boys on the back foot, very heavily on their back foot. We can call it our ankles, as they don't want to walk towards this Fire Giant, but Clocked In are on it right now. Looks like the Curio going towards the right side, trying to get some vision away to Clocked In so they know what Bad Boys are planning, but I don't even think they care about the plans of Bad Boys. They just want this fire. Walk up if you dare.
Moswell has to be the saving grace here, as there's the pluck in from Happen.
And Aurora is put out of position. Scream finds Happen though. Massive shutdown. Tegveer finds Aurora. And look at Shibalanke on the back foot yet again. They know they cannot fight this. Fatal Strike in, followed by the Shield Bash and the Combat Dodge damage takes out Scream.
No dash.
And maybe Moswell's next.
Okay, there we
Moswell
go.
does find Tegveer though. You gotta juke the Globe damage, but there's no getting away from Globe. Massive shutdown for Clocked In. And Bad Boys just got decided.
Man, that initial fight at Fire Giant goes so much better for Smite 2 Bad Boys if they're just even. Just so much damage in that small corridor, and they nearly won it if they weren't just down so much gold, so much experience 21 minutes in. That fight goes their way, and they're sitting in a good spot with Fire Giant around, a couple of members on their team. They are just too far behind at this point to be impactful. Moswell, the only one on his team right now, I think, really making an impact, outside of maybe John Rowing, who's just kind of a body, which is something. The rest of the team, I mean, Aurora's got good ultis from time to time, sure, but again, he's just a Khepri. There's not a lot he can really do this game. He plucks someone in, he's just dead. There's not a lot Tegveer could do. He doesn't have beads against a Hecate ult that keeps ulting him on cooldown. And Scream is 2 and 6 on Anubis with Blink, 3 items. And it just hasn't worked out this game. I'm going to be so honest. The Goobus jungle just is not the play here.
Yeah, this has got to be like the least family-friendly game of Smite I've ever seen. Like, this is just an absolute demolition, dude. I cannot believe what is going down from Clocked In. They're about to cash in on their 3rd gold Fury. Bad Boys just barely got their first Pyro. They haven't got a gold yet. They surely haven't got a Fire Giant. I just, realistically,
Okay, right.
Realistically, Book, what are the odds that Bad Boys come back from this?
Huh. It's not 0, but it's less than 1%. And
That's a real call.
yeah, listen, the percentage is never 0. The game is never over until the Titan dies. It's
Right.
just that you can see here, 4 members here, and Karmic's keeping 3 members on the backing on the right-hand side.
Storm calls out, trying to stop Clocked In. That's all the damage they have. That's it. Wait a minute, Moswell's here. Moswell, the Superman of the Bad Boys. Maybe here. Scream finds a kill. Scream found a kill. No way, dude.
He goofed up! He goofed up! He was jumping up and down, and he spacebar interacted with Hecate ult. He TP'd in and died.
Dude,
Man,
it's actually, this game is chopped. This is crazy.
it's not above
What is
1% anymore, or at least, but it's you know, a little higher percentage now. All of a sudden, they defended the left-hand side bird. Fire Giant's about to run out in 70 seconds. Moswell got some good gold here, as Aurora's probably just dead here. I imagine Karmic and Hydrogen gonna chase down this Khepri. No, just Hydrogen actually. They're not even gonna chase out the bug. All right, all right, all right. We're still in this. 24 minutes in. Still over 10K, but it's not over.
Do you think that Clocked In could have ended by now and they're kind of just like playing with their food, or do you think they're like actually struggling?
I think they're playing to win, right? And so when it comes to playing to win in Smite, you kind of just have to make some concessions here and there. They're up so much gold. Like, do we really need to throw here at the bird if it doesn't go our way? They're making a lot of right calls and just getting the right kills, still making good plays. Could they have ended faster a little bit? But I think that's just dependent on Smite 2 Bad Boys, Moswell, right? He's been the guy that's kept them in this game. And all things considered, it's still, fightable for Moswell. And so that's why Clocked In are struggling a bit, is to deal with X-Ball, who is just so good. I'm surprised we haven't seen a lot of X-Ball aspect today in general. He is so good. He has so much damage against carries in particular. Struggles a bit against tanks, but nonetheless, just still so good right now.
His uproarious Rocket almost took Hydro for a ride. He decided to let the Rocket do his thing instead. And Clocked In are just kind of waltzing around the map, and I don't even know what to say. This has been like 15K deficit. Dude, oh my God.
Clocked In, they're making the right calls, right? Like they can't just brute force that right-hand side bird without fire. They have to wait for the next the fire to respawn. The left-hand side, it just was a little tough because Happen accidentally jumped. And instead of jumping, he spacebarred right on top of Globe's TP as a Hecate and teleported back in and died. So the Fire Giant Siege, it just becomes a little chalked there. So what do we do? All right, let's not throw here. Let's keep our lead. Let's just keep farming, looking to pressure out Smite 2 Bad Boys across the map, keep them in their base, and that's what they've done, just continuing to pressure on sides, forcing Smite 2 Bad Boys to have to defend their base. Fire Giant, though, will be pulled and likely taken here by Clocked In.
And I was really hoping that Bad Boys would have some type of fight back.
Oh!
Wait a minute, that's pretty big, actually. Moswell doing decent damage there. Uproarious Rockets out, chasing down Aurora with nowhere left to go. John Rowing on the back foot. Fatal Strike is out, and there goes the Solar Cherub's Blessing. Moswell finds a double, though. Moswell trying to do it by himself. Happen putting pressure on the back line. Wait a minute, what can Moswell do here? Where is Moswell at? He's chasing after Globe. Globe, no way. The chain lightning damage is huge. John Rowing finds a kill on Globe. Hydro by himself. The Sake bottles out and it does a good taunt, but still chasing after Hydro. The damage from the poison is alive, and Rowing finds the axe. Double kill for John Rowing, and Bad Boys just found a shutdown. Nah, there's no way they end off that, but that was, I mean, that's a huge step in the right direction for Bad Boys. Yeah, there's no way they cleared through all that. It'd be cool, but
that's Fire Giant. Smite 2 Bad Boys are about to get Fire Giant unless Happen can steal this one away. Aurora trying to zone him out here, but they're gonna kill the Croc. Scream has the damage. Moswell, the saving grace of the Smite 2 Bad Boys, will take down the Croc. And Smite 2 Bad Boys have put themselves above a 1% margin to win all of a sudden in this game. You asked me if Clocked In could have ended previously and if they're playing in with their food here and they were kind of messing about. And my response was no, but I think they just completely disrespected Smite 2 Bad Boys around that Fire Giant Siege. I think they thought our lead is so huge here, there's no world they can fight into us, and just disrespected Moswell's damage outright. 7, 4, and 6 on this Xbalanque. Moswell is simply him this game.
Dude, if you would have told me 5 minutes ago that Bad Boys would have Fire Giant right now, I would have told Jithin to drug test you. There's no way, like not in 100 years will that ever go down. Moswell.
If you told me at the start of this game in draft, like this is not Smite 2 Bad Boys' game, man. Like they have a terrible draft. Goobis jungle, Zeus ADC, Xbalanque is the saving grace. Khepri picked second overall. The response into Achilles, first of all, and the response is a Beck. There's 2 executes this game.
Nowhere to hide.
Oh, I love when Book gets hot. Book is heating up in the booth here. I can feel the pressure in the air. He's coming in hot. He's on his rant right now. I love to see that, but good Lord, they just
Okay, so this is where it gets tricky though for Smite 2 Bad Boys because they don't have the best siege. It's Zeus ADC. He has to walk up and put himself in very vulnerable positions to really get good damage off onto the birds. So expect the likes of Clockgen to really kind of focus out this Zeus, but I think Smite 2 Bad Boys are just going to take their time with this fire. Focus on getting to 6 items on everyone. And I'm going to be so for real. If Smite 2 Bad Boys get to 6 items, Clocked In, they're not locked out of the game, but it becomes so much harder for them to play the fights.
Dude, they went from down 15K to 3. They just made up for 12,000 gold in 3 minutes. Look at the graph. Look at this graph. Oh my goodness, that is. Look at this gold graph. Who is that? Is that Nickelback?
I don't know.
I think it's Nickelback. We'll go with that.
All right.
My
I'll trust you.
Nickelback song. Thank you. Book, you know, I think there's a little bit of vision to be had here with this Xbalanque mid. What we talked about it during picks and bans, and it sounded a little crazy, but it's starting to come online here.
I think it makes sense. I think Xbalanque mid is viable. I just don't think you pair Xbalanque mid with Anubis jungle, Zeus ADC, and Khepri support. And then
with the Anubis
the
jungle, the
looks
tickle
pretty
monster.
good. Yeah. I'll tell you what though,
the
he doesn't
tickle
tickle
monster.
anymore. Look at his build though. He's got like the important items. He's got Obshard, he's got Rod Tahuti now. Scream hits, man, and he's working on a Soul Reaver last. Like this is crazy.
I'll believe it when I see it. I need to see it first. Right now, I've only been seeing Maswal because I mean he's getting higher on the player damage charts, but I need to see more here. Let's see how this goes. Stampede's out from Happen. Uproarious
Good
Rocket
fight.
looking for a stun. Does find
Wow.
one on looks like Zeus back there. A little bit of poke damage. It's healed back up already. Okay.
So now Smite 2 Bad Boys are doing what Clocked In have been doing to Smite 2 Bad Boys. Just threaten a bird right as fire is about to run out, and then just walk away because it stops Clocked In from split pushing. And that's a great way. You know, we've seen it a couple times today. It just stops people from split pushing, and people love to split push in Smite 2. Listen, man, I don't know, man. We're here. We're still casting. We're still yapping about these two teams. And all of a sudden, Smite 2 Bad Boys are making this game look competitive. Shoutouts to Maswal, man.
Maswal honestly is like the saving grace here. He's been putting in work. I just like, why did we go with Anubis jungle? Like I feel like that's like the biggest, even above Khepri, even above like Zeus. I feel like there was just so much vision with like, I would rather have Geb
Mercury
Aspect jungle. Mercury was open, and yeah, he doesn't do well, but like he probably does better than freaking Nemesis Mercury. Oh gosh. Oh good Lord, have mercy.
We are here at this point though, Mort, where we are 30 something minutes into the game. Maswal is at critical mass. He's got full builds. We need to see the rest of the team kind of step up a little bit because I do firmly believe that the side of Clocked In can punish Maswal, who has been like kind of over aggressing a little bit in small moments, but just kind of gets to get away with it because he's Xbalanque Aspect with full int and can kind of one-shot you if you step aggressive to him. So we will get back into this game here. You can see Smite 2 Bad Boys setting up a bit of an ambush in the jungle, but probably just going to back away to the Gold Fury, and would love to see them get this Gold Fury here because that kind of puts them in a position where if someone does want to split push, they can, but I can't imagine seeing anyone on Smite 2 Bad Boys that split push.
Look at these fools. Look at this. They're gonna try and surprise plug. No, they're not. Okay.
No. They're just waiting for gold.
I thought for a second they were gonna try and catch somebody off guard through like an abduct, through a roar, and then just melt whoever just gets plugged.
Okay, Scream. Just might as well. Might as well use the ulti on the objective here, because what, you're waiting for Fire Giant to spawn for a bit as well? I don't know if it's gonna be up in time though. How much time left on this Fire Giant actually? 7 seconds. Huh. Maybe we shouldn't have just used Anubis ultimate on the objective on left-hand side. Look at this now. Globe and Hydrogen. Okay, no, they're just going to ward up here. And this is it, man. No ultimate for Scream, though, and I think that's a big deal.
Yeah, Fire Giant getting looked at by Clocked In. The burn begins by Hydro, or maybe even one of the clones. Aurora forced to use Abduct to try and find safety through the rest of the team. Clocked In waiting on a potential engage. Open the Gates is online. As a matter of fact, a lot of blue diamonds on both sides. All 10 ultimates are ready. But we just got to see how this next fight starts.
There's just no burn from Hydrogen. He's gone for the full int build and just has the transcendence in terms of strength. So they cannot do this objective. They don't have the burn for it. They can't commit to it without committing so many important cooldowns to take it. Smite 2 Bad Boys, they're happy to take this elongated fight here, but look at this. Karmic wrapping around the backhand side here of the fight.
Happen maintaining pressure. He's zoning away. Fire Giant health a quarter. In goes Rowing. What happens from here? Couple thousand health left on the Fire Giant. Fight begins from here. Death Gaze is out. Massive damage from the Bad Boys. Rowing finds one. Big revive from Aurora. Karmic takes down one as well. One body down on each side. Happen forced out of the fight. A lot of low health bars for Clocked In. Karmic is pushed away. Happen is back in the base. Tegbeer on the retreat, and Hydro running for his life. Rowing looking for the stun. Rowan looking for something. Sake Bottle stops Rowing in his path, but Tegbeer around the corner, doing a bit of distracting with the combat dodge. Back is Happen. In goes Rowing, and Aurora hovering as well. Dude, Bad Boys are winning fights. Bad Boys officially just won another fight. There's no way they're coming back into this. They're up on gold. You said less than 1%. I repeat, less than 1% that Bad Boys come back into this game. That 1% might come to fruition right now.
I feel so bad because as soon as I said it's less than 1%, in the back of my head, I'm like, all right, they're just going to win now. I just know they're going to win now. They're going to turn around. They're going to win. It's less than 1% and they're going to win. I mean, look, that fight goes so well and Moswall died first. The rest of the team finally is able to be impactful. So much damage from Scream, great ult from Aurora. Doug has the damage online. And look at this now. They're looking for fire, but they're going to look for the fight instead here. Happen in a world of hurt.
Tegbeer might be next to join him in that realm, but going back to safety, Uproarious Rocket is out. Fire Giant getting burned away. Who got fire? Aurora got fire. Bad Boys have their hands on fire. Moswall kills Globe. Hydro getting chased away. And Tegbeer by himself. 3 bodies dead for Clocked In. Hydro with super low health around the flank, but not ready to fight. Look at Karmic on the backside, targeting Moswall. The win con for the Bad Boys, but they don't care about the kills. They already found 3. Bad Boys are looking to end this game.
Smite 2 Bad Boys making Spirited Book look silly on cast. Karmic trying to do his best to defend. 1v5 Hydrogen doing his best now, 1v5, but it does not matter. Karmic falls. Smite 2 Bad Boys, they're going to do what they've done all game and chase the kills and take the Titan and win week 2 of Smite Prime.
Good Lord. Oh, dude. Oh my God. Get us on a break. Get us on a break. We'll talk about the game. We'll recap. We're going to think. We're going to come back with words, and we're going to give them to you here in a couple minutes. Holy crap. Hello, everyone. Welcome back to Smite Prime. We just saw what was probably one of the wildest games in Smite Prime history. My name's Morty. I'm here with the Smite Prime people. Book's next to me in the booth. We've spent some time trying to get words together for analysis, and we've got nothing. Sorry, yo.
Yeah, it's that's pretty much it. I mean, look, I never thought at the end of the day you could throw a 15k gold lead off of jumping and then accidentally using a Hecate portal in, dying. And that's it, man. That was the turning point.
I kid you not. That was the turning point. Also, a lot of credit to Moswell, obviously. Like, Moswell played out of his mind, but Moswell doesn't get to play out of his mind in this instance if Happen just, doesn't die there and they back up. They regen with the Fire Giant, and they don't go another firefight and just end the game, right? Because this is I don't know more. I don't know what to say into this. Like, it's so crazy that Smite 2 Bad Boys just sat back for 30 odd minutes and let the game come to them.
Yeah. I don't know. I don't know, man. It was a game. I was excited to see Khepri. That was fun. Wait, this isn't the game we looked at.
Oh, this is the last game.
This is earlier.
Yeah.
Well, it still was a good game. I'd rather look at this game anyways.
Yeah, this was a way better game to watch.
This is a really fun game to watch. Now that we're looking at it, like, this is like a great game. So it's nice to think about the better times that we've had in Smite Prime. Me and you, Book, we've went a long way. Me and you, we've had great times, and that was one of the best times. Like, kind of looking like a scrapbook. Like,
yeah,
how did my hair get like this? I feel like every time I go to break, it just like goes crazy.
Yeah.
Look.
Aurora, I mean, I loved Khepri, man. The Aurora, Khepri, revive on Scream towards the end there was actually so sick. I'm not gonna lie. There we go. We can see and look, a lot of credit to Moswell, but look at this clocked in comp. If the game does go late, which it did, who's the better late game? It's not Danzabura with full int that can't do a Fire Giant. It's going to be Moswell and Donut Doug who can do Fire Giant because Zeus has full strength and has 30k damage, 46k damage on Moswell. Wow. That's
disgusting.
Okay. Yeah, that's hey, why didn't we see X-Ball all day? That's my question. Why do we only see it in game 3, man?
Yeah, that's a good point. That's a very good point. So what we're looking at right here is where we started off today, retirement home versus the Titans. It feels like forever ago now.
This was a good game.
This is how we started there. Yeah, this was a really good game. I love seeing this retirement home team back in action. I mean, Fino, Daniel, Yarkor running around. This is such a fun team to watch. And the Titans, who were considered underdogs going into this, actually had a really good way of fighting back. It might not look like it considering that we just saw Daniel get a triple, but still, it was a really good fight that they had throughout the game. It looked really good for the Titans. I think that a couple good changes throughout the team would make them higher contenders throughout the tournament. But just a couple things here and there.
Strength of Wood versus Sesiete earlier today as well, and great performances. Tempo with the Gold Fury steals, Bayonary with that Gold Fury steal was so sick as well. But I mean, Kaidon and Kieka finally just getting to that late game point where they are just the strongest characters in the game, period. And that's kind of what netted Strength of Wood the victory at the end of the day. It's just such nice plays throughout the day. I feel like we had so many good games. And look at that play. Like, Bayonary from downtown finds Kieka here as well. Just that ultimate, Kaidon hits 4 and the game is over, right? Like, they're still alive, sure, but the game is basically over after he hits 4 in that instance.
And Strength of Wood, Sesiete just had a very bloody battle in general. I mean, a pretty good amount of kills, especially as the game went on. It started off a little bit slower, but then we got onto this one. Smite 2 Bad Boys versus Glurp. This might be my favorite game of the day, honestly. I think this one was really fun to watch. John Rowing went nuts on this Bologna pick.
Yeah, this was cool.
And look at this. You talked about this earlier when he hit that hide of the Nemean active right before Tuba showed up. And then it worked because Tuba showed up and melted both of them. Valo, Tuba died 2v1 to Rowing. That was sick to watch. And I feel like if we would have saw a little more commitment from Rowing right here, could have went back in on this. Aurora and Rowing probably could have gotten some more kills on Remikami right here.
Yeah, maybe. I think they were a little concerned about the left-hand side push here from Donut Doug in that instance, and that's why they didn't commit. This play from Globe was so sick, by the way, to find Doug here. I thought that this was game. Like, I thought, okay, they just killed Doug. Like, Screams off on the left-hand side, split pushing. Like, again, like, Clocked In looked so good game number 1, right? Like, they kind of just owned. Going into game 2, it was so much more competitive. Love the adaptations from Smite 2 Bad Boys. The Baron Samedi was so good on Aurora.
John Rowing starting fights with the Blink ults were sick. Donut Doug with the Bloodforge pickup, so clutch in these fights as well. I love that adaptation from him and going towards the crit to be a little more viable in the mid to late and around objectives. And then, well, we're not there just yet as Hydrogen's going to end up taking a spill here. But again, just it's so good from Smite 2 Bad Boys that they adapted the way they did here in game number 2. And yeah, here it is. Here it is. This game-ending fight, or this isn't the game-ending fight, I don't think, because this is when Moswell just gets a double kill. He twos and dashes, and Karmic and Tegvir are just dead on that right-hand side of that fight. Wow, that is yeah, okay, that's a cool character. And here again, just dashing forward aggressively, able to do whatever he wants as an X-Ball.
Yeah, Mosball, X-Ball, the combo is just nasty. I was just shocked. This game, I think, was probably the most shocking game I've seen all year in Smite in general. I think this was like just completely threw me off guard. I'm glad that Bad Boys came out on top because I love the Bad Boys. I'm a bad boy myself at heart, I feel like. But it's
all right.
It was definitely a nail biter for a good amount of time. But as our bracket has concluded, our giveaway has concluded as well. We're ready to announce our winner, and that winner is, drumroll please.
I don't have a drum by me.
I thought you were going to do the drum roll is Bloody Revenant. Bloody Revenant is the username of the winner of Misdiagnosis. So please, Bloody Revenant, keep your Twitch DMs open. That is how Captain Jithens will reach you, through Twitch DMs. You have won Misdiagnosis Neath. And next week, we've got even more on the horizon with next Saturday at noon Eastern here on Smite Game, as well as Smite Prime, Twitch, and YouTube. Another week, another day of action here in Smite Prime, where you have one more opportunity to qualify for the closed bracket at the end of the month. And keep in mind, it is open sign up, so you and 4 friends can get together, get on the website, Smite Prime and SmitePrime.com, sign up with your team, get on there, and get a chance to win that $7,000 cash prize with 125,000 diamonds.
I'm incredibly curious to see going into next week which teams are kind of in a good spot to qualify for open bracket and which teams are just on the cusp, because next week, again, like you mentioned, really important for making closed bracket in the week 4, the important one for all the gems, all the diamonds, all the money. So yeah, I think next week is going to be really important to watch here.
That being said, our time for today is over. Thank you all here at the Smite Prime crew for joining us, everybody behind the scenes, as well as you, Book, for putting up with me for 6 hours. I know it's not easy, but it's been a blast, I'll tell you that much, on my end at least. Most importantly, I want to thank all you viewers tuning in from wherever you're watching this, whether you're catching up on the replay on the YouTube later on, if you're watching this live here with us, as well as I have been. It has been a blast to be here, a genuine, exciting Saturday. I thank you for spending some of your time here with us. But we will see you next Saturday, noon Eastern, on the Smite Game, Smite Prime Twitch. And until then, take it easy, gamers. Thanks, y'all.